What would the Rockefellers do? How the wealthy get and stay that way, and how you can too. Narrated by the authors, Garrett Gunderson, that's me, and Michael Isom. What would the Rockefellers do? How the wealthy get and stay that way, and how you can too. I'm so glad you made this investment. I look forward to this time together. See, the original version of the book, What Would the Rockefellers Do, it was actually published in 2016. It's now in the hands of hundreds of thousands of people with thousands of amazing reviews on Amazon. I didn't even know. I started looking at them in October of 2022 and was like, this is amazing. It's so phenomenal. So now we're called to complete another version for you. Why an updated version? Well, the core message hasn't changed at all, but the economy has. The banking landscape has changed, and it's even riskier than it was when we wrote the original version of the book. And with all the pandemic-related changes like hikes in interest rates and a massive amount of inflation, and then there's been the launch of new technologies and fear around AI, some of these areas really deserve more expansion and support of your legacy journey. Michael and I want to provide more insight into and resources for the process of investing in your heirs, hosting family retreats, and capturing the critical philosophies, values, and culture of your family. These are all things you can start to do right away today by downloading your bonus. It's a course, and that course is the Legacy Toolkit at rockefellersbook.com/legacy. So I'll be the narrator of most of the book. However, Michael is going to add stories, insights, and resources in special sections throughout. See, the thing about it is, he's the guy that knows the numbers and the details. I'm the one that looks a little bit like Jesus, and people are always like, oh, what would Garrett do? I'm like, well, what would the Rockefellers do? That's how the kind of frame of this book even came up. So you'll want to go to the website because we've added new illustrations and we want to share the math behind the centerpiece of the Rockefeller method. Properly structured, optimally funded whole life insurance combined with trusts. So we published this updated version because there's a lot of misinformation and product salesmen that were touting products and strategies that actually create risk and were unlikely to work. We wanted to clearly point those out to you. And just because there's a product illustrated with higher numbers doesn't mean that that really takes risk into consideration. So I've added this chapter called The Economic Value of Certainty. It's so critical in the mindset and framework of creating sustainable wealth and protecting and perpetuating your legacy. The methods we're going to teach in this, they don't rely on luck or risk. You don't have to chase returns or even start with millions of dollars. There's a specific methodology and tools that are crucial to predictable results. I want to give a little special shout out to all the financial professionals who've been buying this book in quantities and sharing them with people to help promote legacy and financial stability for their families and clients. Just so grateful for you. And finally, a shout out to you, the listener. I commend you for investing in yourself, for being bold and courageous enough to say you even want to create a legacy. I applaud you and support your quest to live a life that you love, that life of prosperity, where you can focus on what matters most and build the legacy you envision. Friday, June 9th, 2006, about 6 a.m. My landline rings. Now, first I'm confused. I don't answer. But the ringing persists. What? I belt into the phone. I hear the voice of my business partner, Michael Isom. Slowly, shakily, he says, the company plane left after our event last night, and nobody's heard from Ray or Les. What? I mean, how? There has to be some explanation. Ray and Les are our business partners, and more than that, our friends. I turn on the TV to breaking news. A plane had crashed into Utah Lake, near the small airport where Ray and Les were supposed to have landed last night. I'm in shock. I mean, my brain doesn't want to accept it. At the company retreat, just a month before, our firm had come up with the idea to work together to write a book. We were excited to get started. The idea was fueled by hearing over and over again at our events, I wish I would have heard this sooner, or how do I share this information with my parents or my friends or my kids? With the unexpected and devastating deaths of our partners, and the lessons we still had to learn, it wasn't yet time for this book to be written. I hadn't met Sheila Brandenburg, a CPA for the Rockefeller Global Family Office. We hadn't yet seen the risk to our partners' legacies after their deaths. I mean, it was surprising and alarming to witness people approaching their widows with these ideas on how they should use this wealth or their life insurance proceeds. I mean, people would request meetings to pitch business ideas. They'd ask for real estate funding. The list goes on. Look, these widows, they couldn't afford to chase some risky opportunity. Thank God there were structures and rules with trusts that protected and preserved the wealth. In 2015, Michael and I were in Las Vegas between Christmas and New Year's Eve, and we're preparing for the next year. What Would the Rockefellers Do was born during our conversations that week, and the original version was published a decade after the plane crash. By that time, with the death of our partners, the deaths of some of our clients, and the risk to their families and legacies, we had this firsthand experience of what we cover in this book. Now, as financial advisors, Michael and I have worked with thousands of people in different phases of their lives. It's given us a unique perspective. We've also had access to an amazing research team and attorneys as we explore what works and is most critical for preserving and perpetuating wealth. This book has been designed over decades of deep discussion, hosting workshops, and bringing the concepts to life for our clients. Look, Michael's instrumental in sharing our message both on stage around the United States and through one-on-one work with countless clients. He delivers masterful speeches with emotion and engagement, inspiring audiences to live and leave a legacy. It's one thing to listen about this, right? Like on an audiobook, but totally another thing to experience it. So if you host events or know someone who does, I highly recommend that you get in touch with us at rockefellersbook.com/speaking and book Michael. Michael also wrote a fantastic book called What We're Worth, Realizing Your Human Life Value and Know What You're Really Worth. I endorse it. I highly recommend it. It's a perfect companion to this book. It's both easy to read and highly impactful. You can check it out at vaultais.com/worth. Michael and I have known each other for almost a quarter of a century now. We met way back in 1999 when I was still in college. Michael had just started in financial services at Guardian Life. We had this relentless curiosity about personal finance, and we studied it together at this small dining room table in this townhome that I had as my college place, right? That curiosity was and still is one of our key advantages. In the quest to discover the rules of money used by the wealthy, we flew all over the country every single month for 26 straight months, attending symposiums, masterminds, and other events. We were able to interview the best minds in finance, and we sat in on these really high-level meetings. This education was instrumental in helping us to see through the myriad of myths and misinformation that confiscate wealth through confusion and risk. The success of What Would the Rockefellers Do has been beyond our expectations and an exciting journey to share with our listeners. And since we wrote the first version, I got to tell you, my life has drastically changed. After creating a family mission statement, we've established our family rules, we've designed a family crest, we've done years of regular family meetings and hosted family retreats. I got to tell you, my family is living our legacy. Now, it's often progress over perfection, but the process has been deeply rewarding. There's more work for me to do with my family, but it's different work. My sons require support in choosing their careers. I have so much more to teach them about money. I want to encourage them to pursue lifelong learning and to live on purpose. However, that foundational information discussed throughout this book has been instrumental in establishing a context for their generational wealth moving forward. My eldest son, Breck, well, he currently travels with me to speaking engagements. I pay him to support me with setting up book signing, handling the details for the trip, filming me while I'm speaking, editing my speaking footage, and a lot more. He also gets a new form of education that school can't provide. By listening to my speeches and engaging in conversations with people at the events, Breck naturally learns valuable life lessons without being in the classroom. I love being able to have this time with him. Another way I'm living my legacy is by creating a life I don't want to retire from. I sold my business, embraced a new phase of my life, and now spend my time doing the things that are aligned with my sole purpose. I challenge myself in the most rewarding ways, including doing comedy, which has been a lifelong dream. I filmed a comedy special and have done 2 comedy tours. I even wrote a children's book about money with my co-author, Julia Cook. Sole purpose, that's the key. What is it? It's your unique set of talents, abilities, and passions applied productively and effectively, making an impact on the world and bringing the highest levels of joy and fulfillment for you and those you create value for. Soul purpose is who you are when you're at your best. When your work is in alignment with your soul purpose, you feel more alive, your energy increases, and you become more optimistic, and there's an excitement for the future. If you want a lot more details on soul purpose and how it applies to wealth creation, see my book, Killing Sacred Cows 2.0. My youngest son, Roman, has opened for me doing stand-up multiple times, including the night we filmed the special, and he was only like 13 years old. So my kids have watched me follow my dreams and even struggle to do new things. They've been paid to help me rehearse comedy and my theatrical keynote I developed based upon my most recent book, Money Unmasked. One of our greatest accomplishments as a family was in 2017, when we spent the summer in Italy. That summer forever changed our family for the better. This is all part of living my legacy. And I share it with you not to brag, but because I want to inspire you to live your own version of legacy. That's why I'm also sharing the resources that allowed for all of these things to be possible. To help you implement and personalize what you'll learn in this book, we're giving you the Legacy Toolkit course, which includes a workbook and videos. You can download this toolkit for free at rockefellersbook.com/legacy. You can also share any of those downloads with the people you love as a gift to support your legacy. I got to tell you, this is not a hack. I mean, society today loves hacks and shortcuts to a better life. The world of personal finance, it's no different. Product salespeople focus on one product or strategy and tout it as the end-all, be-all financial product. We want to stress up front that the products and strategies we discuss in the book are not hacks. They won't help you get rich quickly. They won't solve all your financial problems. They're not the only things for you to consider, but rather pieces of a more holistic puzzle. What we present to you here is not a wealth hack. Rather, it's a comprehensive philosophy based upon financial principles that have been proven to stand the test of time. It is a production-expanding mindset. It's a holistic, intelligent, coordinated system for maximizing your wealth, not only while you're alive, but also long after you've passed. Those who create wealth and keep it demonstrate over and over again that there are no hacks that build lasting wealth. Creating, growing, protecting, and perpetuating wealth is a conscious, deliberate process. It takes vision, perseverance, the right tools and strategies, and a comprehensive team. It requires having a comprehensive plan and executing it diligently. This book is about what to leave behind and how to leave it behind. But most importantly, it's about what you can do today to change your family's financial future and destiny. Our sincere hope is that this book inspires you to consciously build and live your legacy. We want to teach you how to pass down generational wealth in a way that brings out the best, not the worst, in your heirs. This is possible when you do what the Rockefellers do. Chapter 1, A Tale of Two Fortunes. Only the man who does not need it is fit to inherit wealth. The man who would make his own fortune no matter where he started. If an heir is equal to his money, it serves him. If not, it destroys him. But you look on and cry that money corrupted him? Did it? Or did he corrupt his money? Ayn Rand, Atlas Shrugged. Imagine, if you will, one of your great-grandchildren presiding over a family fortune. I use the word fortune because that's subjective. What does fortune mean to you? And imagine her benefiting from it in various ways. Supplementing education, part of a down payment on her first home, acquiring a business, navigating financial disasters like illness, medical bills, or disability, or just getting a preferred rate of interest on a loan from the trust. Now imagine that every time she does this, she toasts your memory and the legacy you built for your family. She toasts you because it was you who initiated it all. You were the catalyst. You took a new step, guided your family in a new direction, and made a profound choice to break the chains of generational financial bondage. See, you acted consciously, deliberately, and wisely to build wealth. But more than that, you left behind a set of values, rules, and guidelines to shepherd that wealth for generations. And providing for your heirs didn't require you to take massive risks or understand complicated concepts or even sacrifice your life. You didn't work hard. but with the wrong philosophy. Because in that case, it just ends up creating spoiled kids and unproductive wealth that's lost. You didn't destroy your legacy and force your descendants to start over again and again. Instead, you learned and did what the wealthy do. It shouldn't come as a surprise that the wealthy do the opposite of what most people do when it comes to growing, protecting, and perpetuating wealth. After all, there's a reason why they've achieved the results they have. When people come into money for the first time, they often think what they could buy. Families that have lasted for generations say, how can we invest? It's a completely different framework and context. Many people work hard to become wealthy, but they never quite make it. What limits their wealth isn't a lack of effort, but rather a lack of financial education, improper models. Now that you've found this book, you have a different choice. This is a pivotal moment for you, for your finances, and especially for the people that you love most. You can do more than just leave your kids better off than you were. You can spark a financial legacy of wealth, contribution, and empowerment that can last for generations. You can create a family fortune that lives on in perpetuity. And you can do it without creating trust fund babies. You know, the ones who know how to spend money and little else. Instead, your wealth can be used to empower future generations. It can act as a launch pad for all of their endeavors, whether professional, academic, charitable, or entrepreneurial. Some of the methods in this book, well, they can be pretty easy, like the basic structure in implementing financial instruments. Others require a little bit more time, attention, and intention. Legacy requires careful planning, but it has been and it can be done. The Vanderbilts versus the Rockefellers. For real-world examples, we need only look to America's past. In the 19th and 20th centuries, two of America's wealthiest businessmen, they amassed incredible fortunes that each towered over the fortunes of Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, and Mark Zuckerberg. Their names were Cornelius Vanderbilt and John D. Rockefeller. The stories of what happened to their fortunes reveal many lessons for anyone planning to leave wealth for the next generation. The fortune of Cornelius Vanderbilt. Cornelius Vanderbilt made his fortune in the transportation business, starting by ferrying goods and passengers around the New York harbor in the late 1820s. Soon, his business expanded to shipping goods from the West Coast to the East Coast, using Nicaragua as a passageway. Eventually, he switched from ships to trains, where he made his largest fortune yet in the railroad business. At his death in 1877, Vanderbilt's fortune was estimated to top $100 million, which was more than the U.S. Treasury held at that time. In today's dollars, that's more than $250 billion with a B. Kind of gangster when you have more money than the U.S. Treasury, right? But even as the richest man in America, Vanderbilt lived a relatively modest life. He gave some money to charity. He donated $1 million to help start Vanderbilt University. He also donated to churches. But 95% of his fortune was passed on to his son, William Henry Vanderbilt, leaving his wife and other children to split the rest. 95%. He must have liked his son, right? 5% was still a decent amount for the rest of the family. Now, William Henry Vanderbilt did really well, doubling the family fortune before his death 9 years after the passing of his father. But that was the last time the Vanderbilt family fortune would grow. The Vanderbilt heirs became known as wealthy socialites, with a penchant for lavish spending. There were 10 mansions built in Manhattan alone, including the largest private residence ever built there. Plus, they built several more around the country. Many of these homes seem more like palaces, such as the Breakers in Newport, Rhode Island, which still stands today, but not owned by the Vanderbilts. With no new money coming in, the fortune couldn't survive the spendthrift Vanderbilt heirs. By 1947, all 10 Vanderbilt mansions in Manhattan had been torn down. It's said that Cornelius Vanderbilt's last words were, "Keep the money together." But the Vanderbilt heirs failed fabulously. Their family fortune was squandered in just a handful of generations. A direct descendant of Cornelius died broke just 48 years after he did. The fortune of John D. Rockefeller. John D. Rockefeller made his fortune selling oil and kerosene. He started Standard Oil of Ohio in 1870. By the end of the decade, his business was refining more than 90% of the oil in the United States. Rockefeller's objective was to deliver the best oil at the cheapest price. He once wrote to a partner, "We must ever remember we're refining oil for the poor man, and he must have it cheap and good." Rockefeller succeeded spectacularly, pushing the price of oil down from 58 cents to 8 cents a gallon. The result? Rockefeller became the richest man in American history. The New York Times wrote in Rockefeller's 1937 obituary that he had amassed more than $1.5 billion. Estimates of his wealth vary between $300 and $400 billion in today's dollars. Rockefeller was a prolific philanthropist, donating more than $530 million of his fortune to charity during his lifetime. He also left $460 million to his son, John D. Rockefeller Jr., otherwise known as Jr. in 1917. Now, unlike the Vanderbilts, Jr. kept the family money together by creating trusts for each of his 6 children. The bulk of the family fortune was put into these trusts, which provided Jr.'s kids with the interest income, and they were managed by a group of financial professionals referred to as the family office. 6 generations later, 6, a family office still manages the Rockefeller fortune, which is estimated to be more than $10 billion. An estimated 200 Rockefellers currently receive interest income from the family trusts. The family is also said to donate as much as $50 million per year to charity, carrying on the senior Rockefellers' tradition of philanthropy. Choosing the Rockefeller method. So why did the Rockefellers keep their family fortune while the Vanderbilt family lost nearly everything? Well, the answer, ironically, is that the Rockefellers heeded the very last words of Cornelius Vanderbilt. They did keep the money together, using trusts as a legal tool to protect their fortune from taxes, lawsuits, and spendthrift heirs as much as possible. The Rockefellers hosted family retreats, invested in their heirs, and they actually had that financial team, also known as the family office. This wise financial planning has empowered 6 generations and counting of Rockefellers. Many Rockefellers have found success in business and politics, with 3 governors, a senator, and a U.S. vice president among John D. Rockefeller's descendants. Conversely, the last well-known Vanderbilt descendant is the television host Anderson Cooper, who had defied his way into the industry, even forging press credentials to get a chance to report the news. The Vanderbilt fortune was definitely not there to help him. The lesson's clear. If you want to empower your children, grandchildren, and even your great-grandchildren and beyond, don't just leave money for them to spend as they please. Keep the money together. Design trusts that direct how money can and cannot be spent. And pass your values and vision on to the next generation so they don't stop with you. The Rockefeller method isn't just for the Rockefellers. Michael and I have changed our family's financial destiny by using this method and the financial strategy at its core. And we've devoted our lives to helping other families do the same. Chapter 2. How we discover the Rockefeller method. Neither Michael nor I were born into wealth. In fact, it was just the opposite. Our upbringings gave us both the ambition and drive to learn and do what the wealthy know and do. Each of us has taken a journey to discover the principles, tools, and strategies of the Rockefeller method. You have your own story, too. We hope our stories inspire you to continue your efforts to build, grow, and preserve generational wealth and create a new story and a new destiny for your family. I'm a coal miner's son. Both my grandfathers were coal miners. Hell, even my great-grandfather, Biagio Quinto, was a coal miner. Yet I've never stepped foot in a coal mine. My parents imagined something different for me, something better for me. They wanted to create for me a life without undue physical stress and danger. I mean, one with more purpose, upside, and fulfillment than they had experienced. I'm fortunate enough to go bow hunting with my dad every year. During the downtime, I've started documenting his story. I want to know more about his childhood and his early life. One thing I've learned is that he had a regret that he didn't put more effort into school. But instead of being a victim or complaining, he got a college degree while working full-time in the coal mine, choosing action over regret. My dad led by example. Certainly a team effort. While he studied, my mom was working full-time. She cooked, she cleaned, she made sure we played an instrument, made sure we got our homework done. She enforced boundaries and standards and really encouraged me and my siblings to participate in sports, to get good grades, and sample all that life had to offer. That is my parents' legacy. I'm grateful that my ancestors had the foresight and courage to provide a better life for their descendants. It wasn't easy. It was a tough road. Began in 1913 with this difficult but transformational choice. My great-grandfather Biagio, well, he was unable to make a living in the hometown of San Giovanni in Fiore, Italy. So he made this courageous and risky choice to leave for America. You can imagine, he left his pregnant wife, and he made this long, arduous journey that eventually terminated in East Carbon, Utah. That's where he found a job as a goat herd and then later a coal miner. He spent 7 long years there, separated from his wife and family, living in a tent. My wife went to India for 40 days. I had a phone that I could talk to her on every day, and it was so difficult. I missed her so much. 7 years he did. Now you can imagine, that kind of journey and sacrifice, it creates a folklore that gets passed down, and it was passed down through our family. Some of it was inspiring, but a lot of it was debilitating. We heard these stories of hardship and fear and worry. My great-grandfather did all he could to avoid poverty, only to get stuck in a cycle of scarcity. But his journey was a bold, critical move that would alter the destinies of generations. His son James, my grandfather, built on Biagio's legacy and took even more steps in the right direction. He too was a coal miner, but he also had these 2 side businesses, repairing televisions and playing accordion in a band. Pretty Italian playing the accordion, right? As a kid, I often just tagged along as he drove in his red repair van filled with tools and gadgets, and I'd sat and watch him work in his shop. Everyone in our small community, they knew and respected him. They gave him awards, and I just grew to admire him more and more. Some of those awards weren't just trophies, they're like homemade tortillas. It was really cool to witness as a young kid. See, my grandfather, he's my hero. He was the patriarch who held our family together. He always found and made time for our family. He's at every ball game, birthday party, any holiday. His time, attention, and example were also key to freeing our family from the shackles of generational scarcity. Again, it wasn't easy. It required facing decades of fear and choosing a new path. Imagine if he had all of that and the power of the Rockefeller method early on. That's why I'm inspired to share all this with you. See, my grandfather was my first client. When I started out in financial services at 19 years old, my family, being the nice, supportive people they are, they agreed to let me help them out. I managed some of their money, and when I say manage their money, I put it in mutual funds. And as the market rose in 98, 99, their finances grew, and so did this reputation of a little financial Einstein. For those of you that used to watch that Doogie Howser show, this little Doogie Howser of finance. For those that don't know what that reference is, it's fine. I'm old, I guess, is what that says. Now, that was their initial view. But then the market started to decline in the year 2000. I realized I had been riding a wave. Or as Warren Buffett says, you only find out who's swimming naked when the tide rolls out. Yeah, I was definitely swimming naked. This was one of the most pivotal times of my life. Instead of telling people they were in it for the long haul or the market's on sale, I chose a different path. I faced each of my clients and got them completely out of the declining market between March and May of 2000. This saved them hundreds of thousands of dollars. It would have been millions if I had been managing my money, but I was in my early 20s and fortunately had just started. I also admitted to them that I didn't really know what I was doing. My training at the time was mainly in sales and products, not in markets and strategies. I came clean with each client about my limited training. Look, this was difficult for me. I have plenty of ego. I wanted to be seen as a genius and someone with all the answers. But I had fallen prey to the faulty philosophies perpetuated onto the middle class. The myths that increase risk and they limit cash flow. The ones that lack accountability and they rarely consider legacy. You know, those things like high risk equals high return. What drunken Wall Street idiot came up with that idea? Risk means chance of losing. How does increasing your chance of losing help you win? Or diversify and dollar cost average. Who's here because they want to be average? Most of the time we don't diversify, we diversify. We get into worse things because there's too much and it's spread thin. Or we diversify. We divorce ourselves from the outcomes. Or they wanted me to say things like, you're in it for the long haul. Who the hell wants to be in it for the long haul? That sounds like the worst CrossFit workout ever. When does it end? Or avoid debt like the plague. These commonplace ideas are rarely, if ever, practiced by the wealthy. I discuss the money myths in detail in my book, Killing Sacred Cows 2.0. I'm always mentioned in my other books. I love it. What can I say? Thankfully, I did the hard thing and I kept my clients' trust as I saved them money. I let them know I didn't know what I was doing, right? I told them to find another advisor or wait until I figured out what to do, which thankfully I did. I immersed myself in financial education for years. Among other things, I discovered the origins of the Rockefeller method. During this time, my grandfather's sister, my great aunt, well, she got really sick and entered the hospital. This concerned my grandfather and his other sister in part because my great aunt, who had never been married, stored all the family money in one account in her name. So 2/3 of it was really my grandfather and his other sister's money, but all in my Aunt Mary's name. So when my Aunt Mary went to the hospital, my grandfather and my other great aunt sat me down and said, Garrett, we really need your help. See, it wasn't just about them being nice anymore. They desperately wanted to figure out how to secure their money, because if my great aunt had to go into nursing care or something, it could just get lost to medical care costs. So I came up with a strategy for them to take care of their sister without having the money that was meant for all three of them evaporate in a year or two. This left a deep impression on my grandfather, who rarely spent money on anything other than his grandkids. There was an unlimited checkbook for the grandkids, otherwise that man was so frugal. Well, I mean, some might call it cheap. I like to call it frugal because I love him. And if my grandfather was frugal, my great aunt was a miser. She was Ebenezer, right? She hoarded money in Folgers coffee cans, which she put in the cellar. It's rumored that she applied for welfare even though she had over $500,000 in her savings account. I mean, my family never really talked about money, wealth, or value creation. Their fear and lack of understanding governed their thoughts and actions around money. They weren't taught to be stewards of their money, and therefore all they knew to do was hoard it. I mean, it felt really good helping my family out, and my family was pretty impressed with me. But a different reality set in when my grandfather sat me down and asked, hey, when you graduate, are you going to get a real job? Even after I helped him with this great financial strategy, my grandfather didn't believe being in business for oneself was a real job because it's what his father had taught him. For my family, it wasn't stable or secure enough. It seemed like a risk and was unfamiliar territory. The trip from Italy to the United States left scars and created generational baggage. My grandfather and father both belonged to unions that went on strike. I remember my parents eating saltine crackers for weeks at a time because they didn't have money for food while the mining union was on strike. And yet to them, being an entrepreneur seemed risky. During my senior year of college, I got more and more sad and frustrated. I couldn't really see a clear vision for my future. Didn't want to disappoint my grandpa or my family. I mean, I had job offers from Arthur Andersen, if you remember them. Yeah, they kind of went under with this little Enron scandal, but at the time in '99, they were a big five accounting firm. Merrill Lynch, another big name firm that had major problems, or American Investment Bank, which they ended up going out of business, and Strong Investments, which at the time was the number 2 mutual fund family in the world. I was getting these offers from them, but because of the doubt that had permeated my family for generations, I was constantly questioning whether or not I should continue with my business that was already profitable or just take one of these jobs and sacrifice. Even though I was already making money in the financial services field, I almost decided to work for Strong Investments in Milwaukee. Now, my girlfriend at the time, who's now my wife, my favorite person in the world, by the way, this is how she advised me. I don't know if I want to go to Milwaukee, but you should follow your dreams. Oh, the problem was I couldn't tell if that's what I was doing. Even in school, almost nobody was encouraging me to stay in business except for one professor, the dean of the business school, Carl Templin. In a meeting, Dean Templin said to me, look, man, you're already making more than all your professors and you love what you do. Why would you take advice from them about your career? They're here to educate you in other areas. You just keep doing what you're doing. So I chose to stay in business, even though it wasn't a quote unquote real job according to my family at the time. As it turned out, by helping another one of my professors who managed a bunch of money in a municipal bond fund before becoming a professor as a way to kind of pay it forward, I ended up making a commission on something I was helping him with that paid more than any of those salaries, for the whole year those salaries, from one single case. So I went and I showed my grandfather my bank account to let him know everything was going to be okay. I told him about all the ways I was helping other clients. And you know what? Then my grandpa started telling everyone about my new career. He would constantly put his hand on my shoulder and look me in the eyes, and I remember his eyes swelling up with tears and tell me how proud he was of me. He realized that I was doing what I loved to do, and I was changing the future and financial destiny of our family. He realized I was creating and living a legacy. The strategy I ended up teaching my grandfather and his sister was the first piece of what became the Rockefeller method. This knowledge can give you the chance to change your family's financial future so that next generation isn't born into financial bondage. I mean, how often do people amass wealth and it just goes away? They don't talk about the money with their family. There is no infrastructure or support. That's the opposite. There's so many people that are afraid of these conversations or think that the money's going to spoil the kids or that if they talk about it, it makes them somehow too vain or only loving money and they shouldn't love money. Well, look, we have a lot of stories that kind of hold us back. And if that just gets blown because it goes to taxes or it just goes to these heirs that don't know it was coming and they might just blow it because they're not prepared. That's why this book is so important. That's why I love sharing the story to help you kind of unveil what might be true for you and have the structures and modes that help support sustainable wealth. See, I started the initial phase of this strategy by moving money away from the bank and mutual funds to a foolproof, never-fail strategy using trust and properly structured, optimally funded whole life insurance. That's where I would store and protect wealth. It has since evolved into something I use to perpetuate my legacy, increase my cash flow, and capitalize on other opportunities when they arise, but that's where it began. See, this methodology allowed my grandparents to leave an extra $250,000 to their heirs, tax-free, while enjoying a fuller life in their last 10 years. Now, $250,000 a sum, that might not seem like much money, but they lived in a community where the houses today sell for $20,000 to $40,000. So it was nothing short of life-changing for them. As a matter of fact, of the inheritance, both my mom and her sister were able to pay for all of the co-payments and costs of percentage when they had kidney failure and had kidney transplants. So it literally was life-changing. Now, because of this knowledge and what I'm sharing with you, our family can advance instead of having to start over every time someone from the previous generation passes away. And it's not just about the money that's left behind. It's the knowledge. And so when you go to rockefellersbook.com/legacy, you're going to see the entire framework. And we're going to cover that here shortly. But it's going to support you in identifying how you can perpetuate wealth and enjoy life along the way. So now I can take what my grandfather wished he could have given me and give that opportunity for future generations, not just for my family, but for yours. What is human life value? Life insurance companies determine the amount they'll insure you for based upon what they call human life value. Human life value represents your economic value to the world. Think about how much money you make on an annual basis today and about the services you offer to your clients and the people around you. If you were to die tomorrow, how much value would be taken from the world versus what would remain if you were to live and work for another 30 years? That's your human life value. As we'll discuss more throughout this book, human life value is the source and creator of all property value. People are the true assets. Material things are not. The formula is simple. If we want to create more property value in our lives, we must first seek to increase our human life value.
Hi, my name is Michael Isom, and I'm going to share with you my story. To give you an idea of how poor we were when I was growing up, I paid my mom rent through my senior year of high school just to help out. I fell in love with motorcycles in the 7th grade when I took my first job cleaning them and sweeping floors at Cycletown Yamaha. My wage started at $2.25 an hour. Each year they paid me more, so by the time I was a senior in high school, I was earning $2,000 per month. That's how I paid for motorcycles, clothes, and dating girls. When I began attending college in 1993, I started selling cell phones. In my first 30 days, I made $20,000. That's 10 times what I'd been earning at the shop. I'd never made $20,000 in a year, let alone in 30 days. In college, I met my beautiful wife, Wendy. We soon had 2 kids, Kennedy and Caden. I felt like I was living the American dream, making money and investing. I found out I was good at it, so I became a financial strategist and formed a company with 3 other partners, Ray Hooper, Les McGuire, and yes, Garrett Gunderson, to help others be successful with their money. One day, Les came to me and he said, "Hey, I have this real estate deal going on with Investor Guy. Maybe you want to get in on it." I checked it out. It looked good. I trusted Les. So I started with a shoe-in investment of $50,000. Investor Guy started paying me 5% a month. Wow. Every month I received a check for $2,500. I dropped another $250,000 into the fund, and bigger checks kept coming. So I gave him another $500,000. I thought, I bet my client Joe would like to get in on this too. Charles, Kate, the next thing I knew, I had $4.8 million of my money and over $10 million of my client's money in Investor Guy's deal, and it was paying all of us 5% every month until August of 2007, that is, when the checks didn't arrive. Huh, that's not good, I thought to myself. September, no checks. Investor Guy had stopped taking my calls, and I was starting to get a really bad feeling. Over the next 4 months, I took money out of my own pocket to cover interest payouts to my clients because I didn't want to leave them hanging. Then I received a phone call. Hi, this is Special Agent Mark Jones from the FBI. I want to talk to you about your business activities with Investor Guy. The next thing I knew, I was signing a deal with the feds. But it was too late. The money was all gone. $4.8 million in my family's life savings and over $10 million in my client's money had vanished. I couldn't keep the company together. I was under constant, terrifying stress while being interviewed by the FBI and having them comb through my financial records. I started drinking. Not just occasionally. I was drinking myself silly every night. I soon added anxiety meds and narcotics to mask the pain. I became a complete asshole to everyone around me. The stress was so unbearable that I started breaking out in hives all over my body. One morning, 6 a.m., I heard a knock on the front door. It was my wife Wendy's family. We're here for Wendy and the kids. They're moving out. I was in a state of shock, but I couldn't blame them. I wasn't healthy to be around. 12 hours later, I was alone on the bathroom floor, hyperventilating, holding a 9mm Ruger P89 pistol with a bullet in the chamber. I pressed the gun against the roof of my mouth. My hand was shaking. In my mind, I screamed to God, ready to end it all. Suddenly, I felt a rush come over my body like I'd never felt before. I knew I wanted to live. I put the gun down and I made a promise to God and myself that I would extract the lessons from this, apply them in my life, and share them with as many people as I possibly could. And that is exactly what I have been doing since the fall of 2010. I sobered up. I called Garrett. We sat down and talked. He advised me, you can choose, Michael, to leverage your past experiences moving forward. Choose to produce your way out of this. It was from these devastating life lessons that the brand and core message of my current company was born, Vault AIS, standing for number one asset, number one investment, and number one strategy. When I lost our family's entire life savings, I felt worthless. I had tied my self-worth to my financial balance sheet. I stopped believing in myself. I stopped growing as a result. Garrett reminded me of my human life value balance sheet. Just like a financial balance sheet, that balance sheet also has assets and liabilities. Assets include our experiences, education, integrity, morals, values, and relationships, etc. Liabilities include things like limiting beliefs, bad habits, ignorance, poor character, etc. I share this because no matter where you start or the mistakes you have made, you deserve to build and leave a legacy, a life that you truly love. As we will discuss more throughout this book, human life value is the source and the creator of all property value. People are the true assets. Material things are not. The formula is simple. If you want to create more property value in your lives, we must first seek to increase our human life value. I'm happy to report that in partnering with Garrett in 2011, I earned back all the cash that I lost by mid-2018. And not only the cash, I had my life back, my courage and my confidence. Line items in the asset column of my human life value balance sheet returned. Self-care was a big part of that. Creating value for others by sharing the life-saving messages in the book is another. When I lost all that cash with Investor Guy, I'd forgotten that my number one investment is myself. All the cash any of us has or ever earned has come from our ability to produce. I gained that clarity and focused on improving my human life value balance sheet, and the dollars followed. I also moved back in with my family. Wendy and I recently celebrated our 30th wedding anniversary. Our daughter Kennedy is married to her sweetheart Corbin, and they have a beautiful son, Weston, our grandson. Our son Caden completed a 2-year internship in Southern California and is now helping me with his talents in the areas of video, tech, and AI. Caden and I also share a passion for riding dirt bikes in the deserts here in southern Utah. Wendy and I now strive to be clear on and deliberate about the morals and values we want to pass on to our children and how to do so using a family legacy trust. And yes, that also includes our grandson, Weston. It's deeply fulfilling for us to have our financial life structured in this way. Legacy planning, like the wealthy do, gives us more purpose behind everything that we do. I wake up empowered to create and exchange with others. I love learning the most efficient and productive ways to leverage these financial tools. What I share with you in this book, I learned the hard way. I hope you learn from my example and my education how to avoid my mistakes and live as the wealthy do. For our families, we implement the Rockefeller method and to do everything we can to avoid the Vanderbilt way. Which path do you choose, and how will that choice influence your posterity?
Chapter 3: The Family Legacy Rings and the Rockefeller Method. Rockefeller-style planning works regardless of whether you leave $1 million or $100 million behind. If you plan the right way, you can make your financial legacy last into perpetuity. You can pass on more than wealth to the next generation. You can leave them with values, opportunities, and empowerment. The Rockefeller Method is at the center of what we call the family legacy rings, which are: number 1, a family office; number 2, family retreat; and number 3, family constitution. Go to rockefellersbook.com/illustrations if you want to see some of the models that I'm explaining here in the audiobook. The family office. Steve Jobs, IBM, and many iconic companies attribute their exponential growth and success in business to A-teamers. In finance, the secret sauce is the same. The Rockefellers knew it, 6 generations strong. But the Vanderbilt family didn't. 3 generations, money gone. Protecting and perpetuating your wealth requires an integrated A-team. The Rockefellers had an office of financial professionals, attorneys, accountants, investment advisors, risk managers, working solely for their family. Now, that would probably require like $300 million or more in net worth to justify such a dedicated team. Thankfully, you can use a fractional or virtual family office. This is a financial team that coordinates, communicates, and provides comprehensive financial services for your family, but also for others as well. It's critical that every member of your family office shares the same philosophy and works on your behalf. This is in contrast with the way most people operate their finances, with each advisor working in a silo. Managing your finances in silos creates risk, leaks money, and perpetuates a lack of coordination and potentially even conflict. The family retreat. Building intimate, trusting relationships within your family requires intention, structure, conversation, and living by example. Having regular meetings with agendas, identifying family rules, and creating a structure and rituals are all essential to the perpetuation of non-monetary aspects of legacy. Recurring meetings and retreats will allow for a transfer of philosophy and further creation of family traditions, rituals, and insights, so these critical factors can truly come to live in the hearts and minds of your heirs, rather than only on some legal document or solely in your mind. The meetings, rituals, and traditions create space and time for development, buy-in, people support that which they help to build, and refinement of what your family stands for. In today's world, there are many blended families. Your kids may be grown and out of the house already. Whatever your situation may be, the key is progress over perfection. Rather than host multiple day events or try to outline your mission and traditions or create family crests, start small and simple. Find a fun reason to bring people together in a way that you can all enjoy. Then you can add an hour or 2 of conversation by asking questions. Look, my family, we decided to take a trip, and then we had this 3.5-hour drive. So I wrote on all these 3x5 cards with my sister Trisha, questions we could ask my parents and my other sister. So during that drive time, we had fun questions like, I remember, what are your pet peeves? And my dad's like, I don't think I have any. And after that 3.5 hours, we found I had like 30. I'm like, pet peeve, not peeves. We'll change that, right? But then there are questions about how we could handle difficult situations in the family or concerns that we have for each other. Like for me as a parent, that what did my parents think I might be able to do better? So we just did the 3x5 card exercise and it made a big difference. All right, let's go to the family constitution. The U.S. Constitution is the oldest active codified constitution in the world. Its 4,543 words have played a crucial role in limiting government and creating freedom. Your carefully crafted family constitution, which is a preamble to your trust, goes before all the legalese and, the stuff that's really important to make sure that you keep your assets private and protected. But this is designed to give information for your heirs and the people that would be looking at this trust that aren't attorneys. See, the purpose of the U.S. Constitution was to protect, not grant, the natural rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. A family constitution can protect equal rights, not provide equal things. Through proper incentive-based planning, a board of trustees, and an articulated philosophy, your heirs can benefit when they are wise stewards of the resources that are provided. But they aren't entitled to anything if they choose to do nothing. I wish I would have had the course that we're gifting you as part of this book, the Legacy Toolkit. When I was writing my family constitution, I kind of had to figure it out and fumble through it. But now these questions, looking at these 5 key areas, finance, purpose, mindset, health, and then social well-being and enjoyment, like when you go through those, then you can start to establish what's most important in your family. What are the conversations you want to have? What are the stories you want to share from generation to generation? What are the signposts or guardrails that can keep people from going nuts if they get a bunch of money? And maybe they don't get any money, just opportunity. We'll talk more about that as we go through the book. The Rockefeller method. How can you best mitigate risk and transfer wealth? What if you left a heritage, not just an inheritance? My friend Scott Donnell with Gravy Stack said that once at a speech. I was like, ooh, heritage, not just an inheritance. I believe that the family legacy rings, with the Rockefeller method at the center of where wealth is centralized and directed by a carefully planned trust, is the best way to perpetuate, preserve, and protect wealth. The Rockefeller method is a specific trust that owns your specifically designed, optimally funded life insurance contract on you and your family members. It includes asset protection and uses trust to enact your plan to empower your heirs for generations. So if you have a trust, you can keep your assets private. Avoid probate, where the courts would actually be taking your information, deciding what to do with your assets, and that is all public knowledge, so a trust would help you avoid that. It can help you minimize tax, and even have provisions to keep the money together, as the Vanderbilts said they want to do but didn't do, but more importantly, keep the family together. Without a trust, or even with a boilerplate trust, you can count on the default outcome of divide, distribute, and destroy, just like the Vanderbilts. If your assets go through probate, the court, they're going to make the choice, not you. And it will be public knowledge. All that you have or do not have will be on display. With a trust, you can own nothing and control everything, a core mantra of the Rockefeller family. You can make it so that your heirs don't have to start over at zero with every generation, but instead can leverage your legacy to support their passion and purpose and live lives they love. For example, let's say your descendants have a business idea. You may want to empower them to start a business with the family trust rather than leaving them to try and make it happen while working jobs. You may want to help your kids pay for their education so they aren't shackled with debt. You may want to empower them to make bigger impact on the lives of others by encouraging them to make choices aligned with their purpose and with value creation in mind. I want my trust to be a magnifying glass for good. If my heirs aren't doing healthy, productive things, they won't get access to the trust. But if they're producing value, they're going to be empowered. For example, I remember, this is probably, my kids are a little too young for this, but I had this deal that if they would read and write book reports, they would get paid. So I told them I'd pay them $10,000 to read and write a report on Atlas Shrugged. Yeah, that's a pretty big book. And I thought, well, what if I just update the books and book list over time and maybe not have such a huge amount of money? But when they're like, I want to work and I want to make money, this is one of the ideas. Actually, I'm going to even take a note on that. As I'm saying this right now, it's even a better idea today at 16 and 18 years old that they could actually be learning and being paid for that learning. And then what could I do to help them apply that learning and so bridge that gap? But these are the types of things that you could put inside of your trust. So I have other deals that encourage them to find and live their soul purpose. I even created this worksheet that I'm happy to let you use to personalize the teachings in your trust and family constitution. Again, you'll find the worksheet in the Legacy Toolkit, which you can download at rockefellersbook.com/legacy. So instead of dropping money into their laps that could spoil them, leading to some life of unhappiness, I think some of the most unhappy people that I've ever met are people that are trust fund babies with no purpose. Plenty of money and no purpose actually equals misery. Now, no money and no purpose is even more miserable, but a lot of times this entitlement, it spoils the soul. So my objective is to support my heirs in finding their purpose, create a vision, and becoming the best value creators that they were born to be. I want to avoid creating a trust fund baby and instead help to create producers in society. They're not going to be able to live lives of entitlement, but if they're good stewards, they'll live privileged lives. In the Rockefeller method, use the trust to protect and perpetuate your wealth and utilize optimally funded whole life to fund the trust from generation to generation. So I have policies on myself, my wife, my kids, right? It's a way to store your money without having to worry about market loss. It's a banking alternative that gives you stability, security, and liquidity. The financial structure is supported by a legacy structure of values and vision. The financial strategy and the centerpiece that protects your economic value, today and in the future, is a properly structured, optimally funded whole life insurance policy with a participating mutual company. That's a mouthful, right? Properly structured, optimally funded. In the first version of the book, I was calling it cash flow insurance. So I just want to be really direct and clear. This is what I mean by properly structured. You have economic replacement. If something happens to you, it's a self-completing plan where you're replacing your income into the trust so your family's okay. Optimally funded. I want more cash and less commission. And by optimally funding it, you're going to hit break even sooner and have better returns long term and have that death benefit grow. Participating mutual company. I don't want a stock company where they're splitting dividends with stockholders and policyholders. I want a mutual company which is privately held and the policyholders are the owners, so all the dividends get paid to you. They're whole life certified experts that know the core of this methodology, and they've used it to power the Rockefeller method. WholeLifeCertified.com is where you can find one for you. Now, properly structured, optimally funded whole life insurance is the strategy for maximizing the tool of life insurance. It doesn't work because of the product. It works because of the strategy of looking cohesively and comprehensively at how things work together. Your overall financial blueprint is the key to guiding your financial choices. Insurance is only one piece of the puzzle, albeit an important one. But what does legacy mean to you? Legacy is the total impact of the thoughts, ideas, values, signposts, examples, and influence we leave to those we love. Legacy includes not just the money we leave, but more importantly, the lessons and instructions that come with that money. Legacy is our values, our actions, and our love passed down through generations. No matter your profession or the current state of your finances, you can create a legacy. That is why I wrote the book, because you're valuable. You and your family are worth it. You're not your bank account. You're not your circumstances or your mistakes. You're lovable. You're loved. My parents gave me everything they could by instilling great values in me. A strong work ethic, resilience, and most of all, love. Maybe you didn't receive the unconditional love, encouragement, and unwavering support my parents gave me, but you hold the pen. What will you write in the next chapter of your life? Will you overcome your doubts? Will you take responsibility for your next actions? Will you speak wealth into existence and expand it through new awareness and action? It's your turn. It's no accident that you're reading this. It's your time. Chapter 4, the heart of the Rockefeller method. I don't know if you like looking at the Forbes list. A lot of people do. I used to be a paid contributor for Forbes. I always like to see the wealthiest families. You'll notice that the Rockefellers are still on that list. The Vanderbilts, however, they're not. Why? Because the Rockefellers had a method for perpetuating and preserving wealth rather than just having each generation start over again. Like the Vanderbilts lost sight of value creation. They became about spending money. They didn't focus on cash flow. Where the Rockefellers kept their wealth centralized, which that allowed their family to become stronger. Since they have a family trust, they don't have to beg banks for money. They can loan money to their heirs. They can earn interest for the trust rather than paying it to financial institutions. When most people die, their money just gets distributed and spent. Therefore, their wealth and legacy, well, gets destroyed. But with the Rockefeller method, you can preserve your legacy and actually live prosperously along the way. The Rockefeller method's not about controlling everything from the grave. That sounds like ridiculous, right? That sounds like it's scary, like controlling from the grave, but I've heard that phraseology quite often from attorneys. Where's the freedom in that? But the Rockefeller method is about giving successive generations parameters whereby they can tap into a family trust that operates as an alternative to banks. Even better, they can have access to a board that holds some of the knowledge that you would have bestowed on that generation were you still alive. You can set up a trust that allows your heirs to invest in education and expand their ability to earn a living and to be value creators. This can mean paying for an entrepreneurial program or some type of mastermind. To access money, your heirs, this is again as if you're not around, they can write a plan to the board of the trust stating, I'd like to go to this program. It costs this much money. I'd like to borrow that money from the trust. The trust is essentially a bank replacement utilizing the family office concept. However, establishing a trust isn't enough. Your trust must be funded with a properly structured, optimally funded whole life insurance policy that protects and replenishes the cash in the trust. This is the heart and the financial lifeblood of the Rockefeller method. Let's look at how whole life insurance fuels the Rockefeller method. With the Rockefeller method, as soon as the beneficiary of your trust is born, the trust takes out a whole life policy for them and for the maximum amount of insurance the company will offer. That way, if an heir borrows money from the trust but isn't able to pay it back, it's not detrimental to the survival of the trust. I mean, we're going to make mistakes. It's part of the tuition. Hopefully, with the right family constitution and the conversations you have along the way, there'll be less mistakes made. But actually, in rewriting this book, I was reading through some of the statements that I have for my kids and being like, oh man, I've made this mistake even after I wrote this. So don't judge yourself too harshly for the losses, and know that part of how we learn is making those adjustments. But it's important that if we make those mistakes, we have a death benefit to replenish those funds if there's tax fluctuations, inflation, or whatever economic turmoil creates losses within the trust. See, there can be safeguards, such as restrictions on how much an heir can borrow or ensuring that if they're unable to pay it back in full, the trust can be made whole again with the life insurance. And when an heir does pay back a loan, the interest isn't paid to the government or a banking institution, but put back into the family trust, keeping the family strong and building more wealth. You can set up a trust like this for experiences, entrepreneurship, and any number of enterprises. You can structure it so that people can only borrow a certain amount or even a specific number of times depending on the assets in the trust. The board you set up can use a family constitution, which when you have your download, you can build that. It's an extended family mission statement that will help govern their decisions and make sure the money's put to good use. I have a 38-page family constitution for my board, and I'll share parts of that later in the book. The board is a group of people you select that will best represent you in the case of death. So I have a board, but they're not paid while I'm alive. They're there to support my wife and kids if something should happen to me. The board can help educate, mentor, and again, support the family while protecting your wealth. We'll discuss how to establish a board in Chapter 12. The family constitution allows for more dynamic management in an ever-changing, unpredictable future. It's governed by principles, values, and frameworks to inform decisions that will impact your heirs. It gives enough structure, but not so much detail that it may be rendered irrelevant by technological advances and change, or it's not stifling so that they don't get to have their life and the trust rules and governs all their actions. Beware of alternatives. Some salespeople offer alternatives with unlikely outcomes that put your capital and therefore your legacy at risk. The most common is indexed universal life, IUL, which creates unnecessary risk and can be a problem. There's other books and salespeople out there, and they invent these marketing terms like laser fund and LIRP, life insurance retirement program. These are sold as whole life alternatives. They're very dependent upon the performance in the stock market, where funds buy options for the index to perform. But there's a cap rate, which limits the upside, and a myriad of other factors that are more about chasing return than protecting your money. If you're going to invest in the market, invest in the market. If you're going to do options. We're talking about a savings structure and certainty that money will come in after you die to replenish the trust. Do not put that at jeopardy. So don't be fooled. Those other plans aren't the Rockefeller method. Most people are using insurance as a tax-efficient alternative to investing, which means there's additional risks, such as the cost of insurance potentially increasing. And again, you're putting your capital at risk. If the increased cost isn't covered, the policies can lapse, and even cause a taxable event. Look, if I walk up to a chalkboard and I just write down a big number and I go, there's this big number, and I write down a small number and there's a small one, I'm like, which one do you want? You're like, well, of course I want the big one. But if there's no basis in reality, if it doesn't consider risk, if it's chasing returns at your own peril because of these moving pieces that could confiscate your wealth, do not do it. So I'm hoping to help educate and illuminate that throughout the book. This book is about the Rockefeller method, a saving structure, a death benefit, how to be more efficient with every dollar that you have so that you have stability and sustainability when it comes to your wealth. It's also a much better alternative than banks. When it comes to saving, protecting, and growing your money, traditional banking is not your friend. First of all, the interest rate on savings were anemic for years, right? Recently, the Federal Reserve has been regularly raising interest rates and putting bond values at risk. Your bank account requires you to pay tax on interest that's earned. Cash in savings, money markets, and certificates of deposit are exposed and not protected from liability. The FDIC has been inadequate at protecting the shortfalls in the past. There's now $250,000 of protection on savings accounts rather than the $300,000 from guaranteed life associations on your life insurance cash values. There's been a lot of volatility with banks in 2008 and 2009 as well as 2023. In 2008 and 2009, the FDIC was exposed because it was grossly underfunded and underinsured, requiring the government to infuse trillions of dollars, trillions, into the system-wide failure. See, part of the problem comes from something called fractionalized banking. The bank lends out a dollar more than once, which is part of the reason for inflation and the exacerbated problem of default. 2023 was a big year for bank failures, and the Deposit Insurance Fund lost $16.3 billion. Even if you don't currently have a banking alternative or a trust to tap into, there's actually ways to pay interest back to your trust or the insurance company, allowing you to free up cash instead of paying mountains of interest to banks on mortgage loans, credit cards, or student loans. Wouldn't you rather have a system that safeguards your wealth, grows your money, and provides stability and predictability while allowing you to access your money along the way? Well, you can, with properly structured, optimally funded whole life insurance. Now, for those of you that read the first version of this book or listened to it, we called it cash flow insurance, but sometimes I had people try to borrow too frequently. And this is a great place to store your money, and yes, you can borrow from it and capitalize only when the opportunities are right. So, simply put, whole life insurance is permanent, where you can use your cash value as a savings vehicle, but you don't have to use it as an investment structure, right? It's a bank alternative that has a guarantee plus dividends. It creates a structure to save on insurance costs, so you don't have to buy term insurance, or you might not have to buy long-term care because you can tap into your death benefit while you're alive for those purposes, and you can save taxes along the way. You can save money in a properly structured, optimally funded whole life insurance program, and you can coordinate those savings with all of your other money-making decisions. You can use your own money instead of a bank's money and set up loan scenarios where you're in control of your payback periods, and you can use your cash value to access money from the insurance company. See, I look at this as like an asset allocation choice. Instead of using other fixed income vehicles like bonds, money markets, or CDs, I use cash value. It removes the risk of capital depreciation when interest rates fluctuate because your cash values and minimum interest rates are guaranteed. This gives you access to money during times of distress or economic downturns. See, not only does your money have minimum guarantees, but once a dividend's paid, it now becomes the guarantee. It's important to note and really to emphasize, and I say this, it's a long-winded thing, properly structured, optimally funded life insurance. I'm using all those terms because if it's underfunded, if it's only baseline, if it doesn't have the flexibility, if it's not with the right company, those factors are going to harm your performance. But it's also not an investment. From a cash standpoint, it's a midterm strategy to store your money with long-term legacy benefits. It gives you access to a myriad of benefits that allow for this Rockefeller method. This includes a death benefit that grows with proper funding and dividends. However, it's important to note there's a capitalization period. This means that for the first few years, you can have less cash value than you would with a savings account or a bond. If you set it up with the wrong company, or you don't fund it properly, or you design it poorly, it could take a decade or longer to even break even. That would really suck. Optimally funded whole life allows you to retain control of your money rather than just hand it over to a bank. Banks may or may not lend you money, and You may or may not like their terms. With insurance, you can access your money anytime with a withdrawal or take out a loan from the insurance company. This allows you to keep your money earning interest while you borrow. It also gives you tax advantages. Cash value is not likely to provide your highest rate of return. Your best return will come from something you access your cash value to invest in, something that aligns with your investor DNA. What is investor DNA? It's really understanding who you are as a person first, then using that knowledge as a basis for determining which investments are a good fit for you, your family, and your business. See, risk isn't in the investment, it's in you, the investor. Do you understand what you're investing in? How to protect the downside? How to create cash flow? When to sell? Let's look at some of the core components of investor DNA. Number one, core values. Your ideals, ethics, and beliefs that you deem important and esteem highly. They create a foundation for decision making. Number two, core competencies. Your strengths, experiences, and the areas of life where you can create high levels of value. Number three, core drivers. These are priorities that motivate and energize you. They're essentially the gas in the tank that helps fuel you each day. Number four, core focus. That's about the areas of life you're committed to, the places where you create rhythms and habits to bring forth results. I know we're taught to diversify, but diversification is the opposite of focus and will pull you away from what's most important to you. And often people diversify by spreading themselves thin and allocating money to things they don't understand. The best investments for you are those that align with the four components of your investor DNA. With any ideal financial plan, I think that what you'd look for are these 9 things. Number one, can it minimize risk and prevent loss of money? Number two, can it minimize the taxation on the money you accumulate? Number three, how about minimizing taxation on the money you take out? Number four, you'd earn a rate of return on your money. Number five, you could have that money available for use throughout your life. No restrictions saying you have to wait till 59 and a half or how much you can get to. Number six, you have contingencies in case something happens along the way. Disability, emergencies, unforeseen factors, death. Number seven, have a systematic flow of money that you can put into the plan. Number eight, have flexibility to make changes to that plan. And number nine, you'd have economic certainty. So you can do all of this with a strategy that integrates properly structured, optimally funded whole life. When you have good credit, good collateral, and good cash flow, well, it's easy to get a bank loan. But what if one of those things is disrupted when it's time to get a loan? Well, now you're probably in trouble. When you utilize whole life, you don't have to apply for loans. You no longer have to use your credit to take out a loan. You don't have to fill out a bunch of paperwork. You don't have to deal with the slew of obstacles because you have a system to access money inside of your policy. It's your money, and you do with it what you want. I was talking to Ryan Thacker, and he was talking about when he was young, he was trying to buy this real estate deal, and it was an amazing deal. But someone came in and closed very quickly. So intelligently, he called the person that closed on the deal. He said, how did you do that? He says, oh, well, my grandfather was really smart. He set up a whole life policy long ago, and we use that to access quickly and capitalize on good opportunities. So here's what's also important. With the properly structured whole life, you have a flexible payback period. You get to choose how much and when you'll pay back the loan. If it's utilized for business purposes, you might even be able to write off the interest. So instead of paying interest to the bank, you can continue to earn interest on your money while borrowing from the insurance company. So you can build your legacy plan and Rockefeller-style trust at the same time. See, barring any extraordinary circumstances or emergencies, it doesn't make sense to take out loans to pay for groceries or utilities and those kind of things. This money is there when opportunities arise or in times of a downturn. When others are losing money, your money's secure and can be used to acquire assets during times of distress where there's a lot of opportunities out there. Don't keep the majority of your cash in banks where it's exposed and taxable and without additional benefits. Instead, store your money where you gain additional advantages, including a death benefit, asset protection, and dividends. Whole life products offer guarantees from, a couple percent, maybe up to 4%, plus a probable dividend, minus the cost of insurance. Now, I'd only recommend companies that have paid above the guarantee for at least 100 years or more without missing a single dividend. Depending on your age, your health, and how you fund these products, or even how long you have them, you're going to net somewhere between 1% and 6%, or maybe higher if interest rates keep increasing. With a whole life policy, dividends typically move slower when interest rates increase or decrease. Now, if we look and compare banks with insurance contracts, Well, insurance is FIFO, first in, first out. That means that if you take a withdrawal of cash instead of a loan, you get the non-taxable money back first and gain second. You can add waiver premium, which is a paid-for rider. It's a little bit additional charge that continues the funding of your policy if you're disabled for 6 months or longer. You can add an accelerated benefit rider at no charge, which allows you to access your death benefit for items like long-term care. The cash value is fully protected from liability and bankruptcy in 80% of the states and partially protected in the rest. Look, banks have their place. It makes sense to have money in the bank to pay for bills. Banks have more flexibility because there's a period where funding is required, for your insurance those first few years. You're going to have less cash in whole life due to, marketing expenses, underwriting costs, and the insurance company allocating funds for reserves for that death benefit. In most cases, money stored in banks is going to be slightly more liquid. Getting an insurance loan typically takes 72 hours and in some cases a bit longer, whereas hypothetically, you can wire money from your bank account on the same day. Now, I say hypothetically because I took my son to the bank to show him how wiring funds work when I was purchasing this home. And after waiting 43 minutes, we left the bank without success. The verification process required for that amount of money, it took days, not minutes. It's frustrating. It's funny. I'm like, hey, bud, look how easy this is. We're sitting there. They're making phone calls. They're on hold. I'm like, oh, okay, a little harder than I thought. Now, if you want to borrow money from your insurance, your cash value is your collateral, and the insurance company issues the loan. You can make a phone call or you can just send in a form. They can send the money overnight. It usually takes 24 to 48 hours of processing time first, or they can wire it right back into the account where you were making the payments from. You then choose how you want to pay it back. You can treat it just like any other automatically paid loan, choosing when to pay extra and when you don't. You never actually have to disclose you took out this kind of loan, so it's not going to affect your credit. The only requirement for getting the loan is that you have cash in your policy to borrow. When you put money in a bank, the bank puts a certain percentage of that money into life insurance as part of the reserve account. They do this because life insurance cash values have tax benefits and the dividends have outperformed other cash equivalents. Insurance companies have strict parameters for where they can invest the money in their general portfolios, so they're not allowed to just invest in anything too volatile. They make more stable investments. Properly structured whole life is instrumental in having cash when opportunities arise. It can allow you to pay for kids' college tuition, pay off inefficient loans, maybe finance your home or car, start a business, have a peace of mind fund, and you can earn interest the whole time. As Michael puts it, it increases your clarity and peace of mind by allowing you to know rather than hope. When you know that your savings are stored securely and where they earn a guaranteed rate of interest, you can make financial decisions, run your business, and really plan your life differently than you would when you're just hoping. Then you can leverage that certainty for planning in every other area of your life. This is what the wealthy do. Guard against uncertainty and stop feeling stressed about finances. Choose to take the money you're currently allocating to savings and redirect those dollars into your optimally funded whole life system. This will allow you to have liquidity, savings, a death benefit, and guarantees, and enable you to utilize your money along the way for future financial decisions, all while benefiting you. Mutual life insurance companies have proven to be one of the safest places to store your cash. Put yourself in a financial position where you're free to choose the path you enjoy most. Ensure that your great-great-great-grandkids know not only your name, what your family stands for, and how they can individually live their best lives. Find your path to financial independence, perpetuate your wealth, preserve your values, protect your family, and change their destiny. All through the Rockefeller method. Chapter 5. Leverage living benefits to maximize insurance. Term life only offers a death benefit in the event of your death. I mean, it doesn't sound very fun to die to benefit, right? In contrast, permanent insurance offers not only a death benefit, but also a variety of what we would call living benefits. These are obviously benefits you can take advantage of while you're alive. Before I knew about the Rockefeller method, I bought an insurance policy and set up a similar system without kind of fully knowing what it was. I was looking to buy a car and noticed that the previous year's models were still on the lot and they were selling at a lower price. So these really great incentives. I found a deal that allowed me to save $262 per month by leasing for 60 months rather than buying the car with a loan for 60 months. I chose the lease and put that extra $262 a month into an optimally funded whole life insurance policy. With the extra money plus what I was saving on taxes by leasing, because see, when you buy a car over a certain price point, you can't write it off for your business, like it has a phase out. With a lease, I could write off the full lease. So I was able to borrow cash from the insurance company based upon the cash value of the policy, and I paid off the residual value of the car after 39 months, and now I fully owned it. Then I just took the money I would have spent on car payments and made the payment back into the policy every month until the policy loan was paid off. The money was now back in my policy with interest. From that day forward, I've self-financed every car I bought and captured wealth in my optimally funded whole life policy rather than giving the money to a bank. It didn't matter what my credit score was, right? It's a completely private loan. And I had money growing on a tax-favored basis. So that was the beginning. See, when I started an internship with Guardian Life, I began to learn a little bit more about the living benefits of this optimally funded whole life insurance plan. As I looked into other uses of life insurance beyond financing car purchases, I started to develop this process to create economic independence, which was creating enough cash flow from assets to cover my expenses through plugging financial leaks, using optimally funded whole life insurance contracts, and then utilize the cash value when the right opportunities arise. So a lot of people kind of just set their money aside and they put it in a retirement plan and they hope 30 years from today it's all going to pan out and kick off enough interest that they can live on. But the problem is when the market's down, that's when some of the best investment deals come about. They don't want to pull money out of that plan because there's a 10% penalty and all these restrictions or because there's been losses in the market. My insurance contract is available, the gains are locked in, and so if there's a great opportunity, I can take advantage of it. See, there's plenty of ways to increase your cash flow now and in the future. There's so many methods and strategies for finding money and using whole life to create safety and liquidity. You can save tax, and you can protect cash from economic downturns or financial predators and bankruptcy. The money in your cash value is protected that way. I'll discuss these methods later in the book. See, as you listen, you'll also discover how whole life can provide tax-free exit strategies for businesses or other assets subject to capital gains. I'll cover that in future chapters. There are even ways to increase your cash flow from other assets by coordinating assets with your death benefit. The right companies have new provisions that can eliminate even the need for long-term care insurance. You can tap into your death benefit while you're alive for that kind of long-term care. So you can focus on building and creating cash flow rather than accumulating for 30 years into some, retirement plan in the future or until age 65, as most retirement planning teaches us to do. Access to cash along the way, capitalize on opportunities as they rise. Value and capital capture. Optimally funded whole life insurance has 3 key benefits. Number 1, it safeguards your wealth. Number 2, it helps you grow your money and increase your cash flow. Number 3, it helps you enjoy your money today and tomorrow. See, in finance, we're usually taught that accumulating money for the long haul is the only way to grow wealth. However, the value and capital capture process with optimally funded whole life allows you to both prepare for the future and live wealthier today. I know most of finance is all about one day, someday, and sacrificing and scrimping. And, when you're finally really old, you can enjoy your money. Who wants to wait till they're 85 to finally go jet skiing when you might break a hip? So the value and capital capture process happens through the Rockefeller method. The insurance policy supports the recovery of term insurance premiums, because every time those are paid, that's money that's lost plus what you could have made with it. Tax savings, because inside of the plan, it grows tax deferred and there's ways to access that money tax-free. And you can start to eliminate other opportunity costs, like if you have to pay for long-term care insurance and you can eliminate that, or you don't have money sitting in a savings account earning less than it would earn in here. It also protects against liability and premature death and can support increased cash flow by coordinating your death benefit to unlock assets. Now, there's more on that in a future chapter. It's a pretty big deal if you think about coordinating assets to get 20, 30, maybe even 40 or 50% more cash flow from what I would call lazy assets. Money that's kind of there, but you can't tap into, like equity in a property or an asset that you still have to pay taxes on. This might give you a way to exit that tax-free. So neither savings accounts or mutual funds, ETFs, or almost any other investment will fully protect your value today or preserve your capital with each gain. The next economic downturn doesn't have to reduce your capital, though. As you recover costs, you can capture the money in your cash value. Then when opportunities arise, you can use that cash value to capitalize quickly and invest. So as I've mentioned previously, in the first few years of a whole life policy, you'll actually be at a disadvantage from a cash standpoint. This happens because of the expenses involved with securing a large death benefit. The insurance company requires certain reserves for the benefits and has several expenses in setting up the policy, including underwriting, right? You might have to take blood and urine as part of this and answer a bunch of questions, or the marketing costs, like agent commissions, for example. Now, this doesn't mean you have to be in it for the long haul. Like the long haul, when does that end? When you die? Well, then your kids inherit the long haul. If you don't have kids, your pets do. I don't like the long haul doesn't sound fun. It just means to secure these benefits, you're going to initially have a lower cash value before you break even, and then eventually end up with more cash in your policy that you would in a money market or certificate of deposit, or have similar returns in your cash value to a bond portfolio with the same allocation. See, bonds go up and down in value with interest rate changes. Your cash value is locked in once the interest or dividend has been paid. So how long it will take to surpass other savings vehicles with your cash value will depend on many factors, including number one, interest rates. Number two, how you design the policy. Number three, something called paid up additions, otherwise known as PUA, which is how you optimally fund this. That's putting money above the baseline premium so more goes into the cash and drives up the death benefit. The fourth thing is your health ratings. And if you don't have good health, maybe this is about putting a policy on a spouse or even kids until you get to better health. And then five is your enhanced dividends. So when you have a policy over $1 million of death benefit, sometimes they'll offer this enhanced dividend because wealthier people tend to live longer and they have better access to care and those kind of things. So they'll enhance the dividends. Now, whether that's fair or not, I'm just telling you how this kind of thing works. Again, this policy isn't a replacement for investing, but rather a value and capital capture process to store your money until it's time to invest. So we're capturing the value of savings when you plug financial leaks. We've got capital there to capture opportunities when they come along the way. If something happens to you and you die early, the death benefit comes in to capitalize for your family to still have the economic value that you would have provided. So that's why we're calling it value and capital capture process. Capture the value of saving on tax or interest or on non-performing fees with investments or duplicate coverages or improper structure with insurances. I don't want that just to go to what's called Parkinson's Law, which is anytime an increase in income happens, expenses rise to meet or exceed that if there's not a plan for it. So we can start automating your savings, but then allocating your savings to a cash value so it does better, it gives you more benefits. Here's why the value and capital capture process is valuable. It's a place to protect your economic replacement value with the following benefits. When you die, your trust is funded, and that's income tax free. If you become disabled, the premiums are covered, assuming you put on the waiver of premium rider. If you're sued, your money's either partially or fully protected, depending on the state in which you sign the policy. If the market goes down, your money is safe. And you create contingencies for future cash flow by having a permanent death benefit. And look, again, there's more explanation to come on that. So use this method to automatically save and deliberately invest. Most people automatically invest and call it savings. Oh, I'm saving in a 401k. No, those are volatile investments in the stock market most of the time. There's lack of access to cash along the way. That's not your savings. Your savings has to be available and protected. But if you save, and then when there's enough money there and the right opportunities arise, you can capitalize by using your cash value. The money will be available to you. That's the key when the opportunities arise. Cash value is your opportunity fund and war chest. Optimally funded whole life insurance is a superior way to create your peace of mind fund, your opportunity fund, and a war chest. An opportunity fund is money you set aside to utilize when you want to seize an investment at a moment's notice. A war chest, I mean, that sounds intense, right? War chest, but a war chest is money that you can use for any surprise that money can help you solve. That could be a lawsuit, a cash flow crunch, or you need to pay off a debt with higher interest rate. The war chest is required to address what I would call the quote-unquote success tax. The more success you have, the greater the chance people will come after what you have. I've used my whole life insurance policy to seize opportunities for decades. I bought a business. I built a production studio. I bought 2 different cabins and several investment properties. I've made a down payment on my current home by utilizing loans against my cash value. A bank may have approved the loans for these types of requests, depending on several conditions. But even if they had, the process would have been so much more difficult and time-consuming. See, the bank wants to see your taxes and credit score, have you pay for an appraisal, take hair, blood, and saliva samples, and get you to sign over your firstborn. Oh, man, I'm joking. Maybe they want a skin tag. I don't know. It's crazy, all the stuff they're asking for, right? Maybe not the last 2, but still, You get the point. If I'd needed money in 2008, banks would have denied any of my requests. This is because I already had too many properties financed. Relying on banks can be problematic if timing is an issue. With one of my cabins, time was of the essence. I had the money for my policies within 10 days. Two other people had made offers on the cabin, and the ability to move quickly was my key advantage. With my cash value, I closed on the second cabin. I got cash value within 5 days. I had money in my account within 72 hours of my request. When I published the New York Times best-selling book, Killing Sacred Cows, I jumped on the chance to save 66% off the normal rate for full-page ads in the Wall Street Journal and New York Times by requesting a loan against my cash values and my insurance. See, you can use your cash value loans towards anything you want. In 2008, I even used a loan against my cash value to pay off an American Express credit card balance with a 17% interest rate. The loan from the insurance company was 5%, which saved me the additional 12% that was actually going to American Express. So I paid back the loan on my terms, recapturing the 12% by adding more cash to one of my policies. Now I was earning, or more accurately, saving the interest rather than paying it. I captured that money in my policy instead of losing it. See, Michael and I aren't alone in leveraging the living benefits of whole life. Here's several examples of famous people and businesses who've done the same. Foster Farms in 1939. Max Foster borrowed $1,000 against his life insurance policy to invest in an 80-acre chicken farm. Today, Foster Farms products are sold all over the world. Disneyland, 1953. To start his theme park, Disneyland, Walt Disney was unable to secure a large enough bank loan, so he borrowed against the cash value from his life insurance policy to fund it. Today, the Walt Disney Company has annual revenues of nearly $90 billion. McDonald's, 1961. When Ray Kroc bought out the McDonald brothers, he used cash value from his 2 life insurance policies to cover the salaries of key employees. He also used the funds to pay for the marketing campaign for his new mascot, Ronald McDonald. We have cash value to thank for Ronald McDonald. The franchise has since grown to over 40,000 stores in 118 countries and counting, ruining many great locations and a lot of people's health. Anyway, just sorry, a little joke there. Pampered Chef, 1980. Doris Christopher used a policy loan of $3,000 to start a new kitchenware company. The company was later purchased by Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway for $1.5 billion. Senator John McCain in the year 2000. Senator McCain secured initial campaign financing for his presidential bid by using his life insurance policy as collateral. Uninterrupted compounding. Some well-known financial gurus and authors say to avoid unnecessary interest payments, you should never finance a car. In some cases, they're right. But if you use your optimally funded whole life, financing big purchases can actually make sense. The fact is, while financing costs you in interest payments, paying in full with cash costs you opportunity. This is called opportunity cost. Stay with me for a second here. Simply put, opportunity cost is what you miss out on when you choose one option over another. In other words, every decision you make in life includes an opportunity cost, the option you didn't take. Opportunity costs can add up to thousands of dollars each year if you don't understand or acknowledge them. See, however, taking out a loan against the cash value from an insurance policy can make opportunity cost work in your favor. It can create positive cash flow that increases your wealth, all while allowing you to make those big purchases. How? Through the law of uninterrupted compounding. Compounding is a strategy in which you earn interest, then you take the interest you've earned at the end of the year and reinvest it with your original stake so it continues to earn a return along with your principal. As this process repeats year after year, your earnings snowball and your wealth grows. The longer you allow your money to compound uninterrupted, the more it grows. If you allow it to compound uninterrupted for many years, the key to successful compounding, it can produce a fortune. For example, if you have $10,000 in an investment growing at 10% over the first 40 years, it'll grow to $452,593. Now look, that's a ridiculous thing to think you're going to get 10% per year each and every year without any downturn, but I'm just using this for illustration. That would be an unprecedented return, right? But with compounding and putting the interest back into the investment, something amazing happens. By year 50, you'll have $1 million. By year 60, you'll have more than $3 million. Now, as I said before, you're probably going to be too old to enjoy it, but I guess you'll have it, right? Here's the catch. The amazing growth can only happen if the compounding process is uninterrupted. In other words, if you never pull any money out of the account. For example, if you've made an early withdrawal of $150,000 from your account in year 40, then in year 50, you'd only have $745,000 instead of $1 million. By year 60, you'd have $2 million instead of $3 million. a full $1 million less because of a $150,000 withdrawal. Even that small amount could cause your wealth to plummet. See, the point is that interrupting the compounding process by liquidating all or even part of your funds is a destroyer of wealth. Unfortunately, these interruptions happen all the time without you even realizing it. Of course, if you have a 401k, a decline of 20% in the stock market would interrupt the compounding process because your account balance would also drop by 20%. When you pull money out of a bank account, a brokerage account, or a 401k for a big expense, you usually liquidate your savings account, or you sell your stock, or you get rid of a mutual fund. This frees up your money for use on purchases, but means the money's no longer earning for you or participating in the compounding process. As we've seen, this impacts your long-term returns. When you pay cash for big purchases, the compounding process is interrupted. However, when you pay for these same purchases using your insurance policy, the compounding process is not interrupted. Why? Because when you take out a loan from your insurance, you're not taking money out of the policy, you're borrowing against it. The insurance company with whom you hold your insurance will lend you money up to the amount you've saved in your policy, knowing that even if you don't pay it back, they can just deduct it from your death benefit when you die. Because you're borrowing against your policy and not from it, the actual cash in your policy remains untouched. No money is removed from your account. Therefore, the money in your account can continue to compound and grow completely uninterrupted. Your cash value grows even when you've borrowed against it. Even when you're paying the loan back, your cash value is uninterrupted and compounding. Alternatives to whole life insurance. Whole life's not the only vehicle you can use to save money and borrow from, but no savings vehicle has the same benefits as permanent life insurance. Municipal bonds can work. However, in some cases, municipalities have defaulted on the bonds, something that decades ago was unheard of or almost unprecedented in this country's history. In 1994, Orange County, California had a derivatives crisis and was going to default on its bonds, which changed bond rates for the whole state of California. In 2013, the city of Detroit declared bankruptcy and defaulted on bond payments as well. What was once considered a very safe investment doesn't seem quite as safe anymore. In fact, what's riskiest about municipal bonds is the value of the existing bonds can go down as they did with rising interest rates in 2022 and 2023. That's called capital depreciation, meaning you could lose the principal value of your bond. If, on the other hand, your money's in an insurance policy, you have no capital depreciation risk once dividends are declared. As the foundation of your Rockefeller method system, optimally funded whole life stacks up extremely well when compared with other savings vehicles, including savings accounts, certificates of deposit, checking accounts, and money market accounts. Those accounts performed at lower rates than the declared dividends for decades. But with the interest rate hike in 2022 and 2023, dividends on insurance are lagging. That's the nature of interest and dividends for cash value, slower to rise and slower to lower. With optimally funded whole life, you have a guaranteed interest rate plus a non-guaranteed dividend that can push up your returns. You can access your money without penalties and with tax advantage so you can pursue that deal of a lifetime when it comes along. You have access to your money for whatever reason you need it, whether that's buying a home or a business or paying off a credit card. Retirement plans could work because you can borrow from them, but there's no guarantee of principal without moving to a money market at a lower interest rate, nor is there a death benefit. And there are actually strict limits on how much you can borrow and no flexibility in the repayment schedule. Plus, you can't fund extra on the loan amount and thereby capture a potential interest spread for yourself. You pay back the amount of the loan and nothing more. With paid-up additions and cash value, however, you can take the difference between the interest you would have paid a bank and what you pay the life insurance loan and add it to your cash value. Certificates of deposit and certain types of bonds are fairly safe, but you may incur penalties if you liquidate them. In some cases, you can get a line of credit or loan against a certificate of deposit. However, this lacks key advantages since a certificate of deposit is taxable and typically gives you a lower interest rate than you can get with a whole life dividend. I also don't really like leaving money in a certificate of deposit or money market because it's subject to creditors and simply because banks are riskier. Whole life offers a consistent guaranteed return along with powerful tax advantages and significant liquidity. If interest rates go up or down, your principal is safe with whole life because when you have your cash value and your dividends have been paid, you're guaranteed a minimum interest rate. That means you won't have capital depreciation. You'll have stability and predictability. For business owners, stability and predictability are of significant value. I constantly look for business and investment opportunities. Having cash value in my whole life policies allows me to take advantage of those opportunities. Using whole life cash value loans, I bought into businesses, paid off real estate and credit cards, purchased a production studio and video equipment. I've also found a way to recapture all the insurance costs through an allocation of my money to the system. Because of my cash value and death benefit, I'm able to eliminate term insurance. I've raised deductibles on my car and homeowner's insurance, knowing I can use my cash value to cover that difference. And I've extended the elimination periods on disability insurance, meaning the disability insurance doesn't kick in until months down the road, but I've got the cash value to handle that in the meantime. It's also important to note that if any insurance company goes out of business, your money is much more likely to remain secure than it would in some different type of institution. When Executive Life went out of business in the 1980s, no policyholder lost money because another company acquired all of the accounts without having to pay a commission to build the book of business. Even if an insurance company goes out of business and another company doesn't buy it, every state in the U.S. has guarantees on death benefit and the cash value in policies. Overall, insurance companies are much more stable and predictable than pretty much any other financial institution. As I've mentioned earlier, an optimally funded whole life insurance policy is set up for the whole of your life. If you lived 120 years old, the policy still works. The history and use of life insurance. Life insurance is one of the oldest financial products in existence, with sales beginning in the U.S. in the late 1760s. It survived a revolution, a civil war, 2 world wars, and multiple depressions and recessions. During the Great Depression, over 9,000 banks went bankrupt. 9,000. In contrast, only 2% of the total assets of all life insurance companies in the U.S. were impaired between 1929 and 1938. In fact, the strength of the insurance industry is a big part of what helped when the same thing happened during the 2008 financial crisis. Of the safest insurance companies, only 1% had non-performing investments. The financial crisis did not affect those companies, and they were able to continue paying dividends. See, life insurance policies were once prevalent. After World War I, there were nearly 120 million life insurance policies in effect in the U.S. That's about 1 for every U.S. citizen at the time. People had these policies not just for the death benefit, but also for the cash value. They were so common they even showed up in movies. In It's a Wonderful Life, Jimmy Stewart's character bargains with his adversary using the cash value of his whole life insurance policy. Life insurance is at the heart of building financial security and independence today and for the future. But most people don't understand it. Therefore, they don't consider it essential at all. The number of people who have life insurance has fallen from 72% in the 1960s to just 44% in 2010. I guess people tend to fall in 4 categories when it comes to insurance. They hate it and avoid buying it whenever possible. They hate it but begrudgingly buy the minimum amount. They like it but don't use it properly. Or they understand it, love it, and use it to its full potential. I like to get as much life insurance as an insurance company will offer on my life, and I like to put as much of that extra cash as they'll allow. Once I do that, I insure my wife in the same way, then my kids, and even my business partners. Then once the money moves above what I need for my peace of mind fund, I decide when I'll use that cash. For an entrepreneur, an optimally funded whole life policy is most effective when used as an opportunity fund or even as a war chest. It provides liquidity when you want it, and when you access the money, you don't have to write a business plan or meet with a banker to explain the opportunity. All you have to do is fill out a form, and then money shows up in around 72 hours or so. I've used cash for my whole life policy to pay off loans, finance businesses, do hard money loans, secure inventory at a discount, make down payments on real estate, and even buy out real estate partners. Then, once I've used the money on one of those opportunities, I pay back the cash as quickly as possible.
Hi, this is Michael, and I'm going to explain to you now how some of our clients are leveraging whole life insurance. One of the most common ways we and our clients leverage the living benefits of whole life insurance is to fund auto loans. In fact, as I'm reading this, our son Caden is doing just that, financing an auto loan, and also my assistant Lacey and multiple other clients. Wendy and I started paying into an optimally funded whole life policy for Caden when he was young. We've paid $350 a month into it for over 20 years now, and it currently has right about $130,000 in cash value. When Caden bought his new car, he took out a $20,000 loan from his policy. The life insurance company loaned him $20,000 at 5% interest and put a $20,000 lien against his cash value. When looking to purchase a car, Caden checked out interest rates at various banks and credit unions and was quoted 7.5% to 8% interest on auto loans. Instead of getting a loan through them, he took out a loan from his policy, using the cash value as collateral. His cash in the policy continued to grow uninterrupted. He used the current auto loan rate at the local bank, 7.5%, to pay himself back. 5% interest went back to the life insurance company, but he kept the 2.5% spread. His policy continues to grow uninterrupted while he borrows the money. The spread between his cash value loan interest rate, 5%, and the bank auto loan interest rate of 7.5% is, yep, you guessed it, 2.5%. However, this represents a 50% better return comparatively. This example could be used for any investment that yields a positive rate of return on a taxable basis. For example, one of my clients, Troy, does hard money loans. When I met Troy, he was taking cash from his regular bank account and lending it to others. For ease of calculation, I'm going to assume 10% earnings on the money. If Troy took $10,000 cash from his regular bank account, loaned it to someone, and made a 10% return, that would be $1,000 in a gain in that year. If he were in a 30% tax bracket, he would pay $300 in tax, netting him $700. But what if Troy were to fund a whole life policy and use the cash value instead of his personal bank account to lend to borrowers? Let's assume he does the same deal and borrows $10,000 from the life insurance company using his cash value as collateral. He lends out that $10,000 and makes a $1,000 profit in interest. However, before he pays taxes on the $1,000, he writes off the $500 in interest that he pays to the life insurance company to borrow the $10,000 through the policy loan. This leaves him with a net taxable gain of $500. In this case, it was 5% to borrow the $10,000 from the life insurance company using his policy as collateral. 5% on the $10,000 is $500 in interest paid to the life insurance company. A $1,000 gain minus the $500 paid to borrow the $10,000 is a net taxable gain of $500. The 30% tax on the $500 gain is $150. 150 minus the $500 equals a net $350. But that's not the end of the story. Because he uses his cash value as collateral for the loan, the life insurance company puts a lien against the cash value. The cash value grows tax-free this year by 4.5% for a total of $450. A $350 net gain plus the $450 is $800. This is opposed to the $700 net gain Troy would realize if he used a regular bank account for this type of an investment. While $700 to $800 is a $100 gain, it also represents a 14.29% profit. Other clients have used this strategy for equipment loans and leases and inject cash surplus into their business. To dive deeper into the numbers, visit rockefellersbook.com/auto. There, we compare 3 different ways to buy a car: on credit, with cash, and using cash value loans. We assume that you buy a new car every 5 years and do the math over a 20-year period.
If your policy is designed well, optimally funded, and has built up enough cash value, you can take out a loan for 90% or more against the cash value within the first year. Notice that I said against, not from. You take out a loan from your whole life insurance. You're not borrowing from your policy, but against it. Therefore, your policy continues to grow as if you hadn't taken out a loan at all. You do not actually take out any cash value of the policy, but rather use its cash value as collateral. Your cash value continues to grow with dividends. Moreover, you never have to rush to repay the loan out of your cash flow. In fact, most insurance companies don't care if you miss a payment or several payments, or even if you pay them back at all. If you don't pay them back, all that happens is the balance is deducted when your death benefit's paid out.
This is Michael, and I'm now going to share with you some math based on some current illustrations with a life insurance company. In one of the following illustrations, the client pays the interest on the policy loan each year. In the other, they do not. In both cases, however, the cash value and death benefit continue to grow. In this first illustration, and let me add, I'm referencing an illustration that you can find at rockefellersbook.com/illustrations. That's rockefellersbook.com/illustrations. In this first illustration, we have a male, age 40, preferred rating, putting $15,000 a year as an annual premium into the life insurance policy. You can see in this illustration that $15,000 goes in the first year, and what's available to them for cash value is $11,205. That means that the life insurance company is holding on to and not making available $3,795. That's $11,205 minus the $15,000. The death benefit on this $15,000 annual premium is $302,297 day one. At the end of the first year, that death benefit grows from $302,000 to $335,000. The client then adds $15,000 in a total premium properly designed to max fund the ability to access cash value, adds the $15,000 in, and in the second year, it grows by $12,449. That means they held on to $2,551 in that second year. So they put in $15,000 the first year, $15,000 the second year. That's $30,000 total. And out of that $30,000, they're able to access $23,654. And the death benefit grew from $335 the end of the first year to $369,941 at the end of the second year. They continue to fund the policy, and let's go to the ninth year. In 9 years, we have 9 times $15,000. That's $135,000 that they've put in. They have access to $149,306. The death benefit has grown to a whopping $618,993 in 9 years. And then in that 10th year, they take a $20,000 policy loan. In this example, they're going to pay the loan interest each year, that 5% on that $20,000. So they maintain a level $20,000 policy loan by paying the interest each year. Does that make sense? So each year they're putting the $15,000 premium in. They have a $20,000 policy loan, but the 5% interest that's due on that $20,000, they're paying that out of pocket, and the cash value continues to grow, and so does the death benefit each year. In the second illustration, we're showing that they're not going to pay the policy loan interest. So years 1 through 9, everything is exactly the same. The same cash value growth, the same amount they're putting in, the same growth on the death benefit. However, what's different is now when they take the $20,000 policy loan in year 10, they're allowing that interest to accrue in that first year, $1,140. They're allowing that interest to accrue. So by the end of that first year of taking that policy loan, instead of owing $20,000 to the life insurance company and paying the interest, they now owe the life insurance company $21,140. And then at the end of the second year, the policy loan grew from $21,140 to $22,345, but their cash value grew that year by $22,200. The death benefit continues to grow. The cash value continues to grow. You can see here that just having that policy loan for 3 years and not paying the policy loan interest, that their cash value grew by $23,405. And in the 15th year, so now they've had the policy loan for 6 years, they owe $27,000 to the life insurance company for that policy loan, but their cash value grew by $27,364. So the cash value is going to continue to grow year by year. The death benefit's going to continue to grow. As mentioned above, if the client were to die at any time along the way with a policy loan taken out, they're going to subtract that policy loan from the total death benefit and pay out what's called a net death benefit to the beneficiaries. Again, for more on this and to reference these illustrations, please go to rockefellersbook.com/illustrations. Now, with that said, We will always encourage you to pay back the loan and allow that money and more to be used for future loans. Borrowing against your whole life policy cash value will never affect your credit, since there is no such thing as a late payment. Additionally, if a loan is for your business, in most cases, the loan interest you pay on it is tax deductible. But please see your accountant or CPA for additional details in that area for you.
Beware of alternatives. As an important note, like some agents use other types of insurance to so-called arbitrage borrowing. This means they have a variable loan that they hope will be less than the amount being earned in the cash value. In some cases, the interest earned can be more than the interest paid. But it kind of depends on economic factors like interest rate fluctuations and the market performance. Often they don't show what happens when the opposite occurs. The loan ends up costing more than the cash value is being credited or earned. This adds instability, and it's at odds with the Rockefeller method of mitigating risk in order to perpetuate wealth. Don't jeopardize your cash value or chase returns that risk your capital. An insurance contract is meant to be predictable, available, and sustainable. This is not how you generate your greatest returns, but how you guarantee that money is accessible and the right opportunity comes along. I guess what I'd say is this is a savings vehicle, a preservation vehicle. If you go speculate by saying, oh, I want to have investments like sub-accounts in my insurance plan, or an index that has a minimum guarantee and a maximum that I could earn, and then we're buying options so that hopefully it'll outperform cash value in a whole life. The problem is there's moving pieces on those plans. What the cost of insurance is today versus the future, because they're built up on term chassis. How much is at risk if you use your cash value versus leave it in there, which could change the cost of insurance. And this notion that, hey, I'm going to borrow, my cash value is going to be earning more than what the borrowing rate is, that might happen. But when it doesn't happen, you start moving backwards, all jeopardizing your legacy. We want certainty. We want to make sure that this money is available when the opportunities arise. We want to make sure it's there when you die so it replenishes the trust. We want to make sure that there's no additional stress, concern, or strain on you because you are your greatest asset. And if you start infringing upon your peace of mind because you're chasing risk, because someone showed you an illustration that looks better, it doesn't mean it's going to perform better. We have to look at the fine print, which there's a lot of it. These IULs have pages and pages and pages. They're probably 3 times longer than a whole life insurance contract because of the moving pieces. The foundation of your financial house. The living benefits of whole life, they can't be overstated. The cash value gives you quick access to loans without credit checks, provides tax-free money, and allows for capital preservation without risking principal. This cash value is considered a private account. If you have a child going to college, it won't affect your child's ability to get the student loans. If the government changes the laws on retirement plans, it won't impact your money. When structured properly, the death benefit enables you to pass more money to future generations without incurring estate taxes. In times of declining interest rates, insurance companies decrease the dividend rate more slowly, therefore offering higher rates than banks. Your cash and death benefit are fully protected from lawsuits and bankruptcy in over 40 states and partially protected in all states. The return from optimally funded whole life is comparable to a bond portfolio, but with less risk, but also has an excellent external rate of return. External rate of return describes all the factors affected by the product, including what it allows you to accomplish, tax and insurance cost savings, mindset because of the certainty, quality of life, and additional benefits and byproducts that whole life creates. Byproducts like certainty, the ability to access cash before 59 and a half, dividends, and even guarantees. Whole life is just the beginning. It's a part of the process. In reality, this is about putting your whole financial house in order. Chapter 6, turning small assets into big ones. Most retirees live in fear of economic change. They build this nest egg and try to live off the interest. But then there's risk if the market shifts or taxes go up or interest rates change or inflation comes and diminishes their purchasing power. They thought it was going to be this dream of going on these vacations and doing everything they wanted, but now they're kind of watching the news to find out, well, is this going to be okay? Am I going to outlive my money? See, without the Rockefeller method, the retirement dream feels more like a ream. The ream of waiting for years of your life, doing things you hate in order to make money so you can invest, to finally afford the things that you want when you're too old to enjoy them. I don't want to go get crunk up in the club when I'm 85. I went to a show the other night, got home at 3 a.m. Took me the whole weekend to recover. You think I want to go do that kind of stuff when I'm 85? I mean, the only thing that happens when you're 85 is you wake up. Most days you wish that wouldn't happen. Your body aches, your eyes are swollen shut, and hell, if you're in the U.S., now you got to go be president. There's a much better way to retire by utilizing your life insurance death benefit while you're alive. Yeah, I said that. Death benefit while you're alive. There's an old axiom that nobody ever gets wealthy from life insurance while they're alive. That's true for most insurance plans and policies. But thanks to a major asset in your optimally funded whole life insurance policy, the permanent death benefit, that axiom doesn't have to be true for you. Car insurance allows you to drive your car without fear of loss. I remember I used to drive a Bentley, and I didn't have insurance on it for a minute. And I remember driving it without insurance. That was the least enjoyable way to drive that car. Just worried that people were going to run into me and things like that, right? So by having insurance, all of a sudden I had more peace of mind. So likewise, permanent life insurance allows you to live your life and spend your money without fear of either running out of money or failing to leave anything for your heirs. With whole life insurance, the death benefit is guaranteed to be in effect exactly 1 day longer than you. Therefore, you can leverage the certainty of your death to both spend more money while you're alive and preserve your family's long-term wealth and legacy. This process of turning small assets into big assets, it's about coordinating your death benefit so that you can increase your cash flow. Your death benefit unlocks assets that would otherwise remain trapped. The accumulation phase of your life is when you save and invest money during your working years. The distribution phase is when you start distributing your savings back to yourself in retirement. Your death benefit allows you to spend as much as 50% more cash flow when you get into the distribution phase of your life. By the way, with certainty. So how a death benefit reduces risk and increases cash flow. A death benefit enables you to coordinate and structure the distribution phase of your life with the greatest efficiency. Your death benefit benefits you while you're alive. I know I've said that a couple times, so I want that to sink in. This is possible because you know there will be a payout when you die. You can spend down your principal because whatever you spend while you're alive, your death benefit will replace for your heirs when you die. Therefore, you get to spend the interest you accrue and the principal in the later years of your life. You get to spend more, pay less in tax, hedge inflation, and limit your dependence on the stock market. See, even if the market went down 30% during your retirement, your lifestyle wouldn't have to be affected thanks to the death benefit and its impact on your cash flow. Meanwhile, you can preserve your legacy for your family by using your insurance to replenish a trust completely tax-free. The number one advantage of a death benefit is knowing for certain that there's a lump sum of money coming in the day you die. The date of your death is uncertain, but the fact that the sum of money will arrive on that date, that's not. And you can capitalize on that certainty to improve your cash flow while you're alive. You can do this through the various means discussed in this chapter and everywhere else in this book, including by utilizing a reverse mortgage, a charitable trust, or a paydown strategy. A death benefit will allow you, with planning, to simply accelerate the rate at which you spend your money rather than leave it with the institutions. I mean, that's kind of a good deal for institutions, right? Okay, just live off your interest and we'll keep the big sum of money and we'll keep lending that out and creating cash flow. But I get it because the fear of running out of money controls the majority of people in their distribution phase. What happens if they spend too aggressively? What about economic turmoil or new advancements in longevity? So what if you're living a lot longer than you planned? If any of these things happen and you run out of money, you're still going to have options. I mean, this would probably be the least effective thing, but you could sell your death benefit. If you live to 100 or 120, depending on your policy, you can cash out your death benefit, allowing you to spend your death benefit while you're alive. Here's an analogy. Imagine you have this eccentric uncle who just loves gold. One day you get a call telling you that your uncle has died and left you $2 million in gold bars. However, there's a caveat. He has stipulated that you're not going to receive gold until you turn 80. Could that $2 million in gold change your life today, even though you won't see it until you're 80? Absolutely. Now that you know for certain you'll receive the gold when you turn 80, if you know the money will exist when you're 80, you can spend money differently right now before turning 80. A death benefit's similar to a future inheritance. You can leverage the certainty of it coming in, even though you don't know exactly when that's going to happen. Let's talk about some other specific ways to utilize your death benefit. Some of these benefits are already part of your policy. There's riders available on death benefits that insure for long-term care. If you can't perform two of what are known as the activities of daily living, this rider will allow you to spend up to 70% of your death benefit while you're alive. Activities of daily living are like showering or bathing yourself, feeding yourself, putting your clothes on, the basics. If you can't do certain things like that, you qualify for long-term care. And now you can tap into your death benefit. Other ways to leverage your death benefit, they might sound a little bit morbid, and I'm not going to recommend them, but would be viatical settlements. Viatical settlement is when someone has a terminal illness and they sell their death benefit on the market. Not a particularly uplifting proposition. A less morbid version of this is what is called a senior life settlement. Death benefits have such value that investors are willing to buy them for more than the cash value of the policy. Warren Buffett's bought billions of dollars in death benefits through senior life settlements. Buffett knows his company will be around longer than the policyholder. Through the law of large numbers, Buffett can assess what those guaranteed death benefit payouts will be worth to Berkshire Hathaway, his company. In my opinion, neither viatical nor senior life settlements are the best way to draw a living benefit from your death benefit. In fact, the best living advantage of death benefit is having a coordinated strategy to spend your assets, including your principal, because you have a guaranteed benefit that will go to your beneficiaries no matter what. Instead of just living off your interest, you can take full advantage of all your assets during later years of your life, just as the Rockefeller family does and did. A senior life settlement would merely be a backup strategy for a worst-case scenario in which you outlived your money. It would give you more peace of mind and more options in the future. This has some obvious advantages in terms of how much money you can spend every year, and there's calculators that if you go to rockefellerbook.com that you could check out in the appendix. If you have a pension or annuity, there's several options for distribution. Option number one is the highest pension payout every single month for you, leaving nothing for a surviving spouse or kids when you die. That scares some people, right? The other options reduce the monthly payment more and more to leave money to your spouse or kids. However, if you have a death benefit, you don't have to worry about continuing your pension after you die. Your spouse and heirs will be provided for by your death benefit, and the money will be income tax-free. Through pension maximization, you'll ensure the highest cash flow without putting your heirs at risk. You don't have to guess or play the odds. The death benefit's guaranteed. Whereas the lower monthly cash flow creates protection that's not guaranteed. If you die before your spouse, for example, without a death benefit, you limit what you can take in cash flow. A certainty comes with your death benefit. When you die, your trust will be funded and your family will be taken care of. This allows you to increase your cash flow. The paydown strategy. Another benefit your life insurance can bring is the ability to take principal and interest. Instead of living off your interest alone, with every dollar subject to tax, you can spend down with an accelerated cash flow strategy. This can even protect you if taxes go up or in a really low interest rate environment. The number one thing to protect against is something that many people overlook. It's inflation. If you're living off fixed income in your later years, that income will lose purchasing power each year as the cost of living continues to rise. Inflation's like a stealth tax. With whole life insurance, you can offset the impact of inflation through your ability to spend your principal as well as your interest. Unless your money's tax-deferred qualified plan, the money you pull from your principal is tax-free. I know this probably scares a lot of people as I talk about this, right? Like, oh man, if I'm paying it down, I've always been taught, build a nest egg and live off the interest. Yeah, but who's teaching you that? The institutions that want to hold on to your money, they're obviously going to say that. So when you take more than interest, you pay less in tax every year during the distribution phase. Your taxes drop year by year because even if tax rates rise, you take more and more principal, which has already been taxed, and earn less and less interest as you utilize the money.
Hi, this is Michael, and I'm going to share some additional math with you. There's a chart that you can find at rockefellersbook.com/illustrations that shows potential retirement income distribution based on two strategies. In the first strategy, what we call distribution one, the client bought term life insurance and invested the difference and has saved $2 million by retirement. Since the client dropped term insurance and is now self-insured, they will only live off of the interest of their $2 million. At an assumed interest rate of 5%, this means the client will withdraw $100,000 a year. Over 25 years, and after taxes, the net distributions will be $2,162,581. So that's $100,000 a year for 25 years, minus taxes being paid on that $100,000 a year, nets them the $2.1 million. In the second strategy, distribution two, the client bought whole life insurance and accumulated $2 million in cash value by retirement. But since the client isn't worried about running out of money and disinheriting heirs, they can withdraw much more money over time. Over a 25-year period, This client can withdraw a total of $3,362,785 for retirement. This is assuming that the 25-year paydown started at age 65. Again, whole life gives you a permission slip to spend down your assets while you're alive. Without the permission slip, you are relegated to living solely off of the interest for the rest of your life. You may be wondering what happens if I spend down my principal and I'm still alive at age 90 with nothing left in the account. Your death benefit comes into play as a backstop. There are several ways that you can tap into your life insurance death benefit and or strategically coordinate the pay down of assets with other assets. The point is that the death benefit gives you a permission slip to spend and enjoy more and still leave money behind. When you don't have a death benefit, your assets become your life insurance, and the fear of scarcity is so great you won't end up spending the principal of your assets. It will then literally become the money that you leave to your estate. Do it strategically and enjoy more and leave more. Reverse mortgages. If you have a home with equity, you can use your death benefit as collateral and secure a reverse mortgage. With a reverse mortgage, you can access tax-free money from the bank either in a lump sum or systematic payments. Rather than a mortgage, when you make payments to a bank in a reverse mortgage, the bank makes payments to you. Since these payments are considered a loan, you don't have to pay tax on the money. In a reverse mortgage, your home is normally the collateral. However, you can use your whole life death benefit instead so that when you die, the reverse mortgage is paid off with the death benefit rather than with your home. This turns an asset that isn't providing cash flow into a bigger asset by unlocking the equity in your home on a tax-free basis, providing a living benefit for you in your distribution phase of life. This option may not even be the most efficient way to utilize your death benefit. It is merely an option, and the key to feeling and being free is keeping as many options open as possible. If you have highly appreciated capital gain assets such as a business, real estate, or stocks that you may want to sell in order to support your retirement, there are plenty of strategies for deferring the capital gains tax you'd have to pay. But you could completely and permanently reduce taxes and even avoid them altogether.
Reverse mortgage. If you have a home with equity, you can use your death benefit as collateral and secure a reverse mortgage. With a reverse mortgage, you can access tax-free money from the bank either in a lump sum or systematic payments. Rather than a mortgage where you make payments to a bank, in a reverse mortgage, the bank makes payments to you. Since these payments are considered a loan, you don't have to pay tax on the money. In a reverse mortgage, your home's normally the collateral. However, you can use your whole life death benefit instead, so when you die, the reverse mortgage is paid off with the death benefit rather than with your home. This turns an asset that isn't providing cash flow into a bigger asset by unlocking the equity in your home on a tax-free basis, providing a living benefit for you in your distribution phase. This option may not even be the most efficient way to utilize your death benefit. It's merely an option, and the key to feeling and being free is keeping as many options open as possible. If you have a highly appreciated capital gain asset, such as a business, real estate, or stocks, well, you can actually sell those in order to support your retirement. If you have highly appreciated capital gain assets, such as businesses, real estate, or stocks that you may want to sell in order to support your retirement, there's plenty of strategies for deferring capital gains tax that you normally have to pay. But you could completely and permanently reduce taxes and even avoid them altogether. Enter charitable remainder trusts. In this next strategy, you can even create a tax deduction through a charitable remainder trust. When you donate to a charitable remainder trust, a portion of your donation is tax deductible. For example, if you sold an asset with $1 million in capital gains, you have to pay anywhere from $200,000 to $300,000 in taxes depending on the state you live in. This would leave you with around $700,000. To avoid capital gains taxes, you can place the asset in a charitable remainder trust and donate it to the charity of your choice. This could be any 501c3 like university, church, or charity like that. You can avoid tax on the sale of the asset and get a partial tax deduction because when you die, the remaining value goes to the charity. At first glance, it appears this would disinherit your family. However, if you have a death benefit, it acts as a permission slip, allowing you to make the donation, save the tax, get the partial tax deduction, and have cash flow for the rest of your life. See, you're the first beneficiary. The charity's the second. The goal is to leave at least 10% to the charity when you die. The Rockefeller method begins 30 days after each child is born. The insurance is implemented long before the charitable trust decision. Those who already have a death benefit in force are able to take the maximum cash flow from the charitable trust, just like the pension maximization. The death benefit then replenishes your trust tax-free, especially if the insurance is owned in the proper trust. Now your family has life insurance inside of the trust, both to borrow from and to replenish the money from the charitable remainder trust, pay down strategies, or reverse mortgages. With the Rockefeller method, you can spend more money while you're alive and be more charitable. You get to give your money away, spend more money, and replenish the trust with life insurance. Spend, give, replenish, repeat. And now I feel like washing my hair. The Rockefellers have been implementing and integrating these types of strategies in their family for generations. Typically, generational wealth lasts about 2 generations before all the money's spent. However, the Rockefeller method is a way to ensure your wealth continues far beyond that. The death benefit can replenish the trust when one generation utilizes the money. Even in the case of mistakes or market fluctuations, the death benefit becomes a contingency plan for replenishing the trust. This allows you to pass down generational wealth and also create a value system for your kids, your grandkids, your great-grandkids, and so on. See, your heirs that you will never meet will know your name. Through the family constitution, they'll know your values and what you stand for. Again, you can download that course, the Legacy Toolkit. You'll change the destiny of your family by utilizing these policies properly, all while living your life to the fullest in your later years. Properly structured, optimally funded whole life, combined with your family constitution and board of trustees, is the way to leave a financial legacy, empower your children, and share more of your human life value with them. That way you can help ensure your wealth is a blessing, not a curse. Buy your net worth. A lot of people think that net worth is the greatest indicator and measure of wealth. You hear the sarcasm, I'm sure. But the value of net worth is vastly overpromoted and overemphasized. Every business owner knows that if you can't access your net worth in times of need, it's relatively worthless. If you can't access your money, it doesn't really count for much. If you want net worth that you can actually access, I'll tell you something that might surprise you. You don't want to build your net worth. You may want to buy it. Stay with me. So many people spend so much time worrying about accumulating and building a nest egg. Think of all the effort that goes into it. The tax, the risk, the time. And the mantra that comes along with that is usually scrimp and save and sacrifice to some net worth. But where are you going to invest? I mean, where do you put your money? How much risk are you willing or wanting to take? And how much time will it really require? Instead, you can create a nest egg right here, right now, cue the Van Halen music, through an optimally funded whole life insurance policy with a death benefit. If you buy a whole life insurance policy with a guaranteed $5 million death benefit, you've instantly added $5 million to your future balance sheet. When you die, your heirs will inherit at least $5 million. So how much money would you have to save to build that $5 million nest egg? How many market swings would you have to survive and tolerate? How much money would you have to risk? How many fees would you have to pay? How much time, effort, stress, and worry would you have to endure to make it all happen? Unfortunately, when people get to retirement, they often don't have the lifestyle they'd hoped for. Between all the moving targets with interest rates, taxes, inflation, and the markets, it can feel impossible to navigate. It's difficult to predict what your net worth will be when you retire. There's one thing that's certain and predictable, though. Death. I know they say death and taxes, but you also see some articles about people don't have to pay too many taxes, right? A little strategy that can help with that side. By purchasing a death benefit through whole life insurance, you have a future sum of money that's contractually guaranteed from day one. You know the money will be there in the future. Buying your net worth also has another major advantage over building your net worth. You can do it right now. Building your net worth takes time. But if you're older and don't have as much time, you can buy your net worth instead. You can secure an income tax-free asset that can be passed on to the next generation, and you can access your net worth and utilize that asset to live fully in your later years Rockefeller style. I remember meeting with my grandma when she was about 70 years old. She and my grandfather were pretty angry because they'd reached that age where he had to have a required minimum distribution on the 401k. Look, it was the first time I heard my grandma say fuck. Although that definitely wasn't the last. I recommended that they systematically take the money out of the 401k and place it into a whole life policy instead. The result was that when my grandmother died, an extra $250,000 was left tax-free to her 5 kids, 6 times more than the value of their home. Even better, they were able to live out their last years without worrying about what the market was doing, whether it was up or whether it was down. They were able to access and utilize their net worth to live fully, happily, and with certainty that they wouldn't run out of money or they wouldn't be able to leave something behind to their children. I referred clients to my co-author and whole life certified specialist, co-author of this book right here, Michael Isom. They were approaching retirement within 4 years, and these clients had bought term and invested the difference. By the time Michael met with them, they had no life insurance because they felt like they were self-insured. They planned to retire with their assets providing an income. However, they didn't want to take any risk whatsoever on their retirement savings. They planned to allocate it to a bond-type portfolio when they retired, which they were hoping would be like a 5% yield. The couple quickly learned that they could buy their net worth with a whole life policy that was funded to match their goals for retirement. This new death benefit permitted them to put a large portion of their retirement savings into a special guaranteed annuity that gave them 7% a year guaranteed, almost 300% more spendable income. All the while, the new death benefit guaranteed the surviving spouse the same amount of income, essentially buying their net worth and improving their cash flow. See, when you buy your net worth, you create and insure your future. The death benefit increases income opportunity for your existing assets. It helps with wealth capture and wealth creation. It means you could stop gambling and putting money towards things that don't make any sense. Whole life allows you to buy your net worth and know with confidence that the money's there. It's secure. Don't let all that money go away in one generation. You worked hard for this. It's time for you to live the life that you love. You don't get a second chance to create a legacy that lasts. Chapter 7, the most certain type of insurance. Look, there are many options for saving and storing your money. So why do I focus so much on properly structured, optimally funded whole life insurance? It's because it's a mouthful to say. I guess I love saying it. No. What makes it so much better than the alternatives like savings accounts, money markets, bonds, and other types of life insurance that are available? Look, there's only one method of saving money that has survived for over 100 years, that has lasted through the Great Depression, the 2008 recession, the pandemic, and is still going strong today. Guess what it is? Yeah, you guessed it, whole life insurance. Now, there are different types of life insurance, but there are 2 main categories: term insurance, which covers you for a limited period or term, and permanent insurance, which covers you for the entirety of your life. If you don't know what kind of life insurance to get, you don't understand the options, you don't plan on listening to the rest of this book, term insurance is probably your best bet, at least for now. Term is merely a stopgap to maximize your death benefit as you get your cash flow in order, but it's not the best long-term strategy. All right, let's talk a little bit more about term insurance. It's basically a bet. Policyholder versus insurance company. And if you just go to any major city, look at who has the biggest, buildings. It's insurance companies and banks. It's like when I took my youngest to Vegas and I was like, hey, man, you see all these hotels and all these big casinos? He's like, yeah. I'm like, they weren't built by you winning. And he's like, boom, it just clicked, right? So this bet is the policyholder is betting on a death, their own usually. The insurance company is betting on survival. If the insured person does not die in the allotted time or the term, they lose all the payments that have been made. Policyholders make this bet hoping they'll lose, right? You don't want to die, hopefully. And given that 98.9% of term life insurance premiums are lost, it's a pretty safe bet. So why do they make it? Because it's cheap and they know their families will be financially protected when they die. So term policies are the most popular type of life insurance policy today, with 10-year, 20-year level term policies being the most common. Term insurance can be problematic for several reasons. First, the cost of term insurance becomes prohibitively expensive over a person's lifetime. If a 30-year-old buys term insurance, their rates might be more than 10 times the original premium when that term expires. When you're actually most likely to need it, it becomes too expensive. Indeed, by the time a person reaches the later years of their retirement, They may find that their term insurance premium payments exceed their death benefit. They're more, right? Because if you have a chance of dying, they're just pricing you out of this thing. If you look beyond the low price of the term insurance early years, you'll find that when considered over an entire lifetime, it's actually one of the most expensive types of insurance on the market. Has a low initial price, but a very high long-term cost for those who live longer. Whole life insurance. Whole life insurance policies provide all the benefits I've discussed throughout the book, right? And you can take advantage of those throughout your lifetime. The ability to use your cash value, the tax protection, disability protection, long-term care replacement, and lawsuit protection. Term insurance, on the other hand, carries no cash value within the policy and has no tangible living benefits. Moreover, properly structured, optimally funded whole life policies provide that priceless asset, certainty. And that certainty can make you more productive in all areas of your life. Unlike term insurance, whole life is not a gamble. I guess I would say it's kind of a gamble if you don't have good cash flow and you're buying it and you're like, oh, I hope I get to the other side, and you can't afford it for the first few months. There's more risk up front in that, right? But whole life insurance is designed to remain in force until the insured person dies, and there's a 100% chance that the insured person will die. Again, even if we find a way to live forever, extend life by decades, policies mature at age 100 or 120. Therefore, you have a living death and the payout at those ages if you choose. I kind of feel like they're like, oh my God, how did you, here you go. You deserve this money. You live so long. If you buy $1 million permanent life insurance policy, the insurance company is guaranteed to pay out $1 million or more someday unless you cancel the policy. To make this payout, the insurance company collects money from you in the form of premiums while you're alive, and then they invest that money. Whole life insurance, though, is not an investment. It acts more like a savings account, somewhere you put your money and utilize the cash when the opportunities arise. But it also comes with even more benefits, like I've said, tax advantages, dividends, death benefit, liability protection. Another benefit is the privacy of insurance. Whole life is really the only private financial contract left to us today. Unlike bank accounts, brokerage accounts, or 401ks, there's no public record for life insurance contracts. Today, advisors purchase lists to market to people with money in accounts that aren't private. Other types of cash value insurance. Whole life isn't the only type of cash value insurance. The other two main types are universal life, both indexed and fixed, and variable universal life. Let's talk about universal life insurance. Essentially, universal life is optimally funded term insurance with a cash value. Universal life policies include an annual renewable term insurance policy bundled with a savings or investment component. Universal life policies have flexible premiums and adjustable death benefits. The rate at which the cash value in those policies grows is determined by the insurance company and based primarily on fixed income rates. This means that the insurance company can change both the rate of return and the cost of the insurance, which can result in predatory practices. The increase in the cost of insurance and the lower interest rates that are possible in a universal life policy can easily result in an increased premium or a lapse in coverage. If the coverage does lapse, the policyholder may not only lose the policy, but could also end up having to pay taxes on the growth in the cash value. Ideally, what happens with a universal life policy is that the investment portion eventually increases enough to lower your net amount at risk, with leftover money helping to fund your retirement. Net amount at risk is the difference between your cash value and your death benefit. That's where the cost of insurance comes from. So while universal life does provide some tax advantages over term insurance, you may still end up having to pay higher and higher premiums as you age or face the chance of a policy lapsing and potentially creating a taxable event. And this is what I'm frustrated about with this, is a lot of the agents that are out there selling this, they're not going to be around when it's actually the problematic phase for the client. Like if someone's 50 years old selling to a 30-year-old, if that 30-year-old holds that for 50 years, who knows if their agent's still alive? But that's when the cost of insurance can become so significant that it puts the policy at jeopardy. Since the insurance is annual renewable term insurance, it can increase in cost every year. Each year, more of your premiums go towards the life insurance and less towards the investment. Now, if the market's not performing well or other conditions aren't ideal, policyholders often end up paying bigger premiums in later years to keep their policies going. The death benefit in universal life policies is not guaranteed unless you're willing to potentially pay higher premiums since their cost is not fixed. You can add guaranteed death benefit riders to your policy, however. But if you miss a payment or in some cases borrow against your cash value, those riders may be negated and the guarantee voided. So universal life policies can work, but carry unnecessary risk unless you pay back the money you borrow, never miss a premium payment, or never borrow against your cash value, kind of defeating a lot of the purpose here. It's important to note that indexed universal life or equity indexed universal life and variable universal life policies are not savings vehicles. They're investments. This is where your clarity is vital. Do you know your investor DNA? Are you clear about what a healthy investment is for you versus just gambling? Invest, yes, but don't gamble. Variable universal life. The first life insurance policy I ever bought was when I was 18 years old, and it was a VUL. I feel like you should take time and ridicule me, roast me, and make fun of me. I'm 18 years old buying life insurance. It's because they showed this like amazing return, right? Yeah, I was a weirdo. I bought it before I was even married. I was trying to invest for the future, and with a small amount of money in a small town, this is what I was offered. A VUL has a cash value that's invested in market subaccounts and has adjustable premiums and death benefits. The subaccounts vary with market performance, hence the name variable. Essentially, it's a variable life policy with the added opportunity to invest in the stock market. Here's the problem with the VULs. Unless you understand the market and plan on actively managing those subaccounts, you'll be a lot more of a gambler than an investor. And even if you understand the market, you'll still have to deal with the additional complexity of the VUL due to the expenses of the policy and the increased cost against the policy in a down market. A VUL offers limited stability and almost no control over your returns. This is a tool that chases market returns and is less useful for storing cash and leveraging living benefits. It wouldn't be an alternative to your savings account and would actually compete with your retirement plan. The performance is jeopardized not only by a variable market, but also by the variable insurance cost, especially during losing market years. Declines in the market can be hazardous and increase the cost of insurance, which the policyholder has to pay for, usually by selling off shares of their subaccounts. Of course, a market decline would mean shares are worth less, which means the policyholder will have to sell even more shares. Think about that. That's like this double negative. Market's going down. The cost of your insurance is going up because the net amount at risk increases. And now you have to sell off shares on the way down, so it starts to accelerate those losses. See, when I purchased a VUL, I was told that it was going to earn 18% a year annualized and compounded for 40 years. A mere $70 a month could make me a multimillionaire. What I very quickly learned was the success rate of this scenario was approximately no chance in hell. It wasn't long before I started calling it very ugly life because I'm a dork instead of variable universal life. It's amazing my wife married me. According to my economics thesis in college, VULs, especially the one I had a 97.8% failure rate at the minimums I was funding it. Why? Because if the subaccounts go down in value, your net risk goes up, so your insurance death benefit minus your cash value. When that gap increases, the average share value is down and the cost of insurance goes up, starting to accelerate your losses. VUL insurance exposes you to the risk of the market, which in turn exposes you to the rising cost of insurance. You have no guarantees because you may have to pay a higher and higher premium just to keep your death benefit, all while your cash value is decreasing. There's no guarantee of earning interest and no guarantee on your cash value because expenses can take from your cash value. It's an incredibly high-risk policy. This information is hard to come by if you talk to people who sell VULs, which I don't know a lot of them these days. Their illustrations and proposals typically show a much higher rate of return. Why? Because they either don't show volatility, with the market going up and down, or they do show much higher returns than actually occur in the market, or both. There's too many variables that can destroy these projected numbers in a moment. Fortunately, my pain is your gain. You invested in this book and can learn the easy way. And if you already have a VUL structure, a whole life certified agent can discuss options with you of how you can roll that over. So let's talk about how you get the most certainty with whole life. If you want certainty, it's much better to have fewer moving pieces. That's where whole life comes in. Whole life's not flashy on paper. It's not going to look as good as some indexed universal life or variable universal life illustrations. The contracts are also much shorter because they're less complicated with fewer moving pieces, meaning you might have 25 pages versus 125 pages of the things that you're looking through before you sign. See, people are led to believe that high returns only come with high risk. So words like guarantee and low risk make some people think only of low returns. But the truth is that with certainty, when understood and utilized, that has a huge economic value. Don't think of this as an investment, but rather as a key component of the Rockefeller method, an alternative to bank accounts, and fixed income like debt instruments like bonds, and a way to help ensure your value and legacy. Whole life gives you control and certainty, and it transfers more risk than any other insurance contract. With universal life or variable universal life policy, the insured person takes on more risk when conditions change. With whole life, The insurance company takes on that risk. A whole life insurance contract is a unilateral contract, meaning once you have it and know what your terms are, the insurance company can't change them on you, even if your health declines or if the company's situation changes. The insurance company is contractually bound to honor the promise they made to you right there up front. Whole life provides more certainty than other life insurance contracts, right? It gives you a guaranteed minimum interest rate, premiums that are guaranteed to never go up, a guaranteed death benefit, guaranteed cash value, and guaranteed access to that cash value. Your existing cash value is not impacted by market fluctuations. See, even if you miss a payment, the guarantees aren't negated. The premium is taken from the cash value, and the death benefit remains guaranteed. Along with that certainty come tangible economic benefits during your lifetime. With some simple calculations, it's easy to see how utilizing whole life and using the cash value as the centerpiece of your wealth infrastructure and saving strategy can actually outperform buy term and invest the difference. So if you go to rockefellerbook.com, you're going to see in the appendix exactly how these calculations can play out. Whole life gives you a permission slip to spend your assets, freeing you from the captivity of living off interest alone. It gives you the ability to spend more and enjoy more as you age. And it gives you the certainty of knowing versus hoping, which has far-reaching benefits across all areas of your life, economic and otherwise. These benefits can also reach beyond your life and into the lives of your descendants, just as they have with the Rockefellers. Protect your peace of mind. Life insurance is a permission slip to live in abundance because you know that your finances are settled. You know, I went to Catholic school, and one day I got in a fight with this kid named Max, and so Coach Phil broke us up, and he said, hey, look, I'm going to send you home with this permission slip. If you get it signed, then we'll just put boxing gloves on you tomorrow, and you guys can just duke it out without getting in trouble. That permission slip was the difference between being suspended and being celebrated, because we had the whole class around, and we had fun. And then we were young boys. We hugged each other afterwards. Max doesn't even remember when I talked to him at my 20-year reunion, but still, permission slip. The death benefit is a permission slip so that you're not in financial turmoil or trouble. You can access other assets and turn lazy assets into cash flowing assets. And plus, peace of mind really matters. It will allow you to produce at an even higher level than before. This is something called the certainty of maximization, or the economic value of certainty. Protection leads to production, not just in terms of earning money, but in terms of your quality of life. That peace of mind will translate in clarity, joy, and the mental space and creativity that allows you to generate and produce more. This higher production quality of life that awaits you will more than pay for the increased coverage. Like for my wife and I, she wants to have a certain amount of money in our cash value, and knowing it's there, she let me do crazy things like start doing comedy when I was 40 years old. Money comedy of all things, financial comedy. You know, if we didn't have that money, she'd probably be like, you're not as funny as you think you are. I'm like, babe, what do you mean? When I'm speaking, people laugh all the time. I tell her, yeah, you're making money. That's different. They're being nice. But then one day she made the mistake of saying, I'm kind of funny. I translated that into I'm a comedic god and started doing comedy. Anyway, having that cash value was instrumental. It was part of that permission slip. So people often think you either have to invest or protect. The good news is we don't have to live in a world of either or. We live in a world of abundance. It's possible to have the maximum amount of insurance without hurting your net worth or your cash flow. So if you plug financial leaks, you can fund your cash value policy with plugging those leaks and utilize the cash for the right opportunities along the way. Save on tax, save on term insurance, and protect your cash from volatile markets and financial predators. This is what the wealthy do. Chapter 8. But Dave Ramsey and Susie Orman said no. I don't know if they'd say it quite like that, but it does feel like Dave's angry these days. Look, when it comes to getting a financial train wreck back on track or building the necessary mindfulness around money, there's probably no better financial pundits than Dave Ramsey or Susie Orman. However, when it comes to building true generational wealth, their advice is both limited and flawed. The Rockefellers obviously don't take advice from Dave and Susie. Unless you're in a dire situation or a financial train wreck, neither should you. Given that Dave and Susie both scorn permanent life insurance products, you may be raising your eyebrows at our whole life insurance recommendation. There's a lot of misinformation about it out there and terribly designed policies that reinforce the stigma. I even once heard someone refer to whole life as a hole you throw your money into. Ramsey said that cash value insurance is one of the worst financial products available. Ormond put whole life in her top 10 list of hated investments. Again, it's savings, not investment, because they literally do nothing for you and do everything, in my opinion, for the financial salesperson that sold them to you. Their advice, like so many typical advisors, is to avoid them and instead buy term and invest the difference. Then why do I say the opposite? Are Dave and Susie just plain wrong? Well, not exactly. See, Ramsey and Ormond both believe in cutting back, budgeting and sacrificing, and not spending too much. If the road to wealth is being price conscious and spending less, in that context, they're right. In the short term, term life insurance has a significantly lower price tag than whole life insurance. However, I'm not interested in helping you nickel and dime in the short term. I'm interested in helping you create economic independence and stability in the long term with maximum options for the rest of your life. From that perspective, Dave and Susie couldn't be more wrong about whole life insurance. According to Ramsey and Ormond, financial advisors who sell whole life insurance sell these products solely to benefit themselves rather than you, the client. Well, in some cases, that's exactly what's happening. Some insurance agents do oversell underfunded permanent life insurance policies to get their commissions. But poor practices by a few salesmen who are either uninformed or greedy as they oversell the commissionable aspect of the policy. That doesn't devalue the merit of optimally funded whole life. Find Whole Life Certified specialists trained in the Rockefeller method and proper policy design at wholelifecertified.com. This product is merely a vehicle for storing your cash that can be utilized due to its unique nature and its features that are otherwise unavailable. It's about setting up your policy correctly, minimizing the commission, and maximizing the benefits and efficiency for the policyholder, you. The truth is that mutual funds Susie and Dave recommends over whole life insurance have fees that compound over time to be higher than the insurance commissions. As Jack Bogle, the founder of Vanguard, famously said, what happens in the mutual fund business is that the magic of compounding interest on returns is overwhelmed by the tyranny of compounding cost. It's a mathematical fact. But Ramsey and Ormond defend their positions on loaded mutual funds. Fee-based advisors who sell 401ks not only get a percentage of what's in the account every year, they can also sell their book of business for 12 to 15 times EBITDA. EBITDA is earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. Look, that's a huge return. That's a huge commission. Dave and Susie focus on scrimping and saving via budgeting, which leads them to give very generic and limiting advice on what you can do with your money. The risky claims financial gurus make come after the money is saved and the advice turns to investing. Dave Ramsey claims that you can get 10 to 12% returns in investing in a mutual fund. However, the vast majority of mutual funds don't get anywhere close to that. Moreover, there isn't any sense in comparing mutual funds to whole life insurance. Using properly structured, optimally funded whole life, again, such a mouthful, as the foundation of your Rockefeller method strategy isn't an investment. It's not an either or. You can access the money from your whole life insurance policy to fund any investment opportunity that will actually yield 12%. Storing your cash in whole life insurance policy, it's not a be-all, end-all of your portfolio. This is a place to store your medium-term money. Getting amazing returns isn't even the primary reason to store your cash in whole life. It simply allows you to become more flexible with your money. It gives you a solid and stable foundation while doing much better than a savings account, all while having tax efficiencies as well. If you look at strategy and integration, whole life insurance makes sense. If you look at it as an individual isolated product, that means you're merely leaving money behind when you die. You miss the power and the cash flow that it can unlock. Another strange claim Dave Ramsey has made against whole life insurance is that the savings you build up don't go to your family when you die. This shows a great misunderstanding of how whole life works. As long as you pay your premiums, you guarantee that your family will receive the money. If you get a $5 million whole life policy and you pay your premiums, you guarantee that your estate will receive that $5 million. The number will increase as your dividends are paid and the value of your cash increases.
Hi, this is Michael, and I'm going to share a little bit more math with you. Assuming you pay your premiums, whole life insurance is guaranteed to pay out to your beneficiaries, and your cash value will grow. But with whole life, you can even stop paying premiums at some point. You can do this using one of two main options: a feature called Reduced Paid Up, RPU, or another called Premium Offset. At any point during the policy contract, you can exercise the Reduced Paid Up option. This means you reduce the death benefit to the point that it is paid up. It's best to do this after 7 years or more of holding the policy, but it can be done at any time before that. This option is irreversible, however, so you want to make the decision carefully. Once you've paid up, the cash value is in the policy and will continue to grow along with the death benefit, and they will equal each other at the end of age 121, which is the term of the whole life policy. All whole life policies past 2006 are designed this way. Once you opt for the RPU, there is still a small cost to cover the policy each year. However, the policy more than pays for itself at this point. You have elected to lower the amount of your total death benefit, thus lowering your cost of insurance and making it as efficient as possible with the internal rate of return on the cash value. Premium offset gives you the ability to use the cash value growth year by year with the dividends, paying the base annual premium into the policy. The cash value and death benefit will not grow as quickly because you don't pay into the policy out of pocket. However, it will continue to grow. This option can be turned on and off during the life of the policy. We like to use this option if a client is not 100% sure they want to stop altogether. For example, what if they still have some investments to liquidate and want a place to save that cash? Having the option to continue to pay into the whole life policy would be valuable. Saving money in whole life this way keeps your money guaranteed, protected, and liquid. The following chart shows a client paying $36,000 a year into a whole life policy for 20 years. And again, you can find this chart at rockefellersbook.com/illustrations. At the end of this period, the client has $1,089,453 in cash value. At that point, they take the reduced paid up option and stop making payments. They reduce the death benefit to the point at which the policy is paid up. This is calculated by the insurance company upon request. You'll notice that the client still earns a rate of return within the policy after their premium payments have stopped. The first year after making premium payments, the cash value jumped from $1,089,453 to $1,147,748. That's a 5.35% internal rate of return from year 20 to year 21 in this policy after doing the RPU, the reduced paid up. And let me remind you, that's a tax-free rate of return. It's one thing to earn a great tax-free rate of return while you're accumulating wealth, and it's quite another to earn it while we are no longer trading our time for money. How great to have this amount of money someplace during retirement that pays you over 5% a year tax-free. Unheard of. Furthermore, you have the death benefit to leverage against all of your other assets on a paydown permission slip basis.
Should you, quote unquote, buy term and invest the difference? Ramsey and Orman promote buy term and invest the difference strategy over whole life. Their advice is to buy the lower premium term insurance and invest the difference in a mutual fund or some other investment vehicle. Fee-based advisors also love the strategy because the premiums on term insurance are so much lower than those on permanent insurance in the early years. They make money on assets under management and may not even sell insurance. They may not be educated about insurance, just as many insurance agents don't have the same level of expertise with investments and therefore only focus on insurance. If you follow this advice from Ramsey, Orman, or other financial gurus, you're going to run into more problems. If you live anywhere close to life expectancy, your term insurance isn't going to pay out. In many cases, your investments won't be protected from creditors. Your liquid savings will be taxable and then have grown at anemic rates for the last 2 decades. If you get sued, your mutual funds will likely be up for grabs. You have to pay taxes on your gains from mutual funds. And even if you protect your money in a 401k or a traditional IRA, those accounts are subject to future income tax. That is, unless they're in a Roth. Plus, they're just sitting ducks for the estate tax. Here's the problem with this short-sighted binary strategy. Let's say you buy a 30-year term insurance policy with $1 million death benefit. Your goal is to maintain this death benefit for 30 years, invest the difference, then cancel the term insurance. The interest rate you'd have to make on your investment to match what you'd be making in a properly structured, optimally funded whole life policy would be a whopping 9.8%. It's highly unlikely that you'll find that percentage when investing, especially considering it would need to be safe, stable, and liquid, and the return would have to be net after fees.
This is Michael, and I'm going to share some more math about what Garrett just talked about above on the 9.8% interest rate. Let's dive a little bit deeper into that. First, let's get on the same page with how an average rate of return is calculated. We know that to get that average, we add up the numbers and then divide them by the number of years. There's a chart, and again, you can reference this chart on rockefellersbook.com/illustrations that shows an extreme example to make this point. But follow me. Let's assume that you invest $100 and it gains 100% in the first year. You have $100 gain for a total of $200. However, in the second year, your rate of return is minus 50%, taking you back down to $100 total. The next year, you gain 100% rate of return, followed by another year with a minus 50%. So up 100%, minus 50%, up 100%, minus 50%. If you add up our 4 years of returns, 100 minus 50, 100 minus 50, then divide them by 4, you get an average rate of return of 25%. But you actually returned or earned a net 0%. So my question to you is this: which is more useful, average or actual? Actual, obviously. Between 1993 and 2012, the S&P 500 reinvesting dividends averaged 9.92. This is why the 9% average rate of return is so commonly cited by money managers. Let's take that 9.92% average and use it for the next future value calculation and assume that you add $12,000 a year to an account for 20 years. Assuming you also get a steady 9.92% rate of return every year, your contributions should compound to a total of $748,651. Again, you can find these illustrations that correspond with this math at rockefellersbook.com/illustrations. So that's $12,000 a year, earning 9.92% every year, compounding out to $748,651. However, we know that investments don't work this way. Investments fluctuate over time. An average rate of return is not the same as an actual rate of return. Unfortunately, far too many advisors project steady, year after year, rates of return. We also have to account for fees charged to you on managed money. In his book, Money Master the Game, Tony Robbins shows total management fees being as high as 3.5% to 4% on the entire account balance annually. For this illustration, we're going to use a conservative 2% management fee. Calculating for fees, you now have a net 7.72 actual rate of return. And instead of having $748,000 into the account, you now have $573,000 in the account, and your average rate of return of 9.92 goes down to 7.72. But that makes sense, doesn't it, with a 2% management fee going from 9.92 to 7.72. But now instead of having a steady 9.92 return, let's copy and paste the actual market history that the S&P 500 did from 1993 to 2012 and paste that into our calculator. Again, you can reference these illustrations in the calculators at rockefellersbook.com/illustrations. You're now left, when we paste the actual returns in there of the market going up and down to average the 9.2, you're left with an actual rate of return of 4.13%. And you're earning that meager return with a lot of risk and uncertainty. This doesn't even account for human nature, which tells us that people don't stay invested for this long. Typically, they react emotionally to the market conditions and get in and out of investments quickly.
Term policies are designed specifically to be dropped with the assumption that once a person retires, they're going to have plenty of assets which to care for themselves. Their kids will be grown and financially independent, fingers crossed. And they won't have an active income, so they don't need income replacement coverage. This is what's commonly known as being quote-unquote self-insured.
More assets a person creates.
To be self-insured is a fallacy. A person is either insured or not. Moreover, a person doesn't cease to have human life value just because their employment income stops. Term insurance is focused solely on protecting income rather than human life value. The truth is, the more assets a person creates,
the more likely it is that they'll want protection of insurance, just like the Rockefellers.
At that point, insurance moves from income replacement to asset and legacy insurance. For more detailed explanation of this concept, shameless plug again, see my book, Killing sacred cows 2.0. Many fee-based advisors would respond to this by saying that a person can create more assets by investing the money they would have spent on permanent policy in products that have a much higher rate of return. Investments could indeed yield higher returns. You could get potentially 10 to 12% on real estate or during certain periods in the stock market, while guarantees and dividends on a whole life policy are lower. However, these numbers alone don't take the whole picture into account. If you bought a 30-year term policy for $750 a year and then dropped it after the term, you'd have spent $22,500 on premiums. You're never getting that money back. What's more, you lost the additional interest you'd have made on that money had you saved it. Even worse, you also lost the amount of death benefit you dropped. And depending on your situation, you might not be able to qualify for insurance coverage again, so you may have lost the chance of having a death benefit at all. Buying term and investing the difference can be compared to whole life and investing the cash value. But there are times when it might not make sense to invest, and in these times, whole life provides certainty and dividends. Of course, the question most people have is, what's the use of saving the money like this if I only get it back after I'm dead? But again, the truth is that you can use the money accumulated in your policy anytime you want. Unlike term insurance, where your premium money is gone forever, the premium money you put into a whole life insurance policy is still yours to use while you're alive, and it will 100% certainly be returned to your beneficiaries after you die. Investing and saving are not the same thing. One has volatility and risk, whereas the other features liquidity and stability.
If you can get double-digit returns for extended periods, you'll outperform your cash value.
Yet with whole life, the cash value can be accessed when opportunities come along. Therefore, this isn't an either-or situation, nor is it a comparison. Whole life is an asset allocation choice you can use with some of your funds to protect your capital, lock in benefits, and enjoy access to that capital along the way. Ramsey and Orman are focused primarily on spending less, but spending less can cost you more. And really, nobody hates insurance. They just hate paying for it. People see it as a necessary evil because they don't understand the benefits that insurance can provide. The best way to reduce insurance expenses is to buy as much of the right kinds as possible. There are 3 ways to deal with risk. You can avoid it, you can retain it, or transfer it. Now, can you really avoid it? That's kind of the big question here. But if you retain risk in order to reduce expenses, you'll almost certainly end up paying more in the long run. The initial premium with whole life is much higher than the amount you'd pay for term insurance, but it comes with a much higher value in the forms of benefits and guarantees. It accumulates cash. Let me say a little bit more about this avoiding risk thing. Okay, so really all we have is to transfer to retain it. If we retain it, we might do our best to avoid it, but we can't avoid all types of risk. Like my great-grandma, she was sitting watching her stories, is what she called it. It was, I think, the daytime soap opera stuff. And this drunk a-hole drives into the front yard, hits her house, knocks over grandfather clock, hits her on the head. She's doing all she could to avoid risk, but still got hit and had to go to the hospital. So avoiding risk actually changes behavior. And that's where certainty can come in. And when we're certain about something, then we can actually act more abundantly, focus on value creation, think about serving others and solving problems. If we're trying to not do things because we don't want to have a negative thing happen, then it starts to occupy our mind. It gets filled with scarcity. And that prevention isn't protection, it's limitation. So let's consider price, cost, and value. See, if there were no cost to insurance, how much would you take? As much as they had offered, right? Start with that amount. Start with the amount that would be required to replace your income and therefore your economic value. Consider both price and cost. Price is the premium you pay. Cost is the net impact considering cash value and benefits. If you only look at the price today, term insurance is the clear winner over whole life. But term, as we've stated, can have much higher costs over time. If you live to life expectancy, term insurance will cost more in premium paid than the death benefit has in value. Again, I have to say this, it's because it's a crazy number. Only 1.1% of term policies ever pay out a death benefit. Therefore, 98.9% of premium dollars for term life insurance were essentially a temporary benefit to protect against something that didn't occur. Low upfront price, high long-term cost.
Hi, this is Michael. The following charts show a client starting with a 20-year term life policy at the age of 31. For the 20-year term, the premiums are $540 per year for a total over that 20-year time frame of $10,800. When the term expires and the client is 51, the premiums skyrocket to $10,200 a year. Now, that amount increases each year. If the client continues paying term premiums by age 77, they will have paid more in premiums than the policy is worth. Again, if the client were to drop the policy, all the premium dollars would be wasted. You can see these illustrations that we give for these term examples at rockefellersbook.com/illustrations. So look at this. Consider this. Yeah, we sell term insurance. We buy term insurance. We own it on our lives to have a lower premium and a higher death benefit. It's more of a stopgap that we've talked about. But look here, $540 for the first 20 years each year. And then if you keep this policy, they're going to charge you $10,200 in the 21st year. And then in the 30th year of this policy, it goes from $10,200 just for that year to $19,830. And, you know, we even go a page further that take this out to age 65. Nobody 65 years into this policy, age 95, the policy would cost $856,420 a year for that same $1 million death benefit. And if you didn't know this, Garrett's grandmother lived to age 103.
So when you drop your term insurance due to the increased premiums in later years, or your assets have grown and you chose to be quote unquote self-insured, there's going to be a much higher cost. Even though you save on the premiums, the cost is a lack of access to your assets now acting as your insurance. What's the opportunity cost of what you do with those funds if they aren't tied up acting as insurance? Most people only look at the price of whole life insurance, and when it's not properly structured and optimally funded, the cost is much higher and the value much lower. When you properly structure, optimally fund your whole life, well, that comes with this permanent death benefit that's going to last a day longer than you. It's going to be income tax free, and it pays out to your family trust. Through dividends, your cash value is highly likely to be greater than the premium amount after a few years. You can access that cash value to capitalize on opportunities throughout your life. Higher price, lower cost. So ask yourself, if price weren't an issue, what tool would I want to protect my family and my human life value? Plan your best case economic value, the income you're currently earning, and how you can replace that value if something were to happen to you. If you died, would you want to leave your family in the same financial situation you're in now? A worse financial situation? How about an even better financial situation? Mine's the better financial situation, but with this caveat that I have a trust that defines how the money can be used. And if my wife chooses to get remarried, they open that trust, and it's like those pop-up books from when you're a kid. And it's just me giving the middle finger to whoever she marries, being like, cool, you can marry her, but this is for my family's benefit, not for yours, sucker. So yeah, I mean, there's things that you could do to protect this, right? I know sometimes people are like, I don't want to leave them in a better financial situation, but we've improved our quality of life over time, and I love my family, so I want them to continue to be in a better situation. So when you buy your future net worth in the form of a death benefit, that payout's guaranteed. You will cover the cost of term insurance and gain tax efficiency. You'll have dividends in the policy, gain momentum to the point where you eventually beat the interest you'd earn in a savings account. Cash value in a permanent life insurance policy is going to be comparable to a bond portfolio, but without the downside risk and actually having more benefits. If all this isn't enough, which I feel like I'm belaboring the point, I'm like continuing to give you the info. Here you go, here you go. You convince you. How about now? But this is part of learning new things, right? But if this isn't enough, look no further than the Rockefellers. CPA Sheila Brandenburg worked in the Rockefeller Global Family Office. In an email discussing optimally funded whole life, this is what she wrote to me. Thankfully, many of the strategies you speak about I'm aware of, and they're commonplace and a matter of course in those contexts. The Rockefellers themselves know that a strategy using whole life is the way to go.
Hi, this is Michael, and I'm going to spotlight one of my clients, Tom, who owns a small design and print company with 5 employees. He's married, he has 3 kids, and when I first met Tom, he viewed insurance as a necessary evil. After our thorough financial assessment and discovery, we discovered that Tom brought home $150,000 a year in annual income to his family, and he had a $500,000 term life insurance policy for himself, but no life insurance policy for his wife. I asked him, if there was no cost for life insurance, how much would you want? As much as I could get, Tom responded. And how much do you love your family? They're everything to me. They're the reason that I get up every day and hustle. Tom admitted to me that he occasionally wondered if he had enough life insurance to take care of his family in the event of his death. And yes, Michael, he told me, if something happened to me, I would want them to be taken care of. The first reason most of our clients want to purchase life insurance is love. They love their families and want to provide for them if they die unexpectedly. When our business partners Ray and Les died in that plane crash the summer of 2006, I called their spouses early that morning and woke them up to tell them what had happened. Both of them were pregnant at that time. That was not the kind of phone call that I wish upon anyone. Thank God Ray and Les, each one of them, had the maximum death benefit. It did not replace them physically, but it did replace their incomes to their families. When Tom came to me, he was 41 years old. A $500,000 death benefit would not replace his $150,000 annual income for very long. Replacing it would actually take a $3 million death benefit, 20 times his current annual income, earning a 5% interest rate, right? It would take $3 million in an account at 5% to peel off $150,000 of replacement income. I asked Tom, does $3 million seem like a big number? Yes, he said it would. It did, and it was, and compared to $500,000 that he had at the time. However, the $3 million represents $150,000 of replacement income to his family. I ask another question. Are your dreams and goals the same for your family if you're here or not here? He answered, even more so if I am not here. By ensuring his full human life value, Tom would have the peace of mind of knowing versus hoping that his family would be okay in the event of his death. But as you know, there are even more reasons to use whole life insurance. I told Tom, statistically speaking, if you're insurable today and don't have any major health concerns, your life expectancy is age 95. It's one thing to plan for an unexpected death, but we also have to plan for you to live a long life. The death benefit in a permanent whole life insurance policy can be spent by you and your wife while you're alive, and you can also leave it behind for your kids. Oh, come on, he protested. That's unheard of. It sounds too good to be true. I shared a basic example with him of how to spend down the death benefit with a reverse mortgage, which we discussed earlier before. I told him that my wife and I plan to do a reverse mortgage later in life. A reverse mortgage is an increasing line of credit against the value of your home that can be established after your death at the age of 62. After that, the older you get, the more equity can be paid out to you. The value of the amount they will give you increases by the average of about 8% a year. You can write off the reverse mortgage loan interest that accrues every year on reverse mortgages. The current law is up to $750,000, and please consult a tax expert for your specific circumstances. This means it's tax-free retirement income. It's literally a loan in reverse. When we have both passed, our trust can use the death benefit from our life insurance policies to pay off the reverse mortgage and keep the home, or not, and let the bank take it. There's no liability or obligation to pay it off. This is just one way that the wealthy spend and enjoy more, tax-free, and leave it behind. Helping Tom see this perspective created a desire in him to make a change. His only question then was, when do we start?
Dave Ramsey and Susie Orman are both smart people with great strengths, but they're both dogmatic about insurance. Plus, like, Dave needs a hug. Why is he so angry as rich as he is? Always telling people they're idiots and stupid. And what about, snot nose? It's like, it's always so angry. I'm like, dude, you've done very well for yourself. Like, be a little bit happier. I'll give you a hug, man. It's cool. The fears that Dave, Susie, and other financial pundits have about whole life insurance only apply to poorly designed policies. They don't apply to well-designed ones. In the next chapter of this book, we'll discuss how to properly design a policy and the advantages it will create for your financial future. Chapter 9, design your plan properly, as opposed to improperly, I guess, right? The Rockefeller method is far more than simply buying a whole life insurance policy. It's a comprehensive, coordinated plan that must be designed properly. Your whole life policy itself must also be structured properly. Not all policies are created equal, not all companies are equal, and not all agents are equal. Whole life certified specialists are trained in the Rockefeller method and the protocols that minimize commissions while maximizing your cash. They know how to integrate the strategies that lead to more cash in your pocket and your plan. Find someone who will look at your entire financial architecture holistically to make sure that your optimally funded whole life policy fits with your overall plan. I mean, they have to take into consideration cash flow and other factors within your financial picture. It may make sense to have some term insurance that you convert later, but it has to be with the right company where it is convertible. So look for someone who uses the strategies as I'm describing them. I'll provide a list of certified specialists that I recommend at wholelifecertified.com. Ensure your full human life value. To make optimally funded whole life break even on cash flow as quickly as possible, you get a low amount of insurance coverage, then you use paid up additions to fund your policy as much as you can. However, fully protecting your human life value with the proper amount of death benefit is a top priority. It locks in opportunities for conversion and increasing your optimally funded whole life in the future. Before you even consider optimally funded whole life, maximize your insurance protection first. Insurance is, first and foremost, a tool to protect your family and replace your income if something should happen to you. Some people may think $1 million in life insurance sounds like a large amount. But if you think about never earning another dollar in your life, and what that lost income would amount to, $1 million doesn't sound like so much anymore.
Human life value is a term used by life insurance companies to mean your total insurable value based upon your earning potential and history.
I believe that human life value includes not just your financial potential, but also your character, health, knowledge, experiences, education, judgment, initiative, and ability to produce value for others. Your human life value creates all the physical things that you enjoy: home, car, clothes, furniture. All value really results from the utilization of property or capacity by a human being. Any income you produce and the property you own come from your human life value. So protect your human life value through maximization of coverage first. All the other considerations can come second. You can't be overinsured with life insurance. Think about it. If you had a $10,000 car and insured it for $30,000, it would be overinsured. We'd start playing like bumper cars like when I was a little kid, right? There's too much incentive to crash the car. If you had $1 million home and you could insure it for $1.5 million, it would create exposure for the insurance company. For some people, it would be an incentive to burn the house to the ground and make $500,000. For some people, insurance companies that insure property will not overinsure you, and neither will life insurance companies. See, the definition of insurance is the indemnification of a loss, or what would be lost if X occurred. Companies will assess the value of an asset, insure it for that amount or less, and no more. But it's hard to overestimate and easy to underestimate the value of your life. Whatever amount of insurance a company will quote you, it's going to shortchange your actual value. As my friends in Texas say, give you a haircut, right? Why? Because they base the number on a snapshot of where you are now. They won't factor in likely increases in income over your lifetime. Insurance companies will usually only give you 1 times your net worth and 10 times your annual income if you're nearing the end of your working life, or 30 times your annual income if you're young and you have 30 or more years of work ahead of you. Again, don't think of life insurance as a lump sum, but as an income replacement. When you know how much insurance to get, and only when you know that, then you choose what kind of insurance you want. If your current cash flow doesn't allow for optimally funded whole life right now, you can buy convertible term insurance in the meantime. Term is a great stopgap for a short period. If you buy term insurance, make sure the company offers whole life too, and they will allow you to convert your policy regardless of your future health. I sold insurance one-on-one from like 1998 to I think it was 2006. During that time, I had a client who bought a 10-year term insurance policy. It's funny, he's actually a mentor of mine. Just before the policy date reached its end, he was actually diagnosed with a terminal illness. Thankfully, the term policy could be converted into a permanent policy before it expired regardless of his health. See, once you've got the right kind of insurance, your insurability is protected no matter what. Of the over 2,000 life insurance carriers in the United States, I know of maybe a dozen or so that I'd recommend for convertible term insurance. If you have past health issues, you may be ineligible for insurance. Certain companies will give you a policy when you have some medical conditions, whereas others may not. Some are willing to insure certain types of risks. If you cannot get a policy on yourself, you can still open a policy up on a spouse, child, parent, or even business partners. I have whole life policies on my own life as well as the lives of my spouse and kids. Optimally fund your policy. One critical key of the Rockefeller method is to fund your whole life policy or policies in the most advantageous way so you can use the living benefits of your policy as quickly as possible. Now, when I say optimally fund your policy, what I mean is to add extra money to your policy more than what the premium is required. These additional premium dollars are called paid-up additions. This money supports the growth of the policy so that your internal rate of return is accelerated in the early years of the policy instead of you having to wait for 10 or 12 years or longer to see a positive yield on your money. Now, when I say internal rate of return, that's the return inside of the cash value after expenses. So this not only increases your cash value more quickly, it's actually going to increase your death benefit. If you put additional cash on top of your base premium, you can utilize that cash within 30 days of it going into your policy. You can also set up your policy so that at least 50%, in some cases as much as 90% of the money you put in the first year shows up in the cash value. Now for me, I have a lot of policies because I started my first one at age 19 at $50 a month. And then as I made more money, then I could buy new policies. I have some that I didn't put as much paid up additions because the death benefit was the most important thing. And then I have flexible paid up additions where I could put more in some years where I had more income or less in other years where maybe I was investing in my business or there was economic turmoil. So there are limits on how much you can fund your policy, and if it's not done correctly, it can negate the tax benefits. If you put too much money into your policy, it becomes a modified endowment contract, a MEC, M-E-C. I did this with one of my policies accidentally, but the good news is that I was notified and I was able to kind of scale it back and take some of the money out. So if you're funding the policy at a level that exceeds the allowed funding amount or corridor of cash value to death benefit ratio based upon the government rules, then it becomes a MEC. The government then treats it more like an annuity than an insurance contract. It's easily avoided with simple calculations and communication. Be sure to talk with a whole life certified specialist about how to properly fund your policy with paid-up additions. Overall, the best method is to put as much into your policy as the cash flow will allow. Building to 15% of your income is ideal, but what's most important is just getting started. The great thing about paid-up additions is that you can stop them whenever you feel like it. When you reach retirement age, you may decide that you don't want to continue to pay more than the premiums in your policy. Then you can just pay the base premium. Or you can use the cash value that you've stored up in the policy to pay the premium so you don't have to worry about more payments during the distribution phase of your financial life. To properly structure and optimally fund a whole life policy, make sure you're working with the right agent. Agents get commissions on all forms of life insurance. Term, universal, and whole life, they all have fairly similar commission percentages. At most companies, these range anywhere from 40% to 135% of the first year premium on the base. Then they trail off as the years pass from 3 to 9%. I've heard of index universal life policies paying as much as 165% on base premiums. Because whole life and universal life premiums are higher than term life premiums to start, the amount of money agents receive is higher even though the percentage is the same. Usually, commissions are paid to agents annually. If the policyholder doesn't pay for 13 months or more, the commission gets pulled back from the agent. Agents can be incentivized to sell you a product that maximizes their commission. Some, not most, agents are unwilling to lower their commissions so you can have more cash, so you got to be careful. A properly structured, optimally funded whole life policy can actually lower commissions by 50 to 80% because more of those PUA dollars are going to the cash value. Generally, life insurance companies hold on to the entire first year's base premium for 10 years, using it for reserves to guarantee your death benefit. They also take the agent and underwriting costs into consideration. That's how they remain profitable and guarantee early death claims. You can find a list of whole life certified advisors at wholelifecertified.com. Let's talk about choosing the right insurance company. Once you have a whole life certified specialist, the next step is setting up your properly structured, optimally funded whole life insurance, and you got to pick a company with which to purchase a policy. First, understand that there are two types: stock life insurance and mutual life insurance companies. As the name would imply, stock life insurance companies trade on the stock market just like any other public company. Mutual life companies, on the other hand, do not trade on the stock market. There isn't a stock to buy, or you can't own them in a fund inside of your whole life policy because they have no shares. For good reason, a participating mutual insurance company is my preferred of the two. Stock life insurance companies, while they want their customers to be safe, also want to give their stockholders high returns on their investments, so they split dividends between stockholders and policyholders. In participating mutual life insurance companies, on the other hand, policyholders are owners, not stockholders. Profits are not split with any outside shareholders. While they still generate profits, stability and safety are the ultimate goals, and all the profits go to the owners, which is the policyholders. Participating mutual life insurance companies are among the oldest companies in America. The average age of the top 35 life insurance companies in the country is over 100, the oldest being 184, well, at the time of this recording. 19 of the top 35 have been in business for over a century. As these numbers would indicate, these companies are stable. Statistics drive the profits. As long as the equation is correct, these companies make predictable profits. A very small allocation of their accounts goes to the stock market, so their value isn't as volatile as stock exchanges. And again, since there are no shareholders, Wall Street analysts and money managers cannot pressure these companies into making short-term, short-sighted decisions. Thank God, right? Therefore, they're free to pursue long-term strategies, and they can be managed conservatively. They don't use margin and leverage, and they generate large amounts of cash that they pay out every year in large dividends. Here are some of the other factors to consider when you're choosing an insurance company. Number one, A ratings. The companies must have A ratings across the board. With Moody's, AM Best, Standard & Poor's, those kind of companies, choosing a top 10 participating mutual insurance company is very helpful. Number two, 100 plus years old. Look for companies that have been around for at least a century. Number three, solid dividend history.
Make sure the company has paid dividends every year, including during world wars, recessions,
and depressions. Number four, loan provisions. Make sure that there's a fixed interest option. Number five, convertible. Make sure that the company's term insurance rates are competitive and convertible to whole life. Now, when I say competitive, you can get companies with lower ratings and they don't have a whole life policy that you could probably get a better price on term, but you lose some of those benefits. So don't overemphasize the price you're paying for term. Start to consider the convertibility and the company you're using when you move to whole life. Number six, high early cash value. Make sure that your policy can be designed to allow for a high cash value and that cash value is there as quickly as possible. Some companies have high early cash value policies without paid up additions that are already designed to be high early cash value. I have a policy like that. But after 10 years, it started to underperform my policies that had a little bit more flexibility with paid up additions, even though it did better in the first few years. So you have to kind of measure and look at what's right for you. Number seven, no barriers for funding. Make sure that there are minimal fees, expenses, or other obstacles standing in the way of easily funding and paying for your policy. This includes flexible paid up additions. There are about a dozen participating mutual life insurance companies that fulfill all of these requirements. You can find a list of them at wholelifecertified.com. To effectively apply the Rockefeller method and maximize its benefits, you must design your plan and structure your insurance properly. A poorly designed plan and policy will at best fail to deliver benefits and at worst damage your long-term wealth. Be sure to work with a whole life certified specialist who knows how to design the plan best for you. Chapter 10, find the money to fund your life and legacy. It's kind of nice to have someone find the money versus just ask you to save more money and scrimp and budget and wait forever to finally enjoy your money. I don't like any of those options, so I think you'll like this chapter because even if you're thinking, man, whole life sounds great, but it's expensive. So we're going to find the money to start your legacy, to fund your policy, and to build this fortune. Well, Michael and I, we use a variety of methods and tools for freeing up your cash with your Rockefeller plan. These include mindful cash management, prioritizing your investing, using a variety of cash flow recovery strategies, and managing your plan with 3 or 4 specific accounts. Mindful cash management. When you understand how your money is flowing, you can utilize mindful cash management. It's very different from a budget. A budget's about cutting back, eliminating, and monitoring every single expenditure. It's exhausting. It limits value creation, and it can be tedious. On the other hand, without a budget or system, money can easily be wasted. Without amortization for wealth capture, expenses often rise to meet or exceed one's income. I talked about that earlier with Parkinson's Law. In mindful cash management, the focus is on expansion over restriction, while being aware, accountable, and creating automation so that you have wealth along the way. We're taught that expenses are negative. We're told to limit spending, but increasing the right expenses leads to more wealth and profit. Not all expenses are created equal. Expenses really fall into 4 main categories. Number 1, destructive expenses. These expenses involve borrowing to consume or overdraft fees or any other draw on your funds that negatively affects your life by creating poverty rather than prosperity. When you spend more than you have and borrow to consume, the loan and interest becomes a destructive expense. Lifestyle expenses. These expenses, such as utilities, clothing, and food, well, they support essentials in life. They can also include vacations and things that are fun and create memories, even if they don't build tangible assets. I recommend using cash for these expenses.
Rather than cut these expenses out, manage them wisely.
Never, I repeat, never borrow to consume. People are taught to wait until retirement to finally enjoy their hard-earned money, and then, in retirement, they finally have permission to enjoy life. That's the path to becoming a miserable millionaire. A broke millionaire has money but never enjoys life or the money they earn. If you never spend any money, why have it in the first place? Expenses can support your life, and lifestyle expenses support you in feeling fulfilled. There's nothing wrong with these expenses as long as they're managed properly. Note, you might have to finance a car or home, which are most likely lifestyle expenses unless you Airbnb or Turo those assets, right? So if they're not providing cash flow, they're a lifestyle expense. So be cautious about how much you spend and borrow, and ensure that you're automatically saving money off the top of your earnings first, and then building your peace of mind fund so you have liquidity. Number 3, protective expenses. These expenses transfer risk. They protect your property and your human life value, including your mindset and happiness. This is the area that often gets overlooked. Protective expenses include your liquid savings and a minimum of 6 months' expenses, which, with cash value over time, will be years. Even though savings won't be overly productive in terms of earning interest, they'll be there to support you and prevent you from worrying about money. Protective expenses include your will, trust, and asset protection. Other protective expenses include life insurance, disability insurance, medical insurance, auto insurance, and emergency preparedness. Emergency preparedness. People don't like to be called preppers, right? Or survivalists, but I live in a town where people got plenty of food storage. They've got their 72-hour kits and backpacks in case there's a natural disaster, they can get away, and they have a little bit more options. That's what I mean by emergency preparedness. It's smart. Some people overdo it where they're going to live in bunkers. I just figure if it's going to get that bad, just take me out. I'll just go out in the first wave. I don't want to be living in a bunker necessarily. Anyway, just a side note. Number 4, productive expenses. These are expenses that will allow you to expand your cash flow, grow your business, and build assets. They're game changers. They might be investments in your business, like hiring a great employee, or they might be related to developing skill sets whereby whole new worlds of opportunities are opened up to you. If you put $1 into a productive expense, more than $1 comes out the other side. No reason to budget this, right? Any investment that's an asset that creates cash flow and appreciates can be classified as a productive expense.
These are expenses that enhance your life, both now and in the future.
Whereas other expenses are of the moment, like lifestyle expenses, or destructive ones that contribute to poverty, right? Productive expenses build profit and prosperity. The goal of mindful cash management is to eliminate destructive expenses, manage lifestyle expenses, address protective expenses, and increase productive expenses. An important note is the Rockefeller family and other really wealthy families are amazing at handling protective expenses, protecting themselves against taxes and liability, transferring risk with insurance, having liquidity. These are the key components of an optimally funded whole life insurance plan. It supports part of that protective expense. If we only look at profitability without considering risk management, that's where we get seduced into other types of insurance plans that look good on paper but fail at life. Prioritizing your investing. When managing your finances, make sure that you invest in yourself. Make more money by investing in the most critical skill sets that allow you to add maximum value. Keep more of what you make, then grow your money. So make more money, keep more money, then grow your money. Before you start accumulating money in retirement plans, make sure that you've built your financial foundation and that you plug financial leaks. Focus on creating a state of economic independence where your assets create enough cash flow to cover your expenses before you lock money away or start speculating with it. When you're economically independent and you have a fully funded whole life plan from year to year, you're going to have the funds and the freedom to capitalize on opportunities that may take longer to produce cash flow. Once you have your foundation in place, you may be able to handle some speculation and investment with future upside, but no immediate cash flow. If you do that prematurely, you risk your entire financial life. See, people often speculate on the path to economic independence, and they experience some false starts. It's easy to spend money after an investment pays off where there's a lack of infrastructure. Most financial models emphasize the accumulation of money in plans that provide limited to no cash flow and limit access to those funds when the cash flow opportunities actually arise. So getting your financial house in order begins with guarding against uncertainty. This includes having your peace of mind fund, which is 6 months of liquid savings, your life insurance cash values, where after 3 months of savings, you could add all the money in your cash value for the remainder of that 6 months and even beyond, and money for emergency preparedness. Without this foundation, all of your investments are at risk with any financial surprise or issue. Look, we can all expect financial surprises, but we can mitigate risk so those surprises don't have to derail us. Make sure to build liquidity, transfer risk, plug financial leaks. Do this before moving on to other pieces. This will help you to avoid the risk of losing momentum and all these things you've worked so hard for. Don't leave all your efforts exposed. Secure your foundation. Protect your money in such a way that it can't be confiscated or lost through unexpected circumstances. That's what happens when you create a more sustainable plan, just like the Rockefellers did. Once your foundation is set, the next focus is on creating cash flow to reach economic independence. Each person's plan is unique. To maximize returns and minimize risk, know your investor DNA. Once you discover your investor DNA, you become a better investor. Rather than diversifying by investing in things outside of your expertise, it's key to focus on the best asset or investment that can support you in creating cash flow. Diversification is a great strategy when you've already built wealth and want to preserve that wealth. To grow your wealth, it's key to create cash flow and take an active role in the process of finding investments in areas that you're driven to learn about and that utilize your competencies. Use cash flow recovery strategies. Look, even if you don't have great cash flow right now, the Rockefeller method helps you find extra money and hold on to it. Right now, some of your money is being lost to financial institutions, taxes, loans, and inefficiencies. If you can reclaim that money using what I call cash flow optimization or cash recovery, that money can go into an optimally funded whole life policy that protects and grows your wealth rather than just losing it. The goal is to keep more of what you make and boost your bottom line by focusing on the 4 I's, the letter I, to efficiency. Number 1, IRS. Number 2, investment fees. Number 3, insurance costs. And number 4, interest. I want to put this money back into your world. If you get a tax refund every year, that means you're overpaying taxes. In other words, you're giving the government an interest-free loan over the year. If you increase your exemptions and decrease your tax overpayment, you can use those extra dollars to start building your family trust. Instead of reinvesting the interest you earn on your investments, you can put it into your optimally funded whole life policy. In the policy, that money can grow tax-free. Paying off or restructuring inefficient loans is another great way to free up cash flow that you can put into your optimally funded whole life. People often think what matters most is paying off loans as quickly as possible. Susie Orman's always saying it's important to shorten your mortgage and other loans. However, if you shorten your mortgage or loans, it forces you into higher payments, which can create more risk and increase your debt-to-income ratio, lowering your cash flow and even your ability to borrow funds. Your debt-to-income ratio is the percentage of every dollar you make that's required to go towards a loan payment, whether it's principal or interest. You can use the cash flow index we discussed here in a second to determine which loan's your biggest cash hog and free up your debt to income the fastest. Paying off inefficient loans, especially revolving loans like credit cards, may even help your credit score, which could help you lower your interest on other loans. Take a look at your investment portfolio to see what your earnings are. What's the interest rate on your savings, money markets, or your CDs? What are you earning on your mutual funds or ETFs or the stocks you may have? If you could cash out a CD that's not performing very well, you could use that money to pay off an 8% interest rate loan that might be costing you $800 a month in a payment. That immediately increases your cash flow, which could allow you to renegotiate interest rates on other loans as well, thereby freeing up even more cash flow beyond the $800 a month. Take this freed up cash flow and capitalize your optimally funded whole life. You can even consider extending loans where the interest rates are low. I know that might make some people nervous, like, oh, if I have a longer loan, I'll have loans for a longer period of time. But you always have the option to take a lump sum of cash and pay it off. But I want you to have more control and options with your money. See, if you fund your policy for more long-term wealth, more money in your pocket as well as added stability and options are there for you along the way. You can refinance your 15-year mortgage to a 30-year mortgage and divert your higher mortgage payments into an optimally funded whole life policy. From 2021 and a decade or more before, this was a strategy with lower interest rates that could be used to your advantage from a cash standpoint. You would have had enough money in the policy in 15 years to pay off the remainder of the mortgage. Then you could have taken what was going to the mortgage and put that money back into the policy. You may consider wrapping low cash flow index loans, I'll say what the cash flow index is here in a second, into your mortgage, thereby making the interest potentially tax deductible while lowering the payment and the interest rate. Like credit card interest. The interest on many loans is non-tax deductible. Mortgage interest can be tax deductible in the United States depending on your income. If you consolidate those other loans into your mortgage, You can gain tax advantages while improving your cash flow. It's pretty important to note that if you have a history of spending more than you make or increasing your consumer loans year by year, wrapping loans into your mortgage can be dangerous. If you merely spend the additional savings or worse, use the additional cash flow to pay for new loans on depreciating assets, it's going to chip away at your legacy. But at the same time, I don't want to not tell you these things because some people might not be able to handle it. If we go to the lowest common denominator, then we leave out the best options, right? So it's not just restructuring mortgages that can help free up cash flow. Suppose you have a vehicle that's been paid off. You may be able to refinance it at a preferred interest rate to pay off higher interest rate credit cards. The money you save can then be put in your optimally funded whole life. A car loan, that's an installment loan, is better for your credit than a revolving loan like a credit card
Because a revolving loan is an ongoing loan.
An installment loan is finite. If you can restructure inefficient loans so you have the lowest payment required with the best interest rates and tax advantages, you free up money which can then go into your optimally funded whole life. It's not costing you anything extra. It's using the flow of your money more efficiently. So now let's finally talk about the cash flow index and how this might improve your cash flow. The cash flow index, or CFI, is a system for identifying the most effective way to pay off your inefficient loans and free up cash flow. You can find the CFI of any loan by taking the balance of your loan and then dividing it by the minimum required payment. Not what you might be paying when you have extra money, but just what's required. If your index is a low number, then the loan is inefficient. I kind of would refer to it as a cash hog that requires a higher payment relative to the balance. A higher number, on the other hand, indicates a more efficient loan. You'll want to go to rockefellerbook.com to check out the actual charts and take a look at what I'm saying here. As you can see on those charts, any loan with a cash flow index between 0 and 50 is in the danger zone, and you might want to restructure or eliminate that loan as quickly as possible. Any loan with a CFI greater than 100 is in the freedom zone and not a priority to pay off, at least not from a cash flow standpoint. We still have to consider your peace of mind and what your real, objective is, but I'm also looking at what's the most effective method to take care of that objective. So to make this more concrete, let's consider a few different loans. Let's say you had a mortgage. It's a $248,000 loan with a 6.5% interest rate and a $1,750 monthly payment. If we take 248 divided by 1,750, it gives us a cash flow index of 141. Let's say you have an auto loan at $18,000 balance, 5% interest rate with a $450 monthly payment. 18,000 divided by 450 is 40. So that one's in the danger zone where the mortgage was in the freedom zone. Let's say you have a credit card at $6,000, 15% interest rate, monthly payment of $125. 6,000 divided by 125 is 48. Again, in the danger zone. Credit card number 2, 14,000, 12% interest rate, $300 monthly payment. 14,000 divided by 300 is 46, another danger zone. So if we use the cash flow index, this is the order in which we'd recommend these loans getting paid off. Number 1, your auto loan, which you might say, but Garrett, it's a lower interest rate. Number 2, the credit card. Number 2, number 3, credit card number 1, and then number 4, the mortgage. Most people would advocate paying off credit card 1 first, since it has the highest interest rate and the lowest balance. It does make sense to pay it off quickly and then use the additional $125 per month you freed up to pay down the other loans. But the CFI reveals the fastest and safest way to repay all of these loans. It frees up the most cash the soonest, which can then be rolled into paying down subsequent loans. Pay the extra money towards an inefficient loan with a low index. Paying off a loan with a low index has the potential to free up much more money. This could mean building savings faster, creating more liquidity, providing more peace of mind, reducing forced payments, and even improving credit scores, which could improve your interest rates on other loans. Now, you may even choose to refinance to change the cash flow index, which I'll get to here in a minute. So you might initially delay paying anything extra to loans. Instead, you could put the money into your optimally funded whole life insurance system and then pay off the loan in full when there's enough cash in your plan. So this really depends on the interest rate. It depends on how much money it would save and create more wealth in the future as you build up liquidity, earn interest, and gain the benefits of whole life. So you might want to measure that with a whole life certified specialist. When you're restructuring loans, look at refinancing to a lower interest rate or a longer amortization term so that the loan will be more cash flow efficient. You can also manage and restructure loans so that your loan interest is tax deductible, as with many mortgages. If you restructure a 15-year mortgage into a 30-year fixed rate mortgage, you can improve your cash flow because the payment is lower today, and paying interest for a longer period can amount to hundreds of thousands of dollars in tax savings over time. But again, we don't want to let the tax tail wag the dog. You're not just going to do it because of the tax advantages, right? Even though you get tax deductions on interest, Your earnings are also tax preferred inside of an optimally funded whole life policy, so we can consider the tax deduction and the tax benefit with those dollars, not just, hey, I'm going to have a longer loan because it's tax deductible. This really depends on the interest rates you pay versus the dividends you earn, so make sure to meet with a whole life certified agent to address your own unique circumstance. We have to consider your peace of mind, right? We have to consider how this looks overall for you. You can even take a cash value loan against a policy and pay off your home in 15 years if that's your objective. Use 3 or maybe 4 accounts in your financial house. So to get your financial house in order, it also means creating the proper account structure. Ideally, you want to set up at least 3 types of accounts. Number 1, you've kind of heard me mention this, is the peace of mind account. This account's dedicated to providing you with staying power in case there's times of limited cash flow. It reduces risk and it creates additional liquidity, enabling you to handle the unexpected. It's essential that this account be completely separate from your checking account. This could be a savings or even a money market account. The target's to have a minimum of 6 months worth of expenses in reserve. Now, I recommend having 2 or 3 months of those 6 months in a savings account or this peace of mind account, 1 month in cash or precious metals in a safe, and up to 3 months in your properly structured, optimally funded whole life insurance policy. You could have money in precious metals in a safe to protect in case of bank failures, identity theft, or even an IRS lien so you can still have access to money to take care of your family until you can access your accounts. Now, I didn't put this in the hardcover copy of the book, but I personally believe in having some Bitcoin. I like a lot of things about Bitcoin: decentralized, finite amount, easy to transfer. Having words in your head can give you access to that money when you're in front of a computer. I really like that as a hedge at a minimum. But I've been putting money into Bitcoin and removing some of my precious metals. I still have those, but really moving more towards Bitcoin and Ethereum. There's a big conversation that's highly speculative for far too many people, but it's worth investigating. Number 2 is your wealth creation account. This account's focused on growing cash flow and improving the efficiency of your loans. Again, properly structured, optimally funded whole life is the best structure for a wealth creation account.
Premiums for your whole life policy can be deducted directly from your peace of mind account.
Your wealth creation account could then be used for productive expenses like making investments or simply for storing your cash. The third one is a living wealthy account. See, you are your best asset, and this account facilitates and creates structure around the enjoyment of life, your quality of life. It's for your lifestyle expenses. If 15% of your personal income goes to your wealth creation account, take an additional 3%, or it could be more, and put it in this account to boost your quality of life. This accounts for value-based spending, guilt-free spending. What do you value? This list might include things that other people consider wasteful or indulgent, but if you're saving 15% in your wealth capture account, what you spend it on doesn't matter in this living wealthy account as long as it's not a destructive expense. This is for you and your best life. Putting money in this account is an essential reminder and affirmation that you're doing the right things for your finances and deserve to celebrate. Okay, finally, there's a bonus account, a charitable giving account. This account allows you to set aside money for charities, organizations, and causes you believe in, and so you can support groups and activities that matter to you. Focusing on getting your financial house in order and acquiring a
Properly structured, optimally funded whole life policy
will give you the power to be more charitable throughout your lifetime, as we heard in earlier chapters with charitable remainder trusts. Get rich the right way. There's a law I mentioned in finance called Parkinson's Law, which states that in the absence of a financial plan, an increase in income will be met with an increase in expense. By setting up the proper account structure, you can capture your wealth instead of having it sucked up by living expenses. Again, you are your greatest asset. Protect yourself and your mindset. Your strong financial foundation will bring forth peace of mind, allowing you to become more productive. Properly structured, optimally funded whole life is not a get-rich-quick scheme. This is about sustainable wealth, getting rich the right way and staying that way. Whole life provides a safe, steady, and consistent way to grow your wealth. With that stable financial foundation, you create more staying power with more savings. With economic independence, you can swing for the fences
in unique areas of your
knowledge and interest. Financially successful people can capitalize on opportunities. Utilizing your whole life allows you to do this, as opposed to watching opportunities pass you by because you didn't have the financial means to capitalize on or implement them. Regardless of your income, your goals for the future, or your current cash flow restraints, if your optimally funded whole life is set up properly and your financial foundation is well designed, you can create a legacy, initiate a new path forward, and change your family's financial future. For some, it may begin with securing a convertible term insurance policy. This locks in your insurability and gives you the ability to convert the policy to whole life when you have better cash flow.
Whether you put in $100
or $10,000 a month, a system can be designed to work for you. even if you're living paycheck to paycheck. Optimally funded whole life can work for you as long as you have some income, even if you have a medical issue that makes you ineligible for life insurance. You can set up a policy on someone with whom you have an insurable interest, child, sibling, spouse, or business partner. A properly structured whole life policy is perfect for you if you're married or plan on getting married, if you have children or plan on having children, or if you're starting a business or plan on starting a business. It can help you pay for kids' college, pay off loans, or refinance your home or car. You can use it as a cash reserve for investing, as seed capital, or as part of your peace of mind fund. You can use it for short-term and long-term money management decisions. Whole life can be the driver that perpetuates your legacy via your trust and an alternative to the banking system your family can use to capture interest for generations to come. Interest that otherwise would have been lost to financial institutions. That's why optimally funded whole life is at the heart of the Rockefeller method. Chapter 11, maximize your financial efficiency and earning potential. Look, saving money is great. What most people don't realize is how much saving can be accelerated by plugging leaks and setting up a system to eliminate bank loans. Do you know where your money's going, how it flows through your hands, and where it ends up? When it comes to recapturing your wealth, what do you think is more important? Paying off loans? Reducing expenses? Earning a higher rate of return?
Todd Langford of Truth Concepts has produced an amazing calculator of your maximum potential. When you calculate your maximum potential, it becomes easy to see the benefits of saving money,
Without painful budgeting, by the way, and recovering cash rather than seeking a higher rate of return, which for many people includes taking too much risk. Your full earning potential is reduced over time by eroding factors such as taxes, debt service, inflation, and even lifestyle expenses. If you can save $5,000 a year in tax, another $5,000 in interest that would have been paid, and another $5,000 on hidden fees like admin fees, legal fees, 12B1 fees, or commissions, or even poor insurance design that leads to duplicate coverage, increasing your costs, that's $15,000 a year. Do you know how much money you'd have to invest to find $15,000 a year in cash flow? If your investment earned 5%, you'd have to have $300,000 invested. But you can get the same return simply by optimizing cash flow and recapturing costs. The nice thing is it doesn't take risk, it just takes some financial savvy. Let's look at an analysis over a 30-year period. To make it easy, for this example, let's say you have no assets, no 401k, and no money set aside. We're just kind of starting out. What you have is your greatest asset, your earning power and potential. Suppose your income is $100,000 per year. That means that over the next 30 years, a total of $3 million will flow through your hands. This is, of course, assuming that you have no increase in income and no earnings on that investment. We know that you can increase your earnings over time, so let's add 5% a year. If we calculate the additional 5% over the next 30 years, your $3 million becomes $6.6 million. Again, you can go to rockefellersbook.com and check this out and see the charts that I'm going through. There's one more assumption at work so far, that you're basically keeping your money under the mattress and it's not working or earning for you at all. So now let's assume that you've learned some optimally funded whole life insurance principles and can make a better return on your money than you would by stashing it under the mattress. Let's assume that you're earning 5% interest on your money. Now your total income over the 30 years increases to a whopping $12.9 million. That's $12.9 million is your earning potential. That's how much money will pass through your hands over 30 years, given the variables. 3 main eroders of income. The next question is, how much of that money are you holding on to? And how much just slips away? Many factors can erode your income over 30 years.
We'll focus on the 3 most powerful eroding factors:
taxes, loan interest, and lifestyle. Taxes. You know what's funny about taxes? Nothing. Taxes suck. They have a huge impact on how much money you hold on to. This includes not only income tax, but at least a dozen other taxes as well. Think about the cumulative effect of state or income tax, property tax, sales tax, estate tax, self-employment tax, luxury tax, and on and on. You have to pay taxes to work, live, drive, eat, buy, sell. Hell, even if you die or when you die, that is if you don't use the Rockefeller method and plan properly, a conservative estimate puts the amount of income that goes to taxes each year at 40 cents of every dollar. When we calculate 40% of your income going to taxes over the 30-year period, that $12.9 million suddenly drops to $7.8 million. That's just after paying taxes, nothing else. How about loan interest? The second major eroding factor is the loans we have and the interest we pay on them. This includes mortgages, car loans, credit cards, student loans, and business loans. By the way, as I'm talking about all this, it's good if you can go to the website, I mean, if you're not driving or something like that, and just look at these calculators so you can kind of see with the charts what I'm talking about. Any money that goes towards loan interest is money leaving your pocket. Americans put an estimated average of 35% of their income towards loans. When we factor that in over 30 years, the 7.8 million becomes 2.9 million. We've already dropped your earning potential by 9.7 million just by paying taxes and loans. We haven't even factored in the cost of lifestyle, the money you spend living your life, right? So let's get to lifestyle expenses. Lifestyle costs for Americans averages 23.5% of income. We factor that in over 30 years, the amount of money we have left over sinks to $216,097. Damn. Pretty shocking, isn't it? How is someone used to $100,000 of annual income going to survive on a total of less than $200,000 in savings if they stop working? How can you keep more of the money you make without having to budget or cut back? Most fee-based planners will tell you the solution is to focus on increasing your rate of return. High risk equals high return, they say. However, this can be a very risky proposition considering that risk means a higher chance of losing. There's this idea of taking more risk and tolerating more volatility. That lowers certainty along the way, which can create undue stress on an individual, and that stress can end up impacting your health or, like, I'm just grouchy when I'm stressed. I'm kind of an a-hole. So let's follow their advice and see how the numbers play out. To make a point in this example, we'll use some magic product that increases your rate of return. We don't know that. There isn't that magic product. If there was, we would just all buy it, right? There would be no commissions or anyone selling it, but that's just for the purpose of this illustration. Instead of a 5% interest rate on your earnings, let's increase it to 10. This increases our total amount left over to $607,700 from the $216,097. Look, this is certainly still insufficient for 20 or 30 years of retirement. It's not going to replace the income this person earned during their lifetime. Increasing your rate of return from 5 to 10% generally indicates volatility. And what if right before you went to retire, the market dropped 10, 20, or even 30%? Risk would put your life savings and legacy in jeopardy. Simply increasing your rate of return is not the solution. However, this is what's taught by most typical financial planners with the high risk equals high return mindset, or this low risk equals low return philosophy. Kind of sad if you ask me. Let's keep more money in your pocket. What's the solution to keeping more of your money? Minimizing those eroding factors. First of all, we want to focus more on reducing your taxes and loan interest and less on reducing your lifestyle expenses. We want you to be able to keep your lifestyle and even enhance it over time. I mean, I think that wealth is just simply a byproduct of a life well lived. And if you end up with a lot of net worth, but a life that you hated, that's not really winning. So let's isolate taxes and loans and go back to the 5% earnings rate, which brings your total after 30 years to $216,097. Using cash value insurance and some basic tax strategy, you can decrease your tax burden by 10%, meaning 10% of the 40%, so 4% total, right? 10% of the 40% is 4% of the total of everything. Now you're paying a total of 36% on taxes instead of 40%. Look, I've got videos on YouTube on this. If you go to Garrett.live in your internet browser or youtube.com/Garrett Gunderson TV, a lot of this is, there's so many options. If you're a business owner, or you have a side hustle, you can have a home office, you can have 132J and write off the expenses of maintenance for a gym or a pool or a hot tub or a cold plunge if you have those things. You can pay your kids if they're under 18, and that would be tax deductible to the business and tax free to them. Actually, there's a lot of those ideas in the course that comes with this, with the Legacy Toolkit on how to pay your kids and how that could be a tax benefit to you. There's the exemptions that you choose. There's how you pay yourself. If you have any 1099 income, that can avoid self-employment tax. There's so many options here. We talked about charitable trust. There's just a myriad of ways that you could save tax. So this 4% is actually really conservative. You can reduce those expenses too. So you can reduce expenses on the loans if we use the cash flow index and identify inefficient loans, and then we pay them off with your cash value. Let's be pretty conservative. We'll say that we can reduce your loan payments from 35% overall to 20%. Rather than paying interest, you can use your cash value. Between saving tax on your cash value, capturing dollars otherwise paid to term insurance, as well as renegotiating interest rates, restructuring loans, and paying off higher interest rate loans with lower interest rate earnings, the 15% reduction is actually pretty conservative. So using your cash value rather than a bank to finance things makes a big difference. Now, you've gone from holding on to just $216,097 of your $12.9 million to keeping just under $2.7 million. That's a dramatic difference. So again, go to rockefellersbook.com, look at the maximum potential calculators, and it's going to show you exactly how this works. It's important to note that all this was done at no additional risk to you. You obviously never want to neglect your rate of return, but focus on keeping more of what you make through efficiency and maximizing your earning potential. Efficiency gives you greatest impact with the least risk. Chasing a higher rate of return by exposing your money and legacy, that's not the answer. The answer is to focus on leverage, efficiency, utilization of your money, and decreasing eroding factors. Utilizing optimally funded whole life insurance techniques, you can minimize your taxes, lower your interest costs, and actually invest more in yourself because there's more cash flow that's in your life. The key is to take the money you free up using these techniques to fund your optimally funded whole life. Invest in a skill set and even improve your lifestyle along the way. The list of benefits include having more cash and more access to that cash, keeping your money earning while you borrow, protecting your money from bad economies and financial predators, and recovering the cost of term insurance and limiting your tax exposure. You can mitigate and manage your risk while capitalizing on all of your income and maximizing your potential by keeping more of what you make along the way. Chapter 12, Build Your Team to Protect Your Legacy. Now that we've covered the details and nuances, the benefits and comparisons of insurance, it's time to design your trust and optimally funded whole life the Rockefeller way. The Rockefellers use a network of trusts and a family office to keep their fortune alive. Their family office is a comprehensive, coordinated team of financial professionals that includes, among others, attorneys and bankers, investment advisors, real estate investors, risk managers, insurance planners. It's comprehensive. See, Rockefeller-style family offices, though, they're cost prohibitive, which is why most people don't use them, and many people don't even know that such a thing exists. Having a team of financial professionals working for your family alone would require hundreds of millions of dollars to justify the expense. But thankfully, there are fractional or virtual family offices that can support you even if you're just starting out. If you don't have an integrated team that stays in close communication, critical financial components will slip through the cracks. And when your finances are mishandled, it robs you of wealth and time. Fragmented advice can end up working against you. So, for example, if your accountant disagrees with your attorney, that's a problem. Or worse, if you just don't have someone on your team handling an important area of your finances, you remain exposed, jeopardizing your legacy and risking your dreams. What happens if you have a real estate investor who disagrees with your fee-based advisor? Fee-based advisors are the ones that are typically doing assets under management. Hell, insurance people don't even agree on the type or amount of insurance you should have. How would they possibly agree with your investment management style? I experienced this in my own life when my first attorney and my first accountant, they disagreed and they didn't communicate. This miscommunication and lack of coordination eventually led to my shutting down one LLC and then having to start an S Corp, not to mention 7 years of dealing with extra paperwork and explanations to the IRS. When you don't have a comprehensive team, finances feel more complex and are more likely to be incomplete. When salespeople handle aspects of your finances, expect unnecessary exposure or lack of coordination that confiscates your wealth and creates risk. I learned about family offices in my early 20s when I sat in a boardroom filled with experts in every area of finance. This team analyzed the tax implications, risks, and ownership of an investment while communicating and doing actual due diligence, and the client wasn't even in the room. This is exactly what you hope a fiduciary would be, while so many still end up peddling mutual funds for fees. Building your team. Inherited money doesn't change a person's relationship with money. It enhances that relationship. A spender who inherits money, well, they'll spend it. A saver will likely save it. An investor will invest, and so on. You want to implement the Rockefeller method and leave behind generational wealth for your family. But how do you protect the wealth from heirs who aren't ready to manage so much money? How do you make sure your descendants experience wealth and opportunity, but they're not like the Vanderbilts with all these waterfront mansions that live like spoiled brats? The Rockefellers designed trust to protect their family's wealth. But a trust is a trust because you give up legal ownership of assets and entrust them to someone else. Is it still possible, then, to maintain some control over the family wealth and make sure it's preserved? Ownership is a key aspect to consider with life insurance. How you own your whole life policy and set up your beneficiary, well, that has major implications with regard to estate tax, among other things. Most policies are owned individually, yet it may make more sense for them to be owned by an LLC or a trust like an asset protection trust. This kind of depends on your amount of wealth. There are pros and cons to each type of ownership. It's essential that you meet with appropriate legal counsel to make sure the considerations are specific to your planning. The key is to start somewhere. Don't get lost in all the details. Begin by setting up a separate account at your bank for wealth capture. Automate your savings by paying yourself first. Find areas where you're losing and leaking money. Apply for insurance to see how much you can get. Delaying setting up your life insurance can actually be a big mistake. Look at you Aussies out there. Australia's government changed the rules for new policyholders, eliminating tax benefits and changing the design of insurance policies. Personally, I have a family history of kidney issues, so maybe you're in better health now than you're going to be later. Waiting could be the difference between the best health rating to being denied. Plan for the best, but prepare for the worst. This philosophy is not about sacrificing or just saving, delaying, or deferring. It's about building a lasting legacy. It's about creating alternatives to the bank so you can take advantage of opportunities as they arise. It's about freeing up cash flow without infringing upon your lifestyle. It's about being able to plan and work toward your future vision while living well. The CEO and Board of Trustees for your trust. Now, as I say, Board of Trustees for your trust, it might sound like, man, that's out of reach. Like, that sounds expensive. That sounds like you already have to be wealthy. Stay with me because let's work through this. In order to create a more personalized trust that represents you and your family's values, it's critical to have a family constitution. This is especially true if you have substantial asset value or whole life insurance and leave behind a sizable sum of money, but that's not what's required. A family constitution and board of trustees will be critical for the protection of the family fortune after you're gone. A family constitution is about your philosophies and your values and your contribution and your family culture. So a board of trustees can be established to help manage the family wealth if you're not around to do so. A board of trustees is a great way to make sure your family turns out like the Rockefellers and not the Vanderbilts. Today, I'm the figurative CEO of my trust. It's not an actual position, and you won't find me identified as Chief Executive Officer in my trust documents. But during my lifetime, I'll continue to fulfill the responsibilities of a traditional CEO for my trust. A CEO typically has 3 key responsibilities: establishing the company vision, establishing the company culture, and looking after the shareholders' financial interests. That's exactly what I do for my family's trust. I've established the vision by writing it down in detail in my family constitution as a preamble to our family trust. Now look, you have the entire legacy toolkit here as part of the course that comes with the book. So it's going to help you to establish your family constitution. There's questions in there. There's videos. Michael Isom and I take you through on the videos, and then there's questions for you to apply this to your life. So that's going to help you establish your family culture, right? But the most important thing is to establish the culture by setting an example for kids who will one day do the same for their kids. So in my family, we have semi-regular family meetings and have collaborated to create our family mission and family guidance. It's a set of rules. While I'm alive, I'm the one adding money to the trust and guiding it for the benefit of my heirs. My trust also states that I have the power to overrule any withdrawal from the trust during my lifetime. So while the trustees have the legal rights to distribute assets from the trust at any time, they can't do it without my approval. At some point, however, I won't be around to personally protect the family trust. What then? Again, let's look to an example of a corporation, which may have a board of trustees who are bound by company bylaws. These bylaws may give direction on selling the company, what to do in the case of a hostile takeover, or how to handle misbehavior from someone within the company, for example. If the bylaws don't spell out exactly what to do, the board can vote on what action to take. Well, your trust can have a board of trustees too. And if you choose your board carefully and give them specific instructions when it's appropriate, your board of trustees can protect the family wealth for you even after you're gone. They can vote on when to approve distributions to heirs, when to sell assets or businesses, or how to handle lawsuits against the family. They can even decide to stop giving distributions to an heir with an alcohol or other problem that would make access to money more destructive. Now, in my trust, the kids don't have entitlement to any of the money. It's there to support or enhance things that are going on, not to replace. Meaning, they want to start a business, they want to get education, it's there maybe as a match, but not as a replacement, or it would harm the incentive. So how do you choose a board of trustees and a trust protector? Clearly, selecting the people who protect your family's wealth after you're gone is not a matter to be taken lightly. You must seek out those who best understand your financial philosophy or respect your wishes and will best represent the choices you'd make if you were still around to make them. You'll find an exercise in the Legacy Toolkit to help you choose your board. Download it now at rockefellersbook.com/legacy. My advice is to start with people who share your values and can teach those values to the next generation. Another way to think about it is, if you're to start a company today, who would you partner with or put on your board of directors? You can choose to have 3 or 5 members as long as it's an odd number. Here's some language from my trust documents for reference. Appointment of initial trustee. I appoint a board of trustees collectively acting together as if they are the trustees described within this trust. Unless otherwise indicated, the board shall make decisions by a majority vote in number. Mo Abdu shall act as the chairman of the board of trustees. I chose my board by considering what each member represents that is similar to a characteristic or value in me. That way, they can teach my kids or grandkids if I'm not around to do so. Some of the skills, values, and characteristics I considered were sole purpose, business acumen, and emotional and financial IQ. I gave a lot of thought to who would best understand the family philosophies I espouse. It's important that they invest time with my kids and family, and that my wife Carrie can lean on them for help with our finances as well. I chose Mo to be the chairman of our board of trustees because I believe his personal qualities fit the job requirements in an extraordinary way. When I pass away, Mo's responsibilities as chairman will include calling the board together when there's an issue that requires action, making sure appropriate decorum is observed during meetings, guiding decisions in a way that matches the family constitution philosophy, and making sure all decisions by the board are enacted. But what if my board of trustees, despite all the evidence that they'll follow my wishes, decides to go rogue and start investing the family wealth in some wild scheme I would never have approved? Of course, I'm confident this will never happen. But in the case the board votes to do something that would put my trust in jeopardy, I've appointed my attorney as my trust protector. My attorney is not a trustee and doesn't vote on how to manage the trust, but he can overrule the board when he believes they're not acting in the best interest of the trust. He can also remove and replace trustees who no longer seem to be acting upon my wishes for the trust. Because I've assembled a carefully chosen board of trustees and appointing a trust protector, all of whom know me and my philosophy well, I can feel more confident that my family trust will be managed responsibly even after I'm gone. Through the years, the members of my board of trustees or the trust protector may change, but the philosophy and principles will not. The legacy I leave for my family will be more likely to carry on. Other wealthy families, such as the Phipps family, have utilized the same method employed by the Rockefellers. Henry Phipps grew up in the same neighborhood in Pittsburgh as Andrew Carnegie and was well known around town for being a shrewd financier. So when Andrew started the Carnegie Steel Company, he made Henry Phipps a business partner. This made Phipps a very wealthy man, as he was the second largest shareholder in Carnegie Steel, one of the richest companies in American history. A believer in philanthropy like the Rockefellers, Phipps gave much of his wealth away and also believed in leaving a lasting legacy for his 5 children and their descendants. That's why he founded the Bessemer Trust in 1907. The Bessemer Trust was created to be the family office for the Phipps family. Its purpose was to manage the family finances in order for wealth to last for generations. By all accounts, and 6 generations later, the Bessemer Trust has succeeded. In fact, Henry Phipps's great-grandson, Stuart S. Janney III, is the current chairman of the board of directors for the trust. A letter from Henry Phipps to his son, Henry Carnegie Phipps, written shortly after the trust's founding, has been immortalized for its wisdom and foresight. Here's a letter. Henry Phipps, 87th Street and 5th Avenue, New York, June 16th, 1911. My dear Hal, I have today transferred to your name $2 million in bonds and $2 million in stock of the Bessemer Investment Company, which I wish you to regard as a trust from me for the benefit of yourself and your children after you. It's my desire that neither the stock nor the bonds of the company shall pass out of my family, and that you will agree among yourselves that the others shall have an opportunity to buy at fair price the stock and bonds of anyone before a different disposition can be made. I hope the management of the affairs of the company shall meet with approval of each one, but should a difference of opinion arise, I desire that the judgment of a majority of you shall be controlling on all questions of policy. I advise that you approve action by the board of directors of the company in reserving all net profits as additions to the surplus account and in declaring no dividend on the stock for at least 10 years. I urge upon you to live within your income and not be a borrower on your own account or through the company. Realizing that changed conditions may arise which will require freedom in action to meet them, I have not fixed rigid limitations as to possession and control of this property, but have indicated my earnest desire that a prudent and conservative management of the company shall be maintained and enforced, and that each of you shall put proper restrictions upon your expenditures and lay aside a reasonable proportion of your income. I have full confidence that this advice will be respected and followed by all my children. Your affectionate father, Henry Phipps. One slice of insight is Phipps' choice not to include fixed, rigid limitations on the family assets. While the Vanderbilt family story shows that giving free rein to family members and allowing them to spend a fortune can be disastrous, there's wisdom in not making the rules too rigid. My attorney shared with me a story of a family trust that left money for education, but because the family didn't foresee the changes that would take place in education, like the cost of computers, software, fees, or travel, the rigid rules meant some expenses couldn't be paid for. It's impossible to write specific rules for a future you don't know. There's some wisdom in trusting your heirs to make good choices using the intellectual legacy you've also left behind. And with so many things, harmony, adaptability, and a common philosophy are key. Chapter 13. Create your lasting legacy with the family constitution. What do you want your legacy to be? It's how you live, right? Not just what you leave. It's about passing on more than just money from generation to generation. It's passing on values, philosophies, contributions, and opportunity. Wealthy families treat legacy like a business. This is done through proper setup and execution of a trust, your board of trustees, and a family constitution. My family constitution takes up 38 pages of my 70-plus page trust document. Yes, it's true. I'm sure it's no surprise. I was wordier than my attorney. But I know that I'm leaving behind more than just money. I'm also leaving behind an intellectual legacy of wisdom, knowledge, and values. Let me share some excerpts from my family constitution. My method has been to write a premise, a vision, a purpose, and a strategy for each area of my life where I have wisdom to share. I learned this from John and Missy Butcher and their phenomenal Lifebook program. The premise is my view of the world as I know it. The vision is the way I see myself and my family having an impact on the world. The purpose is the reason why the vision is important, and the strategy is how to implement the vision. Strategy of these four things is the least important because it could easily change over time. I'll share some excerpts from the financial section of my family constitution so you can glean some knowledge from them and maybe even get inspired. Feel free to borrow, steal, or modify any or all as you see fit, whatever resonates with you and your family. Premise. Money is a man-made tool of efficient exchange. It's a byproduct of value creation. Although money may be finite, the number of times it can change hands, be utilized, and facilitate exchange is actually infinite. To have money, it's essential to be a wise steward and accountable to being productive with money. Cash flow is superior to net worth. It's not only possible to have a lot of money and be spiritual, wealth and spirituality go hand in hand. No one individual is an expert in everything when it comes to finance. No one cares more about your money than you, so be a steward of your money. No amount of luck, discipline, rate of return, or savings will ever matter if you can't overcome the scarcity mentality, which will inevitably destroy wealth. Abundance can exist because even if the amount of money is finite, it can change hands an infinite number of times through exchange. And we build wealth when that exchange solves problems, creates value, and serves others through our sole purpose. Prosperity is the evidence of value creation. Personal legacy begins today and during one's lifetime. When money and sole purpose are aligned, legacy is lived. There's a richness of experience in building knowledge that will be used to serve others and ultimately increase daily production. Building one's sole purpose is the key to building one's net worth.
Sole purpose is, in fact, the only true financial security that exists.
SOUL. It's sole purpose. It's your values, your abilities, and your passions combined for the highest context of living. Let's move to vision. I envision a world where sole purpose is the number one priority for wealth. I envision a world where money serves sole purpose instead of acting as a deterrent or obstacle. I envision a world where business owners invest in alignment with their sole purpose and make money from that purpose. I envision a world where money is no longer the primary reason or excuse for people to do or not do something. I envision a world where money is put in its proper role as a byproduct of value and purpose. Purpose. Live a life you love and create a legacy that lasts. Create a life you don't want to retire from and do things that fulfill you. By eliminating confusion and creating clarity around the philosophies and frameworks that lead to prosperity, we're no longer held captive to false and limiting beliefs. Sole purpose can now be the main focus of my family's life. Investing becomes aligned with sole purpose to bring forth even more wealth and energy for everyone. A life of freedom and passion is made by deepening abilities and growing expertise, especially when fears about money are removed. When we're free to choose, a life well lived leads to improved relationships and health. By becoming financially independent, you can work because you want to, never because you have to in the name of making money. When money is no longer the primary reason or excuse for doing or not doing something, value and mission become the drivers. With stability and security, your thoughts can focus on happiness, creativity, and fulfillment. Being financially independent allows you to be a leader, especially in times of crisis.
When money's not the primary concern, the other areas of wealth can be given attention.
Health is wealth. Purpose is wealth. The very mindset of value creation and service becomes wealth. This creates conditions where peace of mind, confidence, and growth are possible. Strategy. Keep life simple financially. There are no such things as good investments, just good people with the right philosophies and the discipline to adhere to their philosophies. So always know who's behind the investment. Read about marketing, communication, and human behavior, and continue to study through your preferred methods of learning. This could be through mastermind groups, study clubs, books, courses, or podcasts, anything that assists you in enhancing and honing your skills. Always have mentors. Work with people you love, trust, and enjoy. People committed to their sole purpose who support you in creating impact and value. Remove toxic people from your life and reserve that time for those who challenge you in a positive way. Find co-creators and collaborate, rather than operate as a rugged individualist trying to compete in the hustle and grind. Invest in multiplier relationships that bring out your best and see and stand for the best version of you. Investments aren't only about numbers and dollars, so build mental and relationship capital. A primary investment strategy is to impact the right people and create ways to more deeply impact them. Always have contracts and agreements before moving forward on an investment, and have great attorneys who can generate and review those contracts. Before you invest, consider the impact on all other areas of your life. Manage your time wisely. Before you allocate time to a project or business, ask yourself if you can move forward without sacrificing your health, time with your family, or time for yourself. Leisure is a worthwhile activity. Invest in hobbies and healthy habits where you can find time to listen to yourself and design the life that you love. Make sure you have clean accounting books, review weekly reports and income statements, and keep separate accounts to store money for yourself. When you do things in your business that others would normally be paid for, pay yourself for it. Later in my family constitution, I share thoughts about living an intellectual life. Other sections are about health and fitness, personal character, quality of life, and even parenting. Here are some excerpts from those sections. If you feed your mind with the most powerful thoughts through study, meditation, and a connection to your source, great things will inevitably happen. Passion is the fuel for intellect, and experience is a superior way to learn. Worry is the enemy of intellect. Questions are the gateway to intellect. Curiosity and openness leads to deeper understanding. Simplicity is organized intelligence, and energy flows where attention goes. Engage in conversations that create conditions for growth, brainstorming, and wealth creation. Create an environment where people bring their best and live to their highest potential for value creation. At least monthly, travel somewhere, host someone at your house who's intellectually engaging and stimulating, allowing you to expand your knowledge. Create intention in conversation to be powerful and memorable, as if it were your only opportunity to talk with someone and you'd be remembered by the conversation. This is part of why I like making good lattes, sitting around a round table and having that coffee while we talk. Or, having a big hot tub where we go sit in the hot tub and we have these conversations, or being good at grilling so that I can grill and then everybody can sit around and eat. It's all about creating those satiating, memorable experiences. Interview people regularly. Do interviews to stay sharp and inventive, and invite the best speaker at an event to stay at your house to further conversations and build more wealth. Here's some potential questions to use to get to know someone. What's the single greatest lesson you've learned in your life? If you could have a conversation with yourself 10 years ago, knowing what you know now, what would you say? What are the most important things in your life and business? What are the things that work in your life, and why do they work? What are you reading? Whom have you studied? Who are your mentors? What are your daily rituals that lead to success? There's plenty more questions you can ask, just whatever works for you. But the better questions we ask, the better answers we get. When you invite people to dinner and your home and you show up with intention, you get to learn the best of what they have to offer. Instead of trying to get their money, tap into their knowledge and information by you adding the value first. Being healthy and active increases performance as a way to feel better in all areas of life. See, when I'm unhealthy or I'm just not doing well in that, it occupies space in the mind. I feel more lethargic. It destroys and stifles creativity. Health is foundational to success in all areas of life. When health is working, it can generate more energy and conditions for creativity and be a sign that all other areas of your life are working. A healthy body creates space for a healthy mind. Health supports abundant thinking and removes self-doubt and self-consciousness. It removes negative thinking and allows for the space to think clearly. When we're in what's called a parasympathetic state, where we're rejuvenated, we've been relaxed, and we've cared for ourselves, we tend to have more abundant thoughts. Exercise is the key to investing in oneself and therefore expanding one's energy and expression of soul purpose. Be around people that inspire you, that can uplift you, that bring you more energy. See, I may have no control over my chronological age, but I can exercise a tremendous amount of control over my biological age. I can choose action that will improve my body and cause it to look and feel younger. Character is a muscle that must be exercised to be consistent in all existence and reality. Character is consistent in an ever-changing external environment, and character comes from within. The eyes are the guiding beacon for character. Character must be consistent, especially in dealing with other people. Character is a commitment. Money is easier to rebuild and restore than lost integrity. You can never be less than 100% when it comes to commitment. Otherwise, it's just interest. Without defined character and values, someone else's persuasiveness may lead one astray. Know what you want, know who you are, and just be yourself. Don't try to appease everyone else at the expense of who you really are. See, integrity is gained by doing what you say you will do, or at a minimum, honoring your word by communicating and making a request to the other person to invent new possibilities or new timelines. Maybe you're having a hard time getting something done. Do what it takes, but also be in communication and allow other people to support you as well. See, the most powerful times that demonstrate integrity are when it's difficult, when it stretches you, when you don't feel like handling it. Enjoy great restaurants and great places and experience the world in fine hotels and extravagant cities as a way to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Now, that doesn't mean borrow to consume. It means when you're earning money, enjoy life along the way. Be a steward over your possessions. Therefore, don't have so much that it ties or weighs you down. At one point, I had so much real estate, it just occupied my mind too often. I didn't get to enjoy family time or just relaxing. It robbed my wealth of my mind. It's not just what we have, it's how we show up and who we are. So it's not necessary to own something to actually experience it. You could rent, borrow, or share with others. And that way, you can just buy the things that are extraordinarily important to you. Quality of life is enhanced by going on trips. As a byproduct, they advance our business because we're spending time with movers and shakers of the world. So who can you invite to come along? Work with clients and people who also can become friends, those who appreciate what you do for them and implement with you to get the best results in their lives. These are the organizers, connectors, and initiators. They love our family and become some of our best friends. As a parent, I teach my children to live in this world by believing in love. I want them to see the value in serving others, including those who are less fortunate than themselves. I want them to be brave and take chances on themselves. I want them to believe in their abilities to achieve anything they work toward. I want them to know how to solve problems on their own and where to turn when they're lost. I want them to know that they can come to us for guidance and with questions. I want them to understand that they only get one body, so they should take good care of it. And I want them to play big in life. This is what legacy means to me. As you listen to this, remember, progress over perfection. Done is better than perfect. Real is better than polished. Life is filled with lessons. We can guide our lives by being intentional. We can create resilience by sharing our tough times and find joy by celebrating the good ones. The conversations we have and don't have will be key to our legacies. Knowing stories about our families, where there was struggle and it required resilience and support, can massively impact our heirs. It's time for you to create your own family constitution. We provide a guide that will ask you the necessary questions and give you the framework to outline what matters most for you and your legacy. Download your Legacy Toolkit course now at rockefellersbook.com/legacy. Wish I would have had that when I was building all of my stuff here, but it's fine. I'm happy to share it. I want to see this impact your life and show up on a daily basis. See, designing your family constitution, it's not some one-time activity. Maybe just keep a journal and write in it. Sometimes I find myself texting in the moment just as a way to capture ideas. It doesn't have to be perfect. If your descendants expect perfection from you, they expect too much. Just as with money, with a family constitution, your heirs are not starting at zero. A family trust isn't just about leaving money behind. The Vanderbilt family proved that's not enough. A family trust is also leaving behind values, traditions, and knowledge that will carry on for generations. What you leave behind in your family constitution is bound to be read for generations to come, regardless of how much money you leave behind. I don't know what the future has in store for all of us,
So there's wisdom in trusting your heirs to make good decisions, utilizing the intellectual legacy you leave behind with the family constitution and a board of trustees. Start living your life more fully today. Start now, knowing that you have a framework for securing your most precious asset, your family. Use this formula as a gift of love to your family for generations to come. Begin by downloading the Legacy Toolkit course at rockefellersbook.com/legacy. Make space to work on it a little bit at a time. Then set up your trust in your optimally funded whole life. Progress over perfection, and done is better than perfect. Real is better than polished, and vulnerability is the key to connection. You don't get a second chance to create a legacy and live a life that you love. The economic value of certainty. It's a dark, frigid December night with sub-zero temperatures. I'm driving through Wyoming on I-80 East. It feels like the middle of the night, but it's barely after 8 p.m. My girlfriend Carrie and I are running late to get to Green River, Wyoming, where we plan to meet up with my uncles for a trip to Jackson Hole. I'm a slow driver. Carrie says I'm like an old man behind the wheel. This is kind of residual impact of getting in trouble with my mom for speeding tickets when I was a teenager. Still worried about getting a speeding ticket, I'm pushing my own limits by setting the cruise control at 80 in a 75 zone. What a rebel, huh? Okay, Carrie was right to tease me. I look around and I see snow everywhere except for on the road ahead, which looks polished, black and shiny. Concerned that it's black ice, I lightly touch on the brakes to kill the cruise control. The car immediately loses control and starts spinning. It's like being on a carousel. My heart's pounding, my hands are shaking, my palms are sweating. I throw one of my arms over Carrie and I say, "Hold on, we're going to roll." Everything feels like it's happening in slow motion. We spin around 2.5 times. And then we're sliding backward with the nose of our car facing the grill of a diesel truck at 80 miles per hour. "Brace yourself," I say as I start to turn the wheel. We start spinning again, sliding across the ice and the snow and down into the median. We slide almost all the way back up to the median, nearly onto the oncoming traffic across the way. And then finally we stop. We both sit in shock, staring forward and breathing heavily. Reality sets in. We are lucky. A few hundred more feet forward, and we would have crashed in a concrete barrier. The only reason we didn't roll is because the road was solid ice. Even though we felt relieved to a degree, we're now afraid. Should we continue on? I get out and look around the car. The bumper is just jam-packed with snow from the median, with weeds hanging out of that snowpack. The closest city is Green River, so after taking several deep breaths and embracing each other, we finally forge ahead. If Carrie thought I drove too slow before, well, she's now on the same page with me. I test just how slow a car could go on I-80. 5, maybe 10 miles per hour? We're passed by car after car. Do they not know the risks? And now they're putting us at risk. I mean, time slows. It's excruciating and frightening. We finally arrive at my uncle's house, where they were debating over whether to leave us. I give my Uncle Drake the keys to my car because I'm too shaken to drive any further. His wife and daughter get in the car with us, and my Uncle Page and his girlfriend drive off in his truck. I recount the terror of our drive, and things immediately get worse. Uncle Drake decides to tell us about how close his calls are, too, even looking back as he does this. Wait, watch the road. My heart's pounding. I can see Carrie's heartbeat through her neck, and she's grabbed my hand the same way she did later in her life when she was in labor with our first son. And now the terrain's even worse. We're about the cliffs, much steeper than anything we saw on the drive to Green River. And now I'm not in control. As my uncle drives, I'm afraid to speak up. Fear controls my every thought and emotion for the rest of the drive. Just before Jackson, we even see a bus crash into a snowbank. But that does nothing to slow him down. Avoid financial black ice. See, I was triggered by my experience because the icy road was a blind spot. It was a risk. Where's the black ice in your finances? The blind spots and risks that jeopardize your legacy. When we're young and don't know any better about money, it's easy to be seduced by risk. Crypto gains, real estate appreciation, bidding to get properties, bull markets with stocks. We take risks because we fall prey to greed, feeling like we're missing out. Or we think everyone else is doing it, so why shouldn't we? But when we hit financial black ice, things change. People move to cash. They swear off investing. It's almost like when I drank in my 20s. I never understood the consequences until I went too far and I had to throw up, swearing it off forever. But forever meant until I forgot the pain. These are the ebbs and flows of investing. Fear and greed. Ups and downs. Forgetting and making mistakes after time passes. When I hit that black ice, there was no more joy. The trip was no longer fun, and I wasn't dreaming about Jackson Hole any longer. I was just trying to survive. This is what happens when people lose money and don't utilize the Rockefeller method or understand their investor DNA so they don't become better investors. This is why it's so dangerous to chase returns without a plan, without protecting the downside. Risk and ignorance destroy dreams, lives, and legacy. Poor philosophy invites fear and creates loss. Most people live in fear, worry, and survival mode every day. Paycheck to paycheck, bill after bill. Where will the money come from? What can be done to gain safety and security? Should I work harder? Sacrifice more? This is how most of the human race operates, in fear, in scarcity, scarred from past experience, their version of barely getting out alive. A tough economy, career change, bankruptcy, market losses, these are the financial black ice moments in life. The scarcity mindset leads people to believe in a zero-sum, winner-takes-all world of taking what you can and holding on to whatever you have. In this dangerous world, people are worried that they're going to make a mistake, or that they're not enough. Well, they're simply worried. Protection and preservation can prevent prosperity. The way I drove after hitting ice was about protection and preservation. But if I had known about the conditions or had contingencies or other options, things could have been different. Education and prevention are key. So what's the difference between protection and preservation and education and prevention? They're reactive versus proactive, for one. When we play not to lose, we live in fear and we're governed by scarcity. When we utilize education and take precautions, we can remain present, and with certainty comes the possibility of being present. We're all in store for financial surprises. Yet with proper planning, 90% or more of those surprises don't have to derail us at all and will not destroy our lives, finances, legacy, or enjoyment. There is an economic value to certainty. If I'd been certain the roads were clear and safe, I could have driven without fear and made more progress. Being caught off guard and feeling blindsided created a new reality of concern. On the other hand, if I'd known the roads were icy, I could have prevented spinning and feeling out of control. I could have chosen a different path. Drive during the day, fly, have studded snow tires on the car. See, the Rockefeller method is about creating certainty. It's about having the most options with the least risk through coordination, planning, and due diligence. Where do past financial blind spots, aka black ice, impact your life? Do you feel behind? Are you unclear about your financial risks? Are you exposed due to a lack of asset protection, trust planning, and insurance coverage to transfer that risk? Do you worry that you don't have enough savings and liquidity to handle a career change, economic turmoil, or a health challenge? Are you concerned that your investments might not perform, or you're still judging yourself for past mistakes? Look, if you've answered yes to any of these questions, there's a high likelihood that money concerns and worry are creating stress and running in the background of your thoughts, slowing you down and robbing you of peace of mind and joy. This is why the Rockefeller method is so instrumental and foundational. They say ignorance is bliss, but it leads to risk. There's an economic value to certainty and in knowing what you can count on. Who in your life can alert you to your blind spots? Do you have an awareness of what's working or not working in your financial life? How will you gain the knowledge that will illuminate the truth of your financial matters? In today's economy, there's plenty of black ice. Inflation, we've got quantitative easing and quantitative tightening and fractionalized banking. We've got tax changes, interest fluctuations, insurance structure and asset protection. We've got investment fees and we've got risk. See, awareness is key to avoiding the black ice before you spin. Here are the top 5 things you can do to create certainty, therefore increasing abundance, removing blind spots, and allowing you to swing for the fences in your life. Number 1, create financial independence. This means you have enough cash flow from your assets to cover expenses. Number 2, protect your downside. Set up an asset protection trust or family trust and focus on risk management and mitigation to keep more of what you have invested. Plug financial leaks. Utilize the 4 I's of efficiency: IRS, interest, investments, and insurance. Yeah, stop overpaying on tax and interest. Deduct and remove hidden fees and commissions that come with investments, and remove duplicate coverages and improper policy design in your insurance. Number 4, build a peace of mind fund. Create enough savings in your optimally funded whole life to take advantage of opportunities and create peace of mind. Number 5, increase your financial literacy. Do everything you can to continue increasing your financial literacy, including downloading the Legacy Toolkit course at rockefellersbook.com/legacy. See, these 5 guidelines are like guardrails protecting you from financial danger. It's time to create certainty in your life and feel confident in your direction. Without this certainty, risk will reign and fear will confiscate your time and wealth. Having a solid foundation provides you with the economic value of certainty. When you have predictability, when you know exactly what the guaranteed standards of performance are, you can make decisions with a lot more peace of mind and confidence. You have less stress. You lose less sleep. And you don't have to watch your emotions follow your money when the market goes down. If you have a policy in which the cost of insurance can change, as in universal life policies, or the company can ask you to pay a higher premium in the future, or your earnings are completely dependent upon what happens in the stock market, you don't have certainty. Those are the financial black eye spots that destroy wealth and confidence. When people have money stress and are limited by misinformation, mishaps, and myths that lead them astray, it causes damage to relationships and creates conditions that can lead to frustration within the family and even divorce. If your financial foundation is built upon hype, hope, or risk, your legacy suffers. A war chest or opportunity fund cannot be dependent on factors outside of your control, like higher insurance costs, downturns of the market, things like that. It must be available when it's time to use it. The cash value of a whole life policy is both accessible and guaranteed. You know for certain, year by year, how much money will be there. That certainty can be leveraged in all areas of your life, especially as you make short and long-term financial decisions. Whole life insurance allows you to lay a solid foundation so you can swing for the fences and still protect your family's quality of life, Rockefeller style. This is the map that creates predictable success and sustainable wealth for future generations. The appendix. Not like your appendix, like in your body. This is the appendix of the book, okay? How to buy term and invest the difference. But how does that really stack up against optimally funded whole life? That's what we're going to talk about. So imagine that you go out there and you buy some term life insurance now. Then you invest the difference in some qualified retirement plan, or maybe you fund it with a mutual fund or something like that. When you retire at some future date, you end up with a certain amount of money to live off of. Let's assume that age 65, you have $4 million in your retirement account. Thinking now that you're quote-unquote self-insured, you cancel your term insurance. You can transfer your $4 million net worth to your spouse or your other beneficiaries. That's kind of the logic, right? Meanwhile, let's say that $4 million is earning 5% interest because you want to preserve your wealth for and transfer it to your heirs. Or simply because you don't know how long you're going to live, you only live off the interest. At 5%, that interest comes to $200,000 per year. However, after the taxes of $36,042, you're actually left with $163,958 per year for your retirement income. Now, this is a pretty generous assumption because where are you going to find a secure investment that pays a steady 5% annually? Now, look, I get it. We've had all these changes in interest rates, and so temporarily, people are like, well, I can put it in T-bills, or there's fixed accounts, and that's been kind of an anomaly. But, for the last 20 years, from like 2021 and earlier, it was anemic. People are getting 1% or 2%, and so they're kind of risking their money in volatile accounts, and those volatile accounts ended up creating massive problems because of something called disinvesting. They got to take money out, the market's down, it starts to deplete that principal even faster. Consider the following illustrations, generated by the Truth Concepts calculator created by Todd Langford, which shows how this strategy stacks up against whole life. You can see the illustration at rockefellersbook.com/illustrations. When you don't have any life insurance in your retirement, your assets become your life insurance. Living on interest only leaves people susceptible to a scarcity mindset. Since the number one fear of retirees is running out of money, you're taught to never touch your $4 million principal. Ultimately, that $4 million goes to your beneficiaries, and you never used any of it. Moreover, there's another problem with this scenario. Interest rates have been extraordinarily low, and volatile investments are even worse. So where do you put your money to get the return? Where would Dave Ramsey and Susie Ormond say to get it? I certainly don't know of any easy place to do that outside of the whole life insurance policy dividends and annuities, which are also life insurance products. Let's be slightly more realistic and say you buy term and invest the difference, and that leaves you earning 3% interest on your principal. After tax, that puts your yearly income at $102,103. So you're worth $4 million, but you're only able to spend $102,103 per year for the fear of spending down your principal and running out of money. Does that seem right to you? Now, of course, the banks love this scenario. Of course, the funds love this scenario because they are still utilizing your entire principal. You get the measly interest that comes off of that. And if you try to reach further by taking more risk, you put the entire amount at risk altogether at an age when people are taught to retire, where you're no longer in charge of the outcome of your income. I was just with a client and they were talking about how their parents watch the market every single day to determine how they're going to live their life, up and down, outside of their control. That doesn't sound fun at all. So as we look, there's that illustration at rockefellersbook.com/illustrations. It says, okay, on distribution 2, if you have $4 million at 3%, then you have your earnings and then your tax payment, you only have that net spendable amount.
The truth is, that plan was for financial institutions anyway.
Let's go back to the 4 rules. They want your money as often as possible, hold on to it for as long as possible, and now give you back the very least possible. How's that so-called long-haul investment plan you were sold decades ago looking now? Now let's consider a different scenario, using whole life insurance and investing the difference utilizing the cash value. We'll assume that by the age of 65, you end up with the same amount, $4 million, in your cash value for retirement.
Some people are buying term and investing the difference.
They have term cost, tax cost. You could always buy whole life and invest the cash value. If there's truly great investments out there, you don't have to give that up. You actually start to recover cash because you don't have to pay for the term insurance. You're not having to pay taxes on the growth, and you still have access along the way. So now if you have both the $4 million in cash value and a $4 million death benefit, let's see what happens. What will this mean for you? It means you now have a permission slip to spend your $4 million because you have a guaranteed $4 million also going to your beneficiaries in the form of a death benefit no matter what.
You're no longer held captive to living off your interest alone.
When you die, your death benefit will replace whatever money you've spent while you were alive right there for your heirs. So now, instead of just spending interest, you get to spend both the interest and the principal in your retirement years. I know that you were told never to do that. Oh, no, don't touch your principal. Who's telling you not to touch your principal? Think about that for a minute. The people who are touching your principal. And some people might think, well, but Garrett, what if I live past the 20 years where I'm spending my principal and interest? Okay. Remember, you have a large death benefit you can actually use to create more income, as we've discussed throughout the book. Let's look at this a little bit more closely and do the math. Assuming a 3% interest rate and paying down your principal to zero over 25 years, you're able to spend $211,815 in the first year. That's over 50% above the $102,103 in that very last scenario. Let's take a look even further. Let's put example 1 back at 5% and leave example 2 at 3%. In example 1, you get $163,958 per year.
With whole life, example 2, still gives you a whole lot more. Even if we take example 1 down to 2%, you still get $195,680 in your first year.
Earning less money, but you're taking more principal. What if we went all the way down to 1% interest? It's still $177,225. With whole life insurance, you can earn as little as 1% interest on your cash value, but still be in a much better place than you would if you'd bought term and invest the difference. Of course, that's only assuming you found a safe investment that earns a steady 5% annually when you've bought term and invest the difference. We know that dividends have been paid for over 100 years. Once they're paid, they're guaranteed. They have tax protection inside of the policy. They're FIFO, meaning you get to take the first dividends out before taking out your principal, make it even more tax efficient. You may currently be in a position where your cash flow isn't strong enough to allocate extra money to a permanent life insurance. I get it. If that's the case, there are term policies that can be converted into whole life in the future. So if it is term insurance, make sure it's convertible and with a company that you can transfer into a permanent policy when you convert it. Download the Legacy Builders course. The Legacy Builders course is a detailed 43-page workbook with videos. This course details 3 critical and distinct phases to support you in the building of your legacy and implementing everything you've learned in this book and even a little more. The workbook is broken up into the following 3 phases of legacy planning. Phase 1, how to initiate a lasting family legacy. In this section, we guide you to create your family trust, show you how to involve your children in building a legacy while ensuring their long-term productivity and success, how to keep the money together by initiating the Rockefeller method and setting up your financial structures properly, and how to start paying yourself first automatically,
Even tax strategies on how to pay your kids, including ideas of the different things you can have them do for work.
Phase 2, the family constitution. In this section, I'll give you instructions on how to create a family constitution that prevents your heirs from getting spoiled, and it actually protects your legacy against such a possibility. It helps you to clearly define your family legacy so you have a clear vision of what you're building and how to select the board of trustees for your family trust. And if you listen to that part of the book, you don't have to be wealthy to have a board of trustees, just people that you know and trust that say, if I'm not around, who would I want my kids to learn from? And that would edify certain aspects of my life. And it might not just be one individual that could do all of that. So that's why it might be 3, 4, or 5 people. All right, phase 3, family meetings and retreats. This section gives you detailed support in learning how to set up family meetings to be as productive and beneficial as possible. How to establish family values, rules, traditions, rituals, habits, and goals. That's a mouthful right there. But it doesn't matter where you're at, blended family, just starting a family, kids, no kids. You can start this at any time. Don't feel bad if it's been a while and you're like, oh, I wish I would have known this earlier. You know it now.
Most families have never even had this insight.
Then we show you how to create your family crest, a mantra, and a family creed, and finally teach your kids about money. So download your Legacy Builders course for free now at rockefellersbook.com/legacy. You'll be glad you did. Thank you for listening to What Would the Rockefellers Do? Hope you found this journey insightful and inspiring. Hopefully it can not only help you make better choices and avoid missteps and mistakes, but you're feeling empowered, that legacy is something within reach no matter where you're starting. By understanding the basics of trusts and really insurance, and then the conversations you can have and integrating family constitution or a family retreat, you could be well on your way to changing your family's financial future, their financial destiny. Again, thank you for listening. This is Garrett Gunderson. Go build the life you love.